X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mills, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Call it slap so hard. This is the Vanguard theme in Fulgur and Fire from Appreciate it. I hope you find my stream the most entertaining. And thank you for choosing me, if at least briefly, as your election night live coverage guy. Storm Chaser Patrick, how do I see the rest of your name? Do I have to full screen this? Patrick Pineda, parentheses Beyond WX. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate it. Said, I voted. American flag emoji. Buckle up. This will not be over until next year sometime. Question mark. I think it's probably still prudent to be making plans for a Trump win. Yeah. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best, my friends. Prepare for the worst and hope for most popular policies, why they actually worked on the American people, and what we as a political movement have to be saying and doing to push against that rhetoric. Like, immediately, we're getting productive if Trump wins. Mead DeMix, thank you for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Said, got a game recommendation for you. Horizon Zero Dawn and the Forbidden West. It's about the ethics of knowledge and environmental welfare. One of the bad guys is an Elon Musk type. I've seen those games but never played them. I may pick them up one day. Because I don't know what the popularity is all about, but I know people love them. So, yeah, maybe one day. Got a lot of stuff on my list right now that I gotta get through before that, though. And Galaxy Bomb, thank you for the €5 donation. Says, hi Zan, just got in touch with Mogminer. He wishes you the best. Oh, awesome. I've been so fucking busy. I haven't been able to talk to anybody over Discord lately, including Mogminer. I appreciate it. Tell Mogminer I said hi. Hopefully they can stop by for the election stream. Anyway, thank you so freaking much for your support, Galaxy Bomb. You are so kind. On top of that, I want to say thank you, Slashy, for the Tier 1 gifted sub to Moment of Sanity. I hope Moment of Sanity appreciates the free blue name. Said, going to be posting good news links. Hell yeah, Slashy, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your kind donation. It really means a lot. It really does, you know, just generally help keep the stream going. All that good stuff. Ride the Rails, thank you for the $5 dono. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Said, here in Canada, we are watching with bated breath. Here's to hoping for a total blue government. Let's hope so. 4 years of a complete blue House, Senate, fucking Congress, presidency. Obviously, we can't have a Supreme Court that's all blue for a while, but if we can get an all-blue Supreme Court one day, like, could you imagine 4 years of that, or 2 years of that, really? But, like, could you imagine 2 years of that? That would be amazing. Not possible this election, unfortunately, but one day a blue American government will be achieved. And then we can make, like, a super blue party, and then it's just, like, the Dems versus the Giga Dems, the super progressive Dems. Anyway. Ride the Rails, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very much appreciated. Says, here in Canada... Oh, wait, I already counted that. My bad, Ride the Rails. I apologize. Thank you. And then Pepper T21, good lord! Holy crap, you're insane for that! I think I have to open a new calculator to figure out how much that was. What the hell? Pepper T21 with the colossal, enormous, amazing 7 Tier 4 gifted subs! Good god, that is insane, Pepper T21. Oh my lord! Oh boy, I'm gonna have to get in the onesie, aren't I? Oh jeez. Oh, this is gonna be a silly election night, isn't it? And a hot, sweaty one. I need to open that window fast, dude. Oh my god. I hope Democratic Isaiah 98, Soap Eater Corpse Woman, Running Rab, Nine Tails Fox 2, E-Man, and Viper appreciate the free gold names. By the way, if you got a gifted sub or you got yourself a sub and your name did not change color and you just have the badge but you want the color, please go down to the email at the bottom of the page, the White Leaf support email, and send an email saying, describing your problem so that White Nervosa knows what the issue is and how to fix it, because it's been look like he's winning for a while. And then Kamala Harris is just going to start shooting up and Trump's going to really lose momentum. Yeah, dude, voter red tonight, but will likely shift blue later. Or could shift blue later. Yo, King of the Car Park, thank you as well for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. It means a ton. Said, America, give me the best 29th birthday present. Was phone banking last night, and my buddy is a poll worker in Miami. I've heard some crazy shit and saw a guy cosplaying as Garbage Man Trump in Pennsylvania. Damn, man. Let's just cross our fingers and hope. Thank you so much for the $5, King of the Car Park. It's very much appreciated. And Meowixen, thank you as well for the $5. I really appreciate it. It says, my B-Day is on the 9th, and I can't wait for it. Let's hope you get an early birthday present today in Kamala Harris's victory. Let's hope for the best, guys. Remember, if you're enjoying this stream, I really appreciate it if you hit that like button. The views are really high right now. I want to say thank you guys so much for the support so far. If you can turn that into even more likes, then we might be able to get a snowball going and get this stream popping the fuck off. And I'm not saying that would just be cool because, you know, my channel would be popping off, and that's awesome. But it would also be cool since the more people we have here, the more of a party it feels like. It's like we're having an election night party. So hit that like button. It's like sending an RSVP or an invite out to more people. Hit that like button if you haven't already. It really helps me a lot, by the way. But, very important info here. Important, like, anti-doomer fuel. You need to hear this, guys. This is very important. This is from the new Philip DeFranco video today. He's going to explain this very well. And he cites multiple articles in order to back this up, so it's very well substantiated, well put together, and very compelling. Let's watch this.
Tonight. And then, so listen up, this is incredibly important for election night. I may even play this once or several times during our election night live stream, because I want to prepare you. On election night, you're going to see a common trend across swing states. Very likely, Donald Trump will lead early on, and then Kamala Harris will suddenly start to catch up. And this isn't, as MAGA folks will suggest, proof that the Democrats are cheating in the election by dumping fake ballots, but instead it is a well-known phenomenon called the red mirage or blue shift. Now, in some ways, it might be slightly less pronounced this year, especially when you compare it to 2020, but in others, there are new rules in place that could help fuel conspiracies and lead to demands that votes stop being counted. So the question, why exactly does this illusion happen? Well, there are a few factors at play, like that rural areas, which often lean Republican, finish counting faster than urban areas, which are usually Democrat. Also, on top of that, Republicans usually favor in-person voting on the day of the election, while Democrats tend to prefer mail-in or early voting. Although a key thing is there might be a slight shift this year, as it seems that more Republicans have considered using early voting.
Blue
with many
hair.
states reporting upwards of...
Oh my god, no. I think that's just a weird photo artifact where everything's blue. But that guy's got blue hair because of the photo artifact. Blue hair and pronouns have infiltrated the polling stations, guys.
50% of registered voters using that method. So that's eaten away at mail-in voting, although those votes are still very likely to be instrumental in the election. And in both cases, there are often new rules in place that delay when those votes are counted, especially in battleground ones, where they're generally not allowed to be tallied until election day itself. And in the most extreme cases, things like mail-in ballots, they're not even tallied until after the polls close. So there's just piles of ballots sitting with poll workers that aren't allowed to be looked at or counted well until the day starts.
Basically, there is going to be a massive amount of ballots for Harris that are not going to be counted until late tonight. And so there is going to be a strong red mirage this election. I'm calling it now. Whether Trump wins or loses, Kamala Harris is going to shoot up the later into the counting that we go. And of course, in response to that, Trump and his MAGA crew are going to start screaming, inevitably, stop the count. Count my words now. They're going to start yelling, stop the count. At some point tonight. Dude, they will riot tonight. There are going... Last year, or not last year. I always say last year for some reason. Last election, they were burning mattresses outside of polling stations, dude.
Right, so when you hear stories about boxes full of ballots being dropped off, that's usually why. They're just being delivered in chunks to polling places for later counting, all of which ends up being used by conspiracy theorists to say that fake ballots are being dropped off. Right? Even Trump said that counting ballots after Election Day was an issue back in 2020, and many of his supporters have continued to push for all ballots to be counted on Election Day itself or not count. And this year, I mean, they're gonna be in for some disappointment because pretty much every swing state has already admitted that they likely won't even have unofficial results by the end of the night. Because again, despite states getting these ballots early, workers are often not allowed to count them until Election Day itself. That's why you have folks like Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, already warning that the ballots there will not be fully counted until after Election Day. And notably, that is partially because of rules that his fellow Republicans have put in place. Things like that mail-in ballots couldn't be counted until 7 a.m. today, and they have to stop at 8 p.m. tonight. But then, by 10 p.m., there needs to be a tally of all the uncounted ballots so far, presumably to stop any extra ballots from finding their way into the total. Although with that, only one candidate so far has a history of openly and shamelessly asking for more votes to come out of thin air. And this, as surely it's a coincidence that the rules that make it easier to claim that ballots are being counted too slowly were passed by Trump allies after 2020. And the thing is, Georgia might be a fast example. Right? In Arizona, officials are warning that it could take between 10 to 13 days to get an official count done. Now, that being said, we still might have a good idea by the end of the night, but if it's close, especially with how many votes are still outstanding, it might be some time before we know. And part of the reason for that is while the state processes and counts mail-in ballots as they're received, it doesn't do this on Election Day. Instead, those are counted after the polls close at 9 p.m., not to mention that the state has a massive ballot this year that's 2 pages with 13 statewide initiatives that are expected to slow down counting. Though with all this, one of the big real fears is what happens if multiple battleground states are all too close to call and we end up with more Trump supporters trying to storm the areas where election workers are counting ballots and demanding that they stop the count. Which, if you don't remember, yes, it did happen in 2020.
Stop the count! Stop the count! Stop the count!
And all of this is everyone is expecting.
They're going to do that again. Once Harris starts gaining on Trump and the red mirage starts fizzling away, they're going to start chanting, they're going to start rioting, just like in 2020.
A legal mess. I mean, Trump and his team have long been preparing themselves to fight contested elections, and in many cases have already done so. Like in Pennsylvania, for example, where the state Supreme Court ruled that people with rejected mail-in ballots are allowed to vote provisionally, with that getting sent all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, which ruled on Friday that those rules could stay in place. And in some ways, situations like this could make 2024 fundamentally different from 2020. Right? There are new laws in places across the country that expedite and streamline these election-related lawsuits, which is generally seen as a good thing, because the last thing anyone wants is a repeat of 2020. Or, I mean, even 2000, where the Supreme Court stepped in with one of its most controversial decisions ever and forced Florida to stop counting ballots to give Bush the win. And so that actually kind of brings us full circle. The demand that states stop counting ballots, it's not without precedence, and it clearly can be game-changing. So in a zero-sum way, and understand I'm being very specific there, it makes strategic sense why Republicans would want to set up election rules so that things like mail-in voting are counted later and slowed down. Right? One, if those votes could be ignored, it'd be a massive win for them. And two, even if they don't win any lawsuits to block the votes from being counted later, even casting the doubt about them, it's clearly done irreparable damage to our democracy. And so again, I just want to make sure that everyone...
People fall for that. This is a really good segment from Philip DeFranco, and I really like it. I wanted to play it for you guys because of its relevance to these results so far, and probably every election to come. So, let's check in on the results. Oh boy, the Red Mirage is still going strong. 139,000 Trump votes to 78,000 Harris votes. So Harris is still behind right now, but obviously no states have been called for either candidate, not even close. Not to mention, obviously we knew, I believe the first votes to be counted are the ones that happen on election day in person. And we all knew that the majority of those votes were gonna go to Trump. You know what I think is interesting, though? Obviously, New Hampshire could be weighing this a little bit, but New Hampshire's not... New Hampshire's a pretty blue state, but it's not that blue, you know what I mean? Like, New Hampshire is kind of rural. It's got, like... It could go red. Like, you wouldn't be like, what? New Hampshire went red? If it did, right? Like, it's got a decent amount of Republican voters there, right? Because there's just so much ruralness to it, right? It's up there. It's got a lot of rural there. New Hampshire, Indiana, which granted does have a very large city, but besides that, it's not particularly... Like, Indiana doesn't have... It's a pretty red place. It could go blue. Pretty red, though. Kentucky, very red, right? Like obviously, Kentucky, hard red state. So, considering that we are so far counting states that are obviously... Obviously, this is not the point I've been talking about where she's going to start gaining on Trump. The polling hasn't... To Harris's 153K, guys. Slashy, thank you for the $5 donation as well. God, you guys are so supportive tonight. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Y'all been saving up your paychecks, it looks like. Trump needs to be like 5 points ahead in any state, otherwise Harris overtakes it in the early and mail-in vote. Guaranteed she overtakes him if he's not 5 points ahead. Yeah, that sounds about right. Maybe not in every state, but yeah, Trump needs to be ahead before late tonight, like very ahead, if he wants to secure victory. Thank you for the $5, Slashy. And then Pepper T21. Did I read this one? No, I did not. Thank you as well for the $5, Pepper T21. Said, Zan, I invoke my right as an Oiler to link my channel by my streaming schedule starting hopefully tomorrow on Thursday. Link it in the chat. People can't see the donos as well. You want to link it in chat? Feel free to do so. Go check out Pepper T21. Meow Wixen. My God, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said... Blishigan, and then more Blishigans. Thank you, and then you sent a YouTube link. What's this? Oh, this might be copyrighted. I can't play copyrighted music. Don't try to get my monetization yoinked. Thank you for the $5, Meowix, and I appreciate it. Here, let me resume the, let me resume our meme. We're doing it now. Let me bring this episode up. The South Park of X. Legalize humor. Laughing crying emoji. Check out the new Election 2024 episode, War Games, featuring Larry Elder, Zavirid, and PragerU. If America is as divided as we think, do we really have nothing in common? Is this gonna be like super centrist or something? Let's find out, guys. Let's find out.
An election, a nation divided.
Racist.
Communist. Xenophobe. Huh?
Weirdo.
Fascist. Fascist? Hey!
Wait. Why'd he react like that to xenophobe? What was the joke there? Is the joke supposed to be that he doesn't know what xenophobe means? Why wouldn't he know what it means?
Communist?
Xenophobe?
Huh?
Weirdo.
Fascist?
Fascist? Hey!
Can we all just get along?
With them?
We have nothing in common.
We have nothing in common with...
Okay, one thing I will say, I actually think the animation quality has gone up. It's still, like, art style-wise, pretty repugnant. Like, it's not very good to look at, if that makes sense. But at the very least, like, if you look at the lines, they've got this sort of, like, drawn, like, pencil kind of vibe to them. It actually has something to it. I don't know if that was a thing originally, but it seems like it's higher budget than it was before. Maybe I'm wrong, but it looks like it.
Them?
We're for democracy.
You rigged democracy.
Your guy said he'd be a dictator on day one.
Your side's been dictator since day one.
Your guy's an idiot.
Your girl's a cackling idiot.
Your VP is weird.
See?
Wait, how is Tim Walz weird?
You agree on something.
Your side's divisive.
Your side's divisive.
Your side is divisive. Fascist.
Fascist? Fascists are on your side.
Nazis are on yours.
Huh? Nazis?
Charlottesville? Tiki torches?
That was years ago. Now...
They were marching for the same guy! Anyway, alright, so... Oh, they changed Chaz's voice? Oh yeah, did they? Oh my god, what is this frame that we just paused on? What the fuck? Oh my god, this pause face! Alright, maybe this show isn't higher budget in, episode 2. What an amazing pause frame. Okay, I love this, like, reenactment of an argument between, like, a hardcore conservative and a hardcore liberal, as if, oh yeah, they're equally as deranged, and they just hate each other, and America's so divided. Donald Trump literally said that he will be a dictator on day one. Responding, your side has been a dictator, has been dictators since day one, isn't an argument. In which situation have the Dems acted as dictators? There's been no evidence that the vote was rigged against Kamala Harris. Or against Trump in 2020. Nor is there evidence that it's rigged against Kamala Harris. I guess there's basic, like, attempts to disenfranchise voters, but there's no, like, tampering with the election results there. Like, there's no evidence for these things. I guess, like, MAGA burning ballot boxes, there was some MAGA guys caught for that, but overall, the election is pretty secure. The only people who are generally attacking the democracy are people who support Trump and Trump himself.
Now your side hates Jews.
Your side hates Jews.
No, your side hates Jews.
Your side hates...
I guess the argument here is over the idea that because leftists are against Israel, they hate Jews. That's the allegation from the right. But then the allegation from the left is, you're voting for the guy that Nazis unanimously support and think represents them. You hate Jews, obviously. And now it's a back and forth.
No, your side hates Jews.
Your side hates Jews.
Your side hates Jews.
Your side hates Jews.
Okay, that's one thing in common.
Election interference, sex scandals, liar, backed by...
Is this, like, the centrist brain rot that PragerU is trying to use to appeal to normies? They both think they didn't win the election. What? They both claim there was election interference. Okay, so what Donald Trump did was he didn't like the results of the election, and so he told his supporters to fight like hell. That was one quote. He told them to peacefully and patriotically march on the Capitol. And then for several hours, they proceeded to break into Capitol grounds, and then they proceeded to break into interior Capitol grounds, not just the area they cordoned off, and they proceeded to break into the building and start pushing in. All of it caught on video, and like over 1,000 people charged criminally for this, if I'm not mistaken. They had to put together a whole committee because there were so many people that needed to be investigated and charged for this, and they didn't even get everybody. They went there to a place at a time when they were gathered together, finalizing the vote. They stopped and delayed it due to their siege on the Capitol. After Trump told them to go march there, Trump refused and neglected to tell them to leave until like 4 hours in, at which case he told them to leave, and then they did, showing that if he had told them to leave any time before, they would have done so immediately, and he did not. And they literally went there, many of them with the intent to kidnap and or kill elected officials. Y'all remember when they were like in the actual big like hearing room itself, and they were jumping over the like rows of seats, and some of them had clipped to their belts. They had zip ties like already looped up to be handcuffs. Crazy shit. 6 minutes until more polls close. Yep, we're gonna be checking in on those results in a minute, but let's laugh at the new norm for a moment.
Billionaires!
Democracy is on the ballot.
This could be our last election! If your side wins, it's World War III!
World War III? The quote is Civil War, dude. Anyway, no, it's the right on that one that always claims it's going to be Civil War if they don't get their way. Because they're the ones that would try to secede from the Union and start a civil war if they're unhappy.
No matter who wins, we all lose.
That is not this is baby brain politics, bro. This is the kind of shit that you use to convince the type of people that have absolutely no interest or knowledge about policies or platforms or political records in like career experience. This is Cocomelon politics. We really need to invent that. We're inventing that term. I am coining it now. Cocomelon politics. This is Cocomelon politics. It's for people to soy face and say, oh my god, we all lose because politics is evil and both parties are equally bad. Oh my god, soy.
Strange game. The only winning move is not to play. How about a nice, normal beer?
Okay, they have to be leaning into it now, dude. I don't know if you guys are aware, but this new norm shit has, like, single-handedly pushed the internet Overton window to the left by a noticeable amount. I've got friends that are so non-political that I regularly hear, like, jokingly quote, I want normal beer, like, making fun of conservatives in the new norm and how they're mad about their gay beer. It is... The ridiculousness of this cartoon has genuinely radicalized normie young people into making fun of conservatives because it's just so ridiculous. The new norm ain't the same as the old norm.
Normal beer. I just want
What? I need normal beer.
Newnorm.tv.
Oh, they're turning it into a product now. Conservative beer koozies. That's crazy. It's gonna sell like hotcakes, guys. They're gonna make $1 trillion. They're gonna make $1 trillion off of that easily. All right, guys. Election day, it's scary, but the new norm makes it a little less scary, a little more funny. Yeah, norm sweep. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment, whether you're watching live or when this goes up as its own video, please consider hitting that like button. Every single thumbs up is like a vote to get my content shown to new and old viewers alike in the algorithm, which helps my channel grow and succeed in every metric of success you could measure. So I really do appreciate it. Comments do the same if you're watching this after the fact. Please leave a comment if you'd feel like it. And of course, subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video in the future, because if you don't, they won't. Follow my social medias if you want to see more from me on other platforms, including my Discord. I do all sorts of cool stuff in there, including events, so make sure you join that. It's an absolute blast there. And finally, if you want to support me directly and help me keep a roof above my head and the lights on here in the Xander Hall studio, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch, because I do have merch, through the Streamlabs link down below. Regardless, though, even if you're a lurker, of which we've got a lot of lurkers here today, I'm sure, I really appreciate you watching, and I hope to see you again. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty clean. Let's check back in on the ballots. The vote. Let me mark off the new norm topic in my scroll first. There we go. All right. Guys. FF14, the final days dungeon OST. This might be the only thing that fits. Oh yeah, Amarat. This is what I wanted. Amarat theme. Because it could be the end, guys. Let's hope it's not. Zan, have you ever thought of using ground news? Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit. It is a banger, though. Let me loop it. Oh boy, guys. Can you watch these goofballs bitch about politics and entertainment? I don't want to take too much away from the results right now. Yo, this music goes fucking hard, as does Endwalker. Play Final Fantasy XIV. It goes hard as fuck. Possibly one of the best soundtracks in all of gaming, by the way. Oh shit. 600k for Harris to 878k for Trump. The Red Mirage is still strong, ladies and gentlemen, and NBs as well.
Trust me, chat. I have a plan.
Zan, have you played Subnautica? We have not started Subnautica just yet, but we will be in a little while. Right now, the election's heating up, and so we're gonna focus for now. You voted early this year. Hell yeah, Leviathan Vulcan. Thankfully, I live in an area where there are so many churches around that it was not hard to walk to a polling station, dude. So I walked to a polling station, and I voted on that thing. The bones are telling me the blue wave will happen. Trust in the oracles. Let's go, average twink enjoyer. Read me those bones. Looks more like a red wave than a red mirage. Well, Melissa Wickersham, you did not pay attention during the last election, it seems. Don't start. If you're a Trump supporter, don't start whining later tonight if Kamala Harris starts launching up in the polls and starts screaming at the count needs to be stopped. I also walked to my voting station. It was a 20-minute walk, but we will win. It was shorter for me. 20 minutes is a long way, but I'm glad that Seattle is as walkable as it is. Yeah, the only reason it looks like Kamala is losing is because it's mainly red states getting counted. Well, you also need to remember, guys, that rural areas finish counting their ballots immediately. Like, the fastest. They've got a lower population, and so they finish counting their ballots the fastest, and rural areas are deep red. And so we're immediately seeing the rural votes coming in right now. Oh, it just updated. Harris at 826,000 and Trump at 1.2 million. Damn, the Red Mirage is strong right now. Trump won Indiana too? Is Trump... Well, none of the states have been called yet. It's gonna take a while before the states are fully called. This is just where the votes are for now. This is gonna be swinging around a lot tonight. Have a good one, Moment of Sanity. Good luck. What about mail-in ballots? Why is Kentucky red right now? Slash you, mail-in ballots don't get counted till later. Oh, Indiana did go for Trump. That puts Trump at 19 electoral votes. to Harris's 3. The Red Mirage is going strong. I imagine conservatives all around are celebrating right now. Let's hope their celebration gets cut short tonight. Should Kentucky be red yet? Yeah. We did not lose Indiana solo. We haven't lost any state yet, guys, nor have we won any state. Vermont has not gone to Harris yet, nor have Indiana and Kentucky. The ballot counting has just started, and just the rural ones mostly. Urban areas have way more ballots to be counted, and thus it takes way longer for those Harris votes to get counted, and they can't even begin to count mail-in and absentee ballots until the polling stations close. So stop doomering. Look at the gap. Harris at 845 and Trump at 1297. Looking strong right now. Harris is actually catching up a bit. Look at the gap in certain areas. Let's get hyper zoomed in here. Boone County, Pulaski County, Cass County, Hamilton County has gone to, or is leaning pretty hard Harris. So yeah, you can see these are all rural areas right now in Indiana that are leaning Trump right now. You gotta remember, guys, Florida's current margins are super close. I'm expecting Florida to go to Trump, to be honest with you. Franklin County is currently leaning on Harris, and Kentucky, with all these rural counties leaning on Trump, exactly as expected. No surprises here, to be honest. Y'all need to stop panicking. There are literally no surprises here. Let's see how Vermont's looking. Jesus, they haven't even finalized a county yet in Vermont. So yeah, do not call Vermont for Harris. Yo, Slashy, thank you so much for the tier 1 gifted sub to One Piece 34. I really appreciate it, and I hope One Piece appreciates the free blue name as well. Thank you. Said the Red Mirage is pretty weak this year. Is it? I mean, God, I'd have to go back and look at how it went in 2020, but I do remember things looking really scary for a while in 2020. That's something that people forget if their side wins, how scary the election leading up to the win might have looked at certain points. So people of memory hold how scary it was for Biden for a while on election night of 2020. It did not look like he was going to be able to pull through for a long bit until those absentee and mail-ins started getting counted. Only 300,000 apart now indeed. Trump is at 1,565, while Harris is at 1.2 million, 64. So they are not that far behind, or Harris is not that far behind Trump right now. It's looking good, guys. Honestly, the Red Mirage not being this strong is a pretty good sign. Don't doom her. Thank you, though, Slashy. I really appreciate it. By the way, guys, if you're enjoying stream so far, then please consider hitting that like button. I really appreciate it, and it means so, so much. By the way, how's the audio balancing? Is the music too loud? Am I too quiet? I can turn down the music a little bit, and I'd prefer to if it's a bit too loud. Yep, let's hope women carry us this election, guys. Curious if I'm getting any live texts from my mom. Nope. Not yet. I hope for her sake she's not paying attention to these results. She would not be happy to see what they look like right now. But hopefully she keeps in mind, if she is watching the stream. Like I said, we're not going to see things start to swing in Harris's favor, or see the majority of Harris's votes come in until much later tonight. What's the margin in Florida? It is dark gray now, so we should take a close look. Ooh, whoa! Is that Jacksonville? Wow! 62% going to Harris. In Leon County, I think this is Jacksonville, Florida. I didn't live in the Panhandle. Huh. Duval County. Just barely going to Harris right now. That's surprising. Duval County, I mean, Orlando is around here. Isn't it? Or is Orlando up here? No, Orlando's like further south. Jacksonville's Duval County? Oh, my bad. Listen, I don't even know my own state. Listen, I don't really know the Panhandle at all. This is my neck of Florida. And exactly as you would expect, Pasco County, where I was born, or actually I grew up in, I was born in Pinellas, I think. I think I was born in Pinellas County, lived a lot of my life in Pasco, and then I ended up going to Hernando, where I lived a lot of my life. And this is where I grew up, guys. This is where I grew up, guys. 66% Trump. If you're ever wondering, hey, how hard red was the place where Xanderhall came from? This hard red. Damn, dude. Kamala leading in Georgia. Hey, Blorgia 2. No shot. I'm not seeing that on my end, but hopefully it updates soon. It probably will. Oh man, guys. Harris just hit almost 2.1 million votes, and Trump is at 2.4 million votes. Or Trump is now at 2.6, Harris at 2.2. Oh shit, guys. Guys, the Red Mirage is going away. Dude, the Red Mirage is not strong this election. What the fuck? I was not expecting things to start turning around this early. Don't get too optimistic yet, guys, but damn. Elliot, thank you so much for the $2 donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you over on YouTube. That is very kind. Very much means a lot. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit because I think people said it was a little loud. There we go. That's probably ideal. Let's see if we can get that 50 state sweep. Let's go, guys. Thank you for the $2, Elliot. North Carolina voter, vote blue no matter who. Indeed. Indeed. Thank you, Elliot. And Bango the Buck, thank you for the $5 donation through my website. I really appreciate that. You are extremely kind. It is very much appreciated. Said, just got back from voting all blue down in Wisconsin. Let's finish the fight. I hope you were quoting Master Chief there, because I was imagining the Master Chief quote in my head. Thank you so much for the $5, Bango the Buck. I really appreciate it. Let me update that go right now. My god, you guys have been so supportive tonight. And mind you, thank you to everybody who is just hanging out and who is here right now. Almost 450 people. You know, I think we can hit 500 people if as many of you guys as I can get to do so will hit that like button. Consider hitting that like, hit that thumbs up, make it blue. Make that thumbs up button blue. Make that like button blue, guys. Come on, hit that button. Let me see it. I love to see it, chat. Thank you guys so much for the support. Let's see how Florida's doing. Oh, shit. Osceola County going blue. Orange County going blue. Broward County going blue. That's where Miami is. Jacksonville is blue. Leon County going blue. What is this? Like, Destin, Florida's around here somewhere in the Panhandle. That's fairly city. Like, why the fuck is Leon County blue? And why by so much? What city is here, guys? I'm not good at Panhandle geography. What city is here that's in Leon County that's making it blue by so much? There's got to be a city here. Tallahassee? I thought Tallahassee... Oh yeah, Tallahassee is here. Jacksonville. Yep. So Tallahassee and Jacksonville are obviously blue. Oh! Oh, shit! Pinellas and Hillsborough have updated to blue. This makes sense. Tampa and St. Pete and all that, they would obviously go blue because they're cities. Jacksonville being blue makes sense. Or sorry, Tallahassee being blue makes sense. Jacksonville being blue makes sense. Orlando should be around here. So it makes sense that Orange and Osceola County and Broward County, where Miami is, going blue makes sense. The Keys and the Everglades, Monroe County going to Trump does not surprise me. This is where all the, like, rich Trump yacht folks are, so it doesn't surprise me. And I believe the Villages is somewhere around here, if I'm not mistaken. Listen, I'm decent at geography. I'm not a god at it or anything, okay? Oh, we got an update. Harris is at 2.6, nearly 2.7 million votes, while Trump is at 3.2 million votes. The Red Mirage is still strong, but not that strong, to be honest. However, Harris is at 3, and Trump is at 19. electoral votes so far, assuming they called the election now. Remember, these results so far, in terms of the electoral vote, are just if they called the states now, and we are hours, maybe days from some states getting called. So do not think that this is the results yet, or the results so far even. Yeah, these are baby numbers so far. But Trump is currently, Harris is now at nearly 3.1 million, putting Trump at nearly 800,000 votes ahead of Harris right now in the popular vote. You have a $5 super chat, Zan. Oh, do I now? Yo, Mr. Krabs, thank you for the $5 super chat over on YouTube. So, Zan, you forgot to read my other super chat. And also, I have a clip for you in chat as Hopium when the early ballot starts coming as the big go-on. Oh, Pog, thank you, Mr. Krabs. Let me check and read your other super chat that I missed. Ah, here it is. Mr. Krabs with the $2 super chat says I got a clip in chat when early ballots start. Hell yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it. On top of that, I want to say thank you to Eternal Wolfbane for the $10 donation. Oh my god, you guys are overwhelming me tonight. Thank you. Said howdy from a proud trans man in Texas. Voted early for once and blew down ballot. That's what I like to hear, Eternal Wolfbane. Thank you so much for the $10. And God help us. Thank you. Kamina Sethna, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate, or Kalmina Sethna, thank you. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for the $5. Says, Kalmina stands with Kamala. Thank you for what you do, Zan. Thank you for your support, and I hope that I can continue doing what I do for you guys. And as long as you guys keep being so kind and supportive, then I certainly will be able to. Mind you, don't forget, even if you've donated, I will never turn down a thumbs up on the stream. Every like you guys leave on the stream, it means so much to me. Thank you guys. Look at Alabama, please. Let's see. Sweet home Alabama. Where the skies are so blue. I don't see anything getting called yet. At least not on this site. If anyone's got a better website, then perhaps link it to me. But Alabama doesn't seem to have anything going on with it just yet, guys. Trump is now at 4 million votes. And Harris at 3.2 million, holding this roughly 800,000 to 400,000 lead that Donald Trump has held throughout the election so far, thus maintaining the long-standing and predicted phenomenon of the Red Mirage. It's not as strong as I expected, though. If I remember right, whenever, like, Biden was at 3 million votes in the popular vote, Trump was at, like, 6 million or something like that. The previous, like, I think Trump had millions of votes before the mail-in started to get voted during the last election, so I don't know, I'm feeling optimistic. Just using the Google tracker. Ah, maybe the Google tracker is the best one, I don't know. Missouri is in around 40 minutes. We'll start getting votes counted in Missouri. All right, let's take a look at Indiana. How's it looking? Johnson County and Hamilton County are leaning for Harris, but overall, Indiana is 60% leaning on Trump so far. That's a rough scene right there. Kentucky leaning 72% Trump so far, with only Franklin County leaning in favor of Harris. And by how much? Not by a lot, only by 5%. But remember, guys, votes are still being counted, and these are mostly just rural counties being counted. Yeah, the fact it isn't higher with a ton of deep red states is strange and hopefully good news. Let's hope so. Ooh. Got something in my eye. How's Washington doing? No, we're not even close. You forgot to play my clip. Oh, I do need to play your clip, One Piece. Thank you for reminding me. It's a cover of a Sonic song. To be fair, One Piece 34 donated for this. Banger. Alright. Pretty solid. Thank you for that, One Piece. Yeah, that cover does slap pretty hard, I will say. Back to it, guys. Let's take a look at Florida. Oh, shit, guys. 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 According to Google Tracker, Georgia is going red now, sad face. Remember, guys, that's exactly what to expect. Expect this map to light up red for like 8 to 12 hours. 20k Jill Stein votes. Good God. Man, I hope Russia's paying her well. Did you guys see that video of her in Russia, in Moscow recently? She did a video where she's standing in the capital of Russia talking about doing like a summit to end US hegemony. Zan, look at Mississippi. Mississippi Queen! Down in New Orleans. No, nothing interesting happening in Mississippi right now. I am missing my sippy, guys. Zan, can you please check West Virginia, specifically Kanawha County. Kanawha County, West Virginia. Or that one. Oh, was that it? Here it is. Guys, we don't know shit. Virginia's turned blue on your map. Oh shit! 54% Harris lead so far in Virginia. That's a good look. 5,000 votes ahead for Harris. That's good to see. In West, or just Virginia, not West Virginia, right? Yeah, Virginia. Virginia. Look at New Hampshire. Or that's Vermont. Oh, I'm so bad with New England, guys. I'm so bad with New England. Where is it? New England is so stupid. Oh, I'm so sorry if you're from Vermont. Oh, there it is. Oh, we already... whatever. Whatever. I give up. Xana was the first one to turn dark gray. Oh yeah, here we go. I don't know why, but I had like an aversion to hovering over that one for some reason. Oh, shit! Hold on. Oh! Look at that. Oh! Look at that. That's pretty blue. That's pretty blue. I like to see it. Harris currently sitting at 3.6 million votes and Trump at 4.5 million. I will say Trump is gaining a lead in popular votes, but like I said, do not doom her. This is to be expected. New Hampshire and Virginia are now blue, it would seem. I love how Zan just sometimes sounds like a regular show character. Yeah, I like to do that.
You know who else sounds like a regular show character?
North Carolina closes in 4 minutes, guys. Oh, boy. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Oh, man. Not gonna lie, this is my first time actually paying attention to the polls. I know you say not to be doomer, but I'm nervous for once. Listen, not shared for work, as someone who has watched multiple elections happen very closely, and I've seen one happen where, Trump loses, okay? Trump gains a big lead early on. That is just how that works. You're drinking to calm your nerves. Do we have any other segments that you can get prepared in the background? I've got a couple of ideas, Cleaver120. We'll see how the night goes. Zan Kanawa is pronounced Kanwa? Kana? But more squished. I can probably tell you how it's pronounced in a Discord voice chat. I'm okay, Popcorn is life. We're real focused right now. Watching from Puerto Rico, really? Real? Damn, 2 different sets of elections had me feeling 2 different sets of anxiety at the same time. Epic! That's neat. I think that's the Puerto Rico flag. I'll feel stupid if it's not. Not the best at recognizing countries by their flags. Xanderhall, Florida could possibly go blue because of abortion, but I doubt it. Could. It very well could. Right now, Florida is not that strongly held by Trump, actually. Like, Florida isn't going to be a strong Trump win by the looks of things, but I will say, right now, Trump is holding a strong popular vote lead, with Harris at 3.8 million and Trump at 4.7 million. Trump is nearly 1 million ahead Harris right now. Which is, as I mentioned before, kind of expected. Like in 2020, Trump was ahead by, God, millions of votes in front of Biden for a while. And then he stopped being ahead, and that's why they started screaming, "Stop the count." Kamala is overtaken in Georgia. Has she now? It's not showing that on my end, but let's hope so. Slashy says this is going to be a blowout. Harris takes the lead in Georgia. 51.1% to Trump, 48.5%. Stop the count. Yeah, guys, stop the count. We're supposed to do that, right? The polls have closed. Stop the count. Florida, the red crown jewel, is at 46 to 53. It is looking interesting how Florida could potentially be lost by Republicans in the future, you know? This is amazing. What do you got here, War Penguin? Turnout in Philadelphia looks amazing for Democrats. Michigan is on pace to beat turnout records. Something is happening. The momentum is palpable right now for Trump. The surge is happening, according to Charlie Kirk. I hit a Jill Stein voter with my car when I left. 27,000 likes on this tweet goes crazy. Man, I need to queue up some good music for if things start going good. Hold on. Nah, that won't work. Damn. I was hoping I could find some fitting FF14 music for if Kamala Harris starts to pull ahead, you know? Zan, what do you think of playing Uno after this? No, we're not playing Uno. Popcorn is life. Don't be, fucking, what's the word for it? Parasocial. West Virginia, leaning on Trump right now. God damn. Trump now ahead in the current results with 23 electoral votes to Harris's 3 electoral votes. Now, to be fair, these results are far from finalized. Far from finalized. So, take this with a grain of salt. But this is what the election's looking like so far. Harris at 4 million and Trump at 4.9 million with almost a 1 million lead in popular vote. But I need to point something out to you. If Trump wins, he is not going to win the popular vote. He's never won the popular vote before. Not even that one time when he won the election. So, the fact that Trump is barely pulling a lead of almost 1 million in front of Harris in the popular vote so early isn't looking great for Trump. actually not looking that great. Harris now at 4.1 million and Trump at 5.1 million himself, solidifying that 1 million ahead lead in the popular vote, but not that strong of a lead this early in the election when you expect Trump to be getting so many votes from these immediate, like, today ballot casts. Get that Helldivers song up when Kamala starts Yeah, true, I gotta get the Helldivers theme. Guys, democracy. We will not doom her. I want all of you to salute and chat. I want you to hit that like button, and I want... What a banger. God damn, the soundtrack of Helldivers goes insane. Oh. Man, I'm not gonna lie. Oh man, I ain't done mute Badassatron. What the hell? There you go. I've resurrected you myself, Badassatron. I will say, guys, in about 20 minutes I want to run and use the restroom and grab my shake, so I'll be AFK, but only for a moment, and I'll probably just leave this up on screen when I'm gone, so you guys don't have to wonder about the results. Hey, Abby Gretel, welcome back. It's good to see ya. The results are looking about as expected. The Red Mirage is, in fact, real. Harris currently at 4.2 million votes, and Trump at 5.3 million votes so far. Florida's at 70% of the votes counted? No way. Damn, yeah, it's looking like Trump's probably taken Florida, guys. If that's the case, if 70% of votes have been counted, oh, God, 25,000 votes went to Jill Stein. It's not enough to have any real impact on these results, but still. Fucking idiots, man. More counties in New Hampshire are blue now? Indeed. Harris is leaning pretty blue. Or New Hampshire's leaning pretty blue. It is indeed. This will probably end up going blue as well. So Vermont and New Hampshire. Yeah, I think it's safe to call Vermont and New Hampshire for Harris at this point. So that is a total of 7 electoral votes for Harris realistically so far. Let's see how Georgia is doing right now. Ooh, man. Trump is pretty ahead in Georgia right now, but to be fair, these are mostly all more rural counties being counted and finalizing their counts very quickly. As you expect, right? What about Florida? How's Florida looking? Yeah. Still. South Carolina? How are we looking here? Ooh, strong Trump lean so far, but we're only talking 60,000 to 40,000 votes, right? We're really not a lot of votes have been counted here in South Carolina just yet, but it's probably going to go to Trump, to be completely honest. It's South Carolina. North Carolina, on the other hand, wow! Yeah, damn, I know we're only at like a little over 1 million, or a little over 100,000 votes counted so far, but that's a pretty ridiculously strong lead for Harris. Jesus. What the fuck? North Carolina. Proud of you, I guess. And Virginia as well. Leaning in a light Harris favorability. Only by a couple thousand votes, but leaning lightly in favor of Harris so far. Oh boy, oh boy. A lot of these states are too close to call so far. Mind you, we're too early in the election so far to even call any of these states. Even, like, there's still a chance Vermont and New Hampshire could go for Trump. Not likely considering her lead so far, but man, it could still happen. No state, whether for Harris or Trump, is fully set in stone yet. We're too early into the election to know just yet. Oh god, my nose. Why it itch like that? Guys, if you're enjoying this stream and you want to drop some support, I would massively appreciate if you dropped a like. It's totally free, it takes half a second, and every single like is like a blue ballot telling YouTube to push my content in the algorithm. I really do appreciate it. You guys are just immensely supportive for just being here, but I appreciate every single one of you who goes out of your way to hit that like button. No matter what. You guys are awesome. Let's see, how's Ohio doing? Ohio Riz, Oh, about what I expected. A pretty strong lean for Trump, but we've only counted about 150k votes so far. About 200, almost 200k, so let's hold our breath on Ohio. Exit polls, Zan? Let's check out these exit polls, War Penguin. According to exit polls in Nevada, 47% Trump, 44% Harris. Is Arizona, 46% Trump, 46% Harris. Georgia, 46% Trump, 49% Harris. Michigan, 45% Trump, 48% Harris. Wisconsin, 44% Trump, 47% Harris. North Carolina, 43% Trump, 48% Harris. Pennsylvania, 47% Trump and 46% Harris. Damn, Trump could win PA. Let's hope not, guys. Let's hope he doesn't. It's gonna be close. I like that the exit polls are either showing it as really close if Trump is winning, or a strong win if Kamala is winning. Ugh. Let's check in on Indiana, see how it's doing. Yeah, Trump's holding a strong lead of about 180k in Indiana so far. Let's check Kentucky, a hard red state. Leading by about 170,000 votes in Kentucky so far. And West Virginia? Leaning red, but for no reason, apparently. I don't know if that's a bug. See if Connecticut is producing any results? Let's see. Not getting any results out of Connecticut just yet, my friends. I apologize. Vermont is now the... Kamala Harris is the projected winner in Vermont, with Trump as the projected winner in Indiana and West Virginia. So Trump is probably guaranteed, based on the current results. Yeah, he's guaranteed roughly 19 electoral votes, but West Virginia could change. We'll see. We'll see what West Virginia does. And obviously it's still early in the night, so no doomering, chat. Wait, I'm confused. Does Alaska not have counties? It might, but Alaska's fucking huge, doesn't... Man, maybe it doesn't have counties. What the fuck? Maybe too few people live there or something? I don't know. Yeah, you gotta remember, there's going to be a blue wave. There always is a blue wave. Alaska's bigger by landmass than Texas? Yeah, it's fucking huge. I don't know why they would show it as so little on this map, but I guess it's because they, like, just crop it out and pull it down from a normal flattened map. We don't doom, we goon. We do, in fact, goon here. We goon so hard and so frequently. I don't know. I don't know where to take that bit. Fuck Florida, Lamau? Yes, indeed. Fuck Florida. How's Florida doing? 54% to Trump. Trump is ahead over 1 million votes in Florida. About what you expect. Most counties in Florida have been called so far. So Florida is looking pretty hard red, as you would expect. Mothman should Fed post so we can win West Virginia. True. When we go on the USA goes blue, I want to say something really quick. No doomer. But if Donald Trump does win, I need you to understand that Donald Trump, if he wins, will have won solely because of 2 issues. Overriding even Americans' desire to protect abortion rights. One of the strongest wedge issues in politics. It will be the economy, and it will be immigration. Americans are brain rotted on immigration, and trust Trump more on immigration than they do Kamala Harris. And unfortunately, immigration is one of the highest polling issues this entire election. Secondarily being, or primarily being, just behind economics. Like just the economy in general. And despite the fact that Trump does nothing good for the economy, Trump still presided over, like, what, a 2.1% inflation rate average over his presidency, while Harris and Biden have overseen an average of 12.5 or something like that. a pretty high inflation rate. Nothing to do with their respective presidencies. In fact, Biden has done more than Trump ever did to try and deal with any economic turmoil the country went through. But regardless, people still look at that low inflation rate during Trump's presidency, and they think that a Trump presidency will mean a better economy. So keep that in mind, guys. Trump keeps inheriting and destroying good economies. Let's hope he doesn't do it again, guys. Hoping for Blueshigan tonight? Indeed. I would love to see Trump supporters cope and seethe. Zan, watch North Carolina? Oh, damn. Listen, not a lot of votes have been counted yet, but that is a strong Harris lead in North Carolina. That is good to see. I'm liking that result so far. Keep it up, North Carolina. Zan, check out Monongalia County in West Virginia. It's so close. Oh yeah, it is pretty close in West Virginia. Ooh, this is a state leaning in favor of Trump. And there's a county, one of the two counties that have been called so far. It's not that, it's pretty close. Expected vote reporting is 63%. So this very much could change in favor of Kamala Harris. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Man. How's Texas looking right now? We wouldn't know. Texas doesn't have anything going on with it right now. It's too early to say. Keep in mind that in Georgia, Fulton, Cobb, etc. haven't reported votes yet. I wouldn't worry about Georgia. That's true. A lot of counties in Georgia haven't reported their votes yet. You gotta keep in mind, we are so early. Do not doomer over these results yet. The red wave, or not red wave, the red mirage is a very known thing. In fact, because we've got 503 people here right now, now would probably be a better time than any to replay, but sped up most likely, that Philip DeFranco clip. At least the beginning part of it, because it's going to explain things. It explains things really well. God damn, stream is popping off. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate your support.
I want to make sure that everyone was aware.
This is a really good clip from Philip DeFranco, guys, and does a great job of explaining to you why I'm not doomering right now, despite the current results. Mind you, this exact phenomenon he's about to talk about is what happened in 2020, when it looked like Trump was going to win, then Biden pulled through when they started counting the absentee and mail-in ballots.
Tonight. And then, so listen up, this is incredibly important for election night. I may even play this once or several times during our election night live stream. Because I want to prepare you, on election night, you're going to see a common trend across swing states. Very likely, Donald Trump will lead early on, and then Kamala Harris will suddenly start to catch up. And this isn't, as MAGA folks will suggest, proof that the Democrats are cheating in the election by dumping fake ballots, but instead, it is a well-known phenomenon called the red mirage or blue shift. Now, in some ways, it might be slightly less pronounced this year, especially when you compare it to 2020, but in others, there are new rules in place that could help fuel conspiracies and lead to demands that votes stop being counted. So the question, why exactly does this illusion happen? Well, there are a few factors at play, like that rural areas, which often lean Republican, finish counting faster than urban areas, which are usually Democrat. Also, on top of that, Republicans usually favor in-person voting on the day of the election, while Democrats tend to prefer mail-in or early voting. Although a key thing is there might be a slight shift this year, as it seems that more Republicans have considered using early voting, with many states reporting upwards of 50% of registered voters using that method. Whereas that's eaten away at mail-in voting, although those votes are still very likely to be instrumental in the election. And in both cases, there are often new rules in place that delay when those votes are counted, especially in battleground ones, where they're generally not allowed to be tallied until election day itself. And in the most extreme cases, things like mail-in ballots, they're not even tallied until after the polls close. So there's just piles of ballots sitting with poll workers that aren't allowed to be looked at or counted well until the day starts. Right? So when you hear stories about boxes full of ballots being dropped off, that's usually why. They're just being delivered in chunks to polling places for later count, all of which ends up being used by conspiracy theorists to say that fake ballots are being dropped off. Right? Even Trump said that counting ballots after election day was an issue back in 2020, and many of his supporters have continued to push for all ballots to be counted on election day itself or not count. And this year, I mean, they're going to be in for some disappointment because pretty much every swing state has already admitted that they likely won't even have unofficial results by the end of the night. Because again, despite states getting these ballots early, workers are often not allowed to count them until election day itself. That's why you have folks like Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, already warned warning that the ballots there will not be fully counted until after Election Day. And notably, that is partially because of rules that his fellow Republicans have put in place. Things like that mail-in ballots couldn't be counted until 7 a.m. today, and they have to stop at 8 p.m. tonight. But then, by 10 p.m., there needs to be a tally of all the uncounted ballots so far, presumably to stop any extra.
So yeah, there is a lot of work still to be done in terms of ballot counting, as you can see. Things could very well change later into the night, and they very well will change later into the night. The majority of Kamala Harris's support has not been shown in the results yet, so I think it's very important to keep that in mind. So if you're wondering why is Zan not doomering despite the results looking a little grim so far, that is why. It is not necessary. Mind you, I want to say thank you to everybody here right now, obviously. Consider hitting that like button if you want to support me. Dropping a thumbs up on the stream means a lot and helps a ton. So thank you to everybody who goes out of their way to do that. It really helps a lot. TSW Shadow Wolf, thank you so much for the $5 super chat as well. Hot damn, thank you. Says, I think my PayPal is perma-screwed, but my Beyblade UX10 Nightmail customized set, shaped recently, it comes with it, or shipped recently, it comes with a whole bunch of good parts. Well, I hope you have fun with that, TSW Shadow Wolf. May it ease your heavy heart as we get these results for the election. King of the Car Park, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you. Said, do you think same-day exit polls could be influenced by the Red Mirage? Also, I would not be surprised if North Carolina is so blue because of the excellent Biden-Harris hurricane response. They very much are affected by the Red Mirage, and the fact that they already lean so heavy in favor of Harris is a great sign. A really good sign. Thank you for the $5, though, King of the Car Park. I really appreciate it. Let me update that dono goal really fast. Reflect you guys' generosity. Now, in a few minutes, I'm going to take a break to go use the restroom, grab my shake, my mass gainer shake, so I have something to eat and drink that's, like, going to help kick me up a little bit, and fill me up a little. And I'm also going to put on the onesie. So I hope you guys are hyped. It's a blue one, too. I'm putting on the blue onesie. Hopefully, me all in blue will like, overpower the red votes, you know what I'm saying? Harris currently at 5.7 million votes. Trump currently just ticked over to 7.1 million. God damn. The Red Mirage is real, ladies and gentlemen. Trump ahead millions of votes so far nationally. But, as I said before, just like in 2020, there was a point where Trump was ahead by like 6 or 7 million votes for a little while. This is exactly what to expect. And it's a strong mirage, but still a mirage? Let's hope so, guys. Hey, Zan, check out this banger Helldivers song, You Should Be Fine, copyright wise, because Jonathan Young's a cool dude. I appreciate it, Galaxy Bomb, but we're going to focus on the results for right now. I appreciate it, though. Man, guys. There are bomb threats in the Fulton area in Georgia? Dude, that does not surprise me. The Republicans are willing to get down and dirty with this shit. Xander Hall, so even though there's barely any North Carolina votes in, they're already calling the governor, not president, governor, for the Dem, and self-identified black Nazi is losing big at the moment. Let's hope so. Let's hope it keeps that. That's some good news. North Carolina is actually cooking this election so far. Can we just say, base North Carolina? Like, what the fuck? Like, damn! Not a lot of votes counted so far, but Jesus! What is North Carolina cooking right now? Whatever it is, I want some. North Carolina. Can you lower the chat a little bit? It's right in front of Kamala's numbers. Ah, you're right. I probably should. Let me do that. There we go. Is that better, chat? How do you guys like that? I'm gonna go brush my teeth, then I'll play something on my computer. Either way, I'll bring my computer into the living room and play Fallout 4. Nice, Cleaver120. I hope you have fun. Thank you for hanging out in my stream. Oh, man, guys. Harris at 6 million votes and Trump at 7.4 million. The current gap being roughly 1.4 million votes. If Trump wins, it's zombie time. That is true. Here's a bit of a silver lining. If Trump wins, there's like almost certainly going to be a zombie apocalypse, right? Like definitely. And it'll be like one of those super unrealistic zombie apocalypses where the military actually fails against shambling loser-ass zombies because Trump won't know how to organize the military efficiently and quickly enough to stop the outbreak. Harris leading in Ohio? No way! Is she rising? Oh shit, yeah! Ohio flipped! Trump was in the lead in Ohio. This is what I'm talking about, guys. As the night goes on, you're gonna start to see this happening. Remember when Trump was in the lead before in Ohio? Look at that. Man, Harris is pulled far ahead of Trump. Maybe it's just because they're counting some pretty blue areas right now, but damn. Don't doom her, guys, but don't bloom her too hard either, because things could flip around a lot, you know? Places that are blue now could go red, and places that are red now will likely go blue. Cincinnati will go red, unfortunately. They're not based there. Yeah, no one talks or cares about Cincinnati, so that's probably a pretty good reason why they go red. Glad North Carolina is based. I honestly just want Robinson to lose. Yeah, Robinson's got to go. How's Marjorie Taylor Greene doing, by the way? I assume she's winning her election. I genuinely have no doubt in my mind that Marjorie Taylor Greene wins her re-election. She speaks to the Georgia soccer moms out there, the Karens, you know? The like, smiling Titan looking ass MAGA ladies. Deport Ivanka, Jesus. She's up a lot? Yep. I don't know if you guys know this, but Marjorie Taylor Greene has won by a landslide in all of her elections. Marjorie Taylor Greene will almost certainly win by another landslide this time, too. She is exactly what her voters and supporters in her base, in her area, want. She is a perfect representative of those people. So she's always going to win with the landslide. Marjorie Taylor Greene is probably in politics to stay. Xander Hall, not so fast about Cincinnati. They have a Dem governor who is Muslim. Fair. Yeah, who knows? Maybe they go based. I would like to hope so. I would like to hope so. Listen, guys, I will be right back. I'm going to use the restroom, grab my shake from upstairs, and put on the onesie. So I'm just going to go AFK for a minute. Don't go anywhere. I'm not ending stream or anything. But I will be right back, everybody. Enjoy these live updating results while I am gone. I will be back in like 2 minutes, okay? Stay tuned. Alrighty, guys. I have returned. My bathroom break was successful, and I've almost got this onesie on. I'm almost ready to do the grand reveal. But so far, Harris stands at 6.4 million votes, and Trump at 7.9, nearly 8 million. There we go, 8.3 million to Harris's almost 7 million now votes, maintaining a roughly 1 million lead on Harris so far. But keep in mind, things are gonna change a lot, especially as time zone stuff starts to catch up. God damn it, this onesie's being a little complicated right now. Okay, there we go. Pull this up and over. Button these puppies up. Gotta button these hoes up. Don't want my big, shiny, oily pecs gleaming out at the stream. Zan, look at Ohio. Ohio Riz! Ohio! Ohio! Alright, let's check it out. Let's see if Ohio is rizzling. Let's hope for some Ohio Riz, guys. Are you ready for the reveal? Blue Xanderhall. Xander Blue. Oh, W Ohio Riz, guys. Let's see how... Whoa-ho! That's a big update. Holy shit. It seems that Oklahoma, Missouri, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Alabama, Florida, and West Virginia are being called for Trump, putting Trump at 90 electoral votes so far, presumably. Obviously, things will update and change. And Harris at 27. But keep in mind, there are a lot of states that are going to go to Harris, it looks like, that have not been counted yet. No way. Do not doomer. Like I said, early in the night, we're going to see Trump pull ahead a fair amount. That is exactly what's expected. All political experts have said this. And Harris is likely to pull ahead substantially as they begin to really count the mail-in absentee ballots and the ones that mostly make up a lot of Harris's electoral votes, or actual votes. Those are all hard red states. Yeah, those are states that were easy to call. Let's hope for a blue Texas, guys. I am shaking up my thermos of Mass Gainer Shake. Ready for a little bit of chocolate. Check Texas, let's see how they're doing. I know it's just one county and only like 500,000 votes, but damn! You never thought you'd see that in your life, huh? It's not gonna stay like this, I bet. I would love for it to. I don't feel like it will. But damn. Never thought you would see that in your life, right? A Democrat holding a lead overall in Texas. Damn. Harris is up in PA as well, apparently. I'm not seeing that on my end, but like I said, PA is still pretty up in the air right now. It could go any way. So don't get your hopes too high. What was the other place? People said Georgia? Trump is still holding a decent lead in Georgia, but not a lot of votes have been counted yet. We're only at 33% reporting. Very low amount reporting. The fact it's that weak in favor of Trump, though, at that low of a reporting amount is not good for him. Bro, I just heard something explode near my workplace. Jesus Christ, me Demix. I hope it wasn't, like, terrorism. I hope it was, like, just a car, like, backfiring or something like that. But it's hard to confuse a car backfiring with an explosion. Maybe a gunshot, but not an explosion. Well, me Demix, if it just happened, you may want to call the police and try to give them an idea of where the sound was and where it came from. Because it could have been a gas leak. It would be more likely than not it could have been a gas leak. Those are scary, by the way. Cloverfield is coming? Yeah. If Harris loses, the Cloverfield monster comes and wipes us all out. But if Trump wins, then Godzilla comes and wipes us all out. This is real Cocomelon politics. Thank you for attending my TED Talk. Anyway, Vermont. Is currently leaning on Harris. Massachusetts. The spirit of Massachusetts is the spirit of America. The spirit of what? Okay, we're not doing it. But Leaning on Harris right now. Maryland, leaning on Harris right now. Not giving us numbers on how much, but we'll take their word for it, that it's leaning towards Harris. I think Rick Scott won. God damn it, I hate that fucker. You know I shook his hand, right? I was like 10, but I shook his hand as hard as I could. I hope it hurt, but it probably didn't. I was very little. But yeah, I did the state science fair. Like, I did, like, the school science fair, and it was so good that they escalated me through, like, different levels of science fair until I found myself in a suit at the state science fair shaking the, at the time, governor of Florida, Rick Scott's, hand I believe it was Tallahassee, I think, is where it happened. Maybe not, though. I don't remember where it took place. But yeah, that was pretty crazy. There's a news article of it. It existed, like, it got posted in the news. Like, a picture of me, like, me with my curly blonde hair back then and my, like, little badge that they give you, because I was there in front of my project in a little suit. I've shown it on stream before. Massive Harris lead in PA, no shot. Wow! Listen, we're only at 3% reporting, though, guys. Listen, that's raw as fuck, and this is awesome. But remember, we're only at 3% reporting, so don't get too high expectations, okay? Don't doomer, but also don't get too excited, because the more excited you get, if things go badly, it's a harder fall, okay? Don't care I'm hopium? So I like to see, Dark Lord Kermit. Same furtive focus. Does Zan read YouTube comments? I do sometimes, yes. Mostly read YouTube or website chat. If you're in YouTube chat right now and you want to be a part of the chat you see on screen down there on the bottom left of the screen that I mostly am reading, where most of my community is, you want to click the link up there. You see that little, like, pop up on the chat, that little, like, thing that says Xander Hall, please like. Click on that. At the bottom, there's a link to my website. Super fast to make an account. You need to sign up with your already existing Google or your Twitch or your YouTube or whatever. Make it a name. Pick whatever name you want. Pick your pronouns. Don't forget to pick your pronouns, guys. I like to be able to see what pronouns you guys have, so I don't have to just use they, them all the time by default when referring to you guys. If I know you're blue, then I know you're he, him, and I can say, oh, he said that. Regardless, though, I hope to see you on the site. Pretty awesome. On top of that, I want to say thank you to Sky Needs Sleep for the $2 super chat, who said, voted for Harris in Oklahoma, love your content, blue heart, and pride flag. Thank you, Sky Needs Sleep, and I am proud of you for voting for Harris. That is what I like to hear. Thank you. And then Michaela Rose, thank you for the $5 super chat on YouTube. Says, it's Depression Day. Here's some money for a thing. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You are so kind. Thank you, and hopefully you're not depressed. No doomering in my chat. I am here to keep you guys upbeat, because I know that this red mirage has a tendency to make lefties and progressives nervous on election night, but I'm here to make sure you guys know that things are nowhere near as glum as they look. In fact, I'd actually argue these are really good-looking results so far. We currently have Blexus. How blue is Texas still? Still pretty blue, but more counties are now reporting in red for Trump, which is what you expect. God, this is, yeah, this is where Dallas is. So Dallas obviously goes to Trump. Houston and Austin will obviously go to not Dallas, sorry. Dallas goes to Harris. Houston, Austin, and, yeah, Houston and Austin will definitely go to Harris as well. But the rest of Texas will probably go pretty hard Trump, I feel like, you know? Check Michigan. Let's see. Michigan. Whoa! We're at 2% reporting in Michigan, but that's pretty nice. That's what I like to see. Remember, neither of these two candidates have gotten even close to 270, which is what they need to win yet. And these states aren't even fully called in a lot of cases yet, so we're still very early on, okay? Things are still very tumultuous here. Things are getting crazy. Yeah, Harris is ahead in PA, in Pennsylvania here. You're not wrong, by a lot, too. Though we're only at 5% reporting now, that's good to see. How's Georgia looking, though? Is Harris pulling ahead in Georgia? Atlanta! Atlanta! We need you, Atlanta! Come on! Please! The white man must once again rely on black people to save the fucking world. Oh. Legit. Oh my god, Black America, please, please. Cook this racist. Please. What did Zan say? The white man must once again rely on black people to save the world, like last election, when Black America elected Biden and stopped the fascists from destroying our country 4 years ago. This election is mostly in women's court, like it's kind of women's job to save men's asses here, low-key. But yeah, we'll see how things go. I'm hoping that Atlanta and other bigger cities like Macon and whatnot in Georgia go hard blue enough that we see, oh shit, that we see another Blorgia. It's done it before. We saw Blorgia last election. We know you can do it. We know you can do it, Georgia. Save me, Donald Trump. Who remembers that video? Seriously, black male America, listen to your mothers and or wives. I know how many of y'all are having a Trump phase. Yeah, that is a little bit of a thing, but not that much of a thing, you know? Like, I feel like overall, even if you account for how many Gen Z men in general are leaning right, I feel like most young black men are leaning left, right? Certainly in Georgia. Like, you can't be black in Georgia and not have, like, a pretty decent idea of how bad racism can get. It's fucking Georgia. Like, you gotta be kind of, like, ready to fight against that shit when it's trying to take power. I feel like, you know? And on top of that, Puerto Ricans, please! Puerto Ricans, can you... Lock in! Lock in, Puerto Ricans. They called you trash. Make them feel like trash in response. Apparently Puerto Rico did a vote on whether or not to become a state. Like whether or not they want to become a U.S. state. And the majority do want to become a U.S. state, but the people who don't are older, and they really don't want to be a state. Oh, South Carolina looks like it's been called for Trumpy. Mr. Trumperson. Yeah, that is a pretty strong lead, although that is only 23% reporting, mind you. So don't get your hopes too low, because we are literally at less than a quarter of the state counted, or votes reported. I don't know, guys. Things are actually looking really good. I know it doesn't look like it, but maybe I'm huffing copium. Harris ahead in Ohio still. Not by an insane amount, but still by a decent amount. It's pretty nice to see. Her being ahead in Ohio at all is quite impressive. Georgia? How's Georgia looking? Ah, damn. Only at 37% reporting, but Trump's still ahead. Harris is doing well in PA? No, PA. Yeah, she is. Damn. Remember, though, we're only at 5% reporting. Ohio looked like this at 5% reporting, and now it's neck and neck. So you guys got to keep in mind. I have to huff to breathe. Here, guys, let me teach you some breathing exercises, because I know probably more than most of you have anxiety, to be completely honest. I'm going to teach you guys something, all right? Take your hands, put them on your stomach above your belly button, okay? But don't push on your stomach. No pressure. Just gently place them there and follow your stomach as you breathe, all right? And then I want you to take a nice, slow, and methodical, as long and deep as you can manage. Challenge yourself. Deep breath through your nose. And fill up that stomach. Make your hands rise, and then just out through your mouth. 1 of those will make you feel better. 3 of those will make you feel a lot better. 5 will make you feel way better. If you're dealing with anxiety and your chest or stomach feel like they're twisted up in knots or you feel sick, please do that. I highly recommend it. I know that my telling you things are far from over is not likely to be enough to, make you feel better about the results so far, but trust me, just breathe, focus on breathing, and trust in your boy Zan, okay? Xanderhall, Florida is definitely going red, but it's still closer than I expected. Yeah, it is closer than I expected. We're only at 81% reporting in Florida, but really, yeah. Damn, 43 to 55, pretty close for the red jewel of the GOP. Zan, me and my GF are currently on call, both watching your stream. She doesn't have an account, though, so she's a traitor. Ah, damn. Well, tell her I said sorry for burping there. She probably got grossed out. Well, that sounds so fun, Tostito, man. That is really wholesome, Big Chungus. Don't be sad because it's Jover, chat. Be happy that it's commencing. What's this, Slashy? What you got for me? Ohio Senate results. Democrat looks like they're going to win by 51.1%. Rah. That's what I like to see. Kamala is dumpstering in PA right now. Yeah, calling Puerto Ricans trash was not a good idea on the part of the Trump campaign. Not a great idea. There are a lot of Puerto Ricans in New England, guys. I think New England will probably go bluer than expected because of that Puerto Rico comment. Isn't New England, there's a lot of Puerto Ricans in New England, right? I always thought it was just kind of funny that a lot of people that I've known in my life when I lived in Florida that are Puerto Rican are from, Massachusetts and Connecticut. And New Hampshire and shit. They're from, New England, so more often than not. And so I don't know why, if there's, a socioeconomic reason for that. Is there, a massive Puerto Rican population in New England? Is that, an iconically known thing? Blue Kansas? No shot. No shot. No shot. It's at 6% reporting. There's no way Kansas is gonna go blue. This has to be because, Kansas City... Or it would be no, Kansas City would be right on the edge. Oh, shit. Wait. Damn, okay. Yeah, Kansas being blue right now is actually kind of surprising. What the hell? Been a New Englander my whole life. We basically always go blue. Well, obviously, yeah, because it goes back a long way being more progressive. But I'm more so referring to, Pennsylvania in particular, I know has a large Puerto Rican population that Trump needed to win. But is that true of most of New England? I'm curious just how much of an impact that recent rally in New York might have. Fuck, Cruz pulled ahead. Oh no, not Cancun Cruz. Not Cancun Cruz! If you're enjoying the stream, by the way, please consider hitting the like button. It's like casting a ballot to let YouTube know to push my content and the algorithm out to new and old viewers alike. So I really do appreciate it. Pennsylvania is not New England? Really? I thought New England is I thought New England starts at Maryland and is everything up to here. Pennsylvania doesn't count? Is it just this? Just along the coast and up here? You're the expert, Heavy Gretel. You're the New Englander that I know. Actually, technically, my friend Ethan is now a New Englander as well. Puerto Rican, Pennsylvanian here, lol. Okay, Star, you're exactly who I need to talk to. Is there a lot of Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania all the way up to Maine area? like a particularly large amount that Trump might have low-key completely lost the support of, hopefully. You're free, average drink enjoyer. Sorry Zanbot did that to you. I'm convinced Trump absolutely will not win the popular vote since the last one to win was like Bush. Yeah, Trump will not win the popular vote. That's kind of what I'm getting, trying to tell you here right now, is that Harris at 11 million and Trump at 13 million, yes, he is ahead by a couple million votes, but Trump won't win the popular vote in the end. There is going to be a big swing, and the fact that Trump's popular vote lead, that Red Mirage, is so weak right now, man, it's actually not looking... It's looking good for him, but it's also not looking good for him if you're willing to look at the results and the likelihood completely honestly. Star says, I'm not entirely sure because I live in a rural area, but my neighbors are also Puerto Ricans. They still have a Trump sign up, sadly. Ugh, that's sad. Trump never won the popular vote. Unfortunately, it's the undemocratic system that matters. Yeah, the Electoral College. John Brown, save us. Ghost of John Brown, please save us. Right now, I'm just waiting to hear from the results for the senator to know if Colin Allred won. True. I'm Pennsylvanian, and almost every Latino I went to high school with was Puerto Rican. Yeah, man. Let's hope Trump is fucking screwed himself in Pennsylvania. Harris holding a strong lead at 7% reporting in Pennsylvania right now. That is what I like to see. Ohio is at 50 and 49 at 38% reporting. I don't know, guys. Harris could hold the lead. Trump could take it. This is a real toss-up situation in Ohio Riz right now. I'm guessing Trump's already taken the lead in Texas, right? There's no way Harris is still in the lead in Texas, right? Yeah, okay, there we go. That's about what I expected. Yeah, here's Houston going to Harris as expected. Dallas going to Harris as expected. I think Austin's around here, if I remember the geography right, somewhere in this area. So we're going to see blue light up here. And then most of the rest is going to end up being red. That's about what you expect. Yeah, all these rural places, and then Dallas and Houston. And I think here, Galveston. I think it's either here or here is Galveston. Yeah, Galveston County. Galveston will definitely go blue too. Galveston is super progressive. This county right here will certainly go to Harris as well, and not Trump. Man, this new Helldivers major order is kind of crazy, TBH. Yeah, it's election day. It's democracy day, dude. Can we see Oklahoma? Let's see. Testing my geography skills. God, I've never been to Oklahoma. I don't know how to find it on a map. Raw. God, am I blind right now? Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, and Indiana, Michigan, Ohio. Where is it? Ah, it's like around here. I don't know, man. Above Texas? Oh yeah, there it is, Oklahoma. God, wait, I have been to Oklahoma before. Isn't half of it now native territory? Yeah, I drove through Oklahoma once. What a forgettable state. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not surprised by these results, guys. I know we're only at 17% reporting, but I expect a pretty strong lead for Trump on Oklahoma. I have been to Oklahoma before. I completely forgot it. Do you want to know why? Oklahoma might be the flyover state. You know how they say flyover state? Oklahoma might be the flyover state. It might beat Nebraska. It might beat Arkansas. It might beat Kansas. Oklahoma is the flyover state. I've never been through a more boring state. The most interesting part was when you go up in elevation a little bit and there's some hills and there's like some trees. So yeah, very rural place. Although I will say, very large native like, indigenous population in Oklahoma. Like, enough that I noticed when driving through and was like, damn, there's a lot of indigenous people here. Let's go. We drove through like 15 reservations on my way to California. So, I would think that there'd be a chance there's enough people who would be a little not down for a Republican presidency that Oklahoma could go blue. Who knows? Maybe it'll swing. Look at Michigan. Let's check Michigan. Michigan. Wow! Only 4% reporting, but 50, just updated to 59% for Harris. Just lost 1%. But damn, we're at 5% reporting, 59% for Harris. That's pretty damn good, guys. Look at Illinois. Oh, damn. 1% reporting and 65% of votes are for Harris so far. That's what I like to see. You know, guys, we might hit 600 views or viewers on the stream if you guys hit that like button. Please, hit that thumbs up if you haven't already. It tells YouTube to push my content in the algorithm, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who does that. And welcome to all the new people making accounts on the website. Like, I love my boyfriend Ye, Beanson, I love, and who else? Who else has made a new account? I saw some more of those little clock signs earlier. Hyrule Fix, welcome. Starstrike Prime, welcome to the site. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your time here. Welcome to the website. If you're watching on YouTube right now, consider dropping a like and then hopping over to my website and making a fast account so you can come be in the real chat. I don't know how it took me this long to figure out about this and make an account. Yeah, bro Shark. A lot of people put it off and they're like, wait, why did I put this off? This is the best. This chat is so much better than YouTube chat. And it doesn't burn your eyes out. My my website is permanently dark mode. Although, except for this map. This is about as not dark mode as it gets. But it gives me good lighting on my face. Love your streams. Our politics might not always align, but I still enjoy your content. That's the kind of shit I like to hear. People who don't necessarily agree with me on everything, being able to watch my content tells me that I've got something valuable to say, so thank you. That's actually a bigger compliment than you even know. Plus, you can actually post links here. That is true, Heavy Gretel. You can post links here, and it goes hard. Oh shit, I didn't know about this chat. Welcome, Robo Ross. I hope you appreciate your time here. Maine is super close. Let's check out Maine. Ooh, Harris is ahead, but they're only at apparently 0% reporting, with only like 3,000, 4,000 votes counted so far. We're still very early on, guys. We're fucked. I'm sorry, Zan. What's this? Biden is getting close to 0 votes. This is the biggest blowout of a sitting president in American history. So real. True. No, I wrote in Joe Biden, guys. To tell you the complete truth, I wrote in Joe Biden's name on my ballot. I hope you guys aren't mad at me, but I wrote in Joe Biden's name. No retirement for you, buddy. Arkansas closes in 3 minutes. God damn. I'm just joking. I did not vote for Joe Biden. I cast my ballot for Harris. Don't worry. I'm seething, Zan. How could you? Yeah, it was a joke. Obviously, it was a joke. Obviously. God, come on, guys. You're better than this. Come on. Alexia, thank you so much for the 5 Tier 1 gifted subs. Hot damn. Thank you for the $25. That is unbelievably generous of you. Oh my god, I really appreciate it. And I hope Tango Spotted, definitely not Alice, Lavender, Panda Fur, Master Dagothor, and Matt Bites all appreciate the free blue names. I really appreciate it. It says, for the newbies, I hope. I hope so too, thank you. And I hope some of those new accounts got their new free blue names as well. And PepperT21, thank you for the $5 donation as well. I really appreciate it. You're so kind. said, Trump will lose Ohio. He's got El Riz. I saw him with Diddy hitting the gritty. He was grabbing his titties. Yeah, that was bars, dude. That was some bars. I won't lie. That was some bars. Thank you for the $5, PepperT21. I really appreciate it. Let me update that there dono goal. Gotta reflect on all of you guys' amazing generosity. You guys have been so kind so far. And remember, just dropping a like is plenty of support enough. You guys do not need to donate if you don't want to. Simply dropping a thumbs up is immensely helpful to me. So I really appreciate every single thumbs up, every single like on the stream. It's like casting a vote for me in the YouTube algorithm for YouTube to recommend my stuff to people. Thank you. I was exploring the Deep Dark earlier, and I'm feeling more nervous about the election, not gonna lie. Let's check on Pennsylvania. Ooh, Harris still holding a strong lead at 8% reporting in Pennsylvania, guys. Looking good. North Carolina? Harris still holding the lead in North Carolina, but not as strong as before. 13% reporting. Hopefully Harris is able to take a stronger lead. Georgia. Trump is taking an even bigger lead in Georgia over Harris, but only 50% of the expected vote has been reported. Zan, what do you think of Brian Kemp? He's the governor of Georgia, and he's a Republican, but he isn't a Trumpoid. I mean, anti-Trump Republicans, right? Check Texas, it's less than a 2% difference. Yeah, Harris is just tailing behind Trump, but yeah, I think this is, oh man, what's here? Is this where Austin is, maybe? I don't know. I don't know Texas geography all that well. It's a close race still in Texas. Let's hope for a blue Texas. It's not impossible. Check North Carolina. We just did. Ooh. It's getting even closer. It's getting even closer, guys. But only 14% reporting. So things could change a lot tonight. Trump currently at 105 presumed electoral votes. Harris at a called presumed 27. My Texas county is red. I'm sorry, trans daughter of water. Listen, guys, I told you not to get your hopes up too high for a blue Texas, but hey, things could change. We hope for the best, we prepare for the worst, right? Have they counted mail-in ballots in any states? They would have started counting them this morning, but in many states, particularly swing states, they can't start counting them until the polls close. And so that's where you're going to see a lot of change, is when the polls close and they start counting the mail-in ballots. Yeesh, this is too close for comfort? I wouldn't necessarily say so. You gotta remember how it went last election. My Tennessee county is as red as it gets. I'm real sorry about that, Decade Slav. I'm real sorry. You know, I haven't checked in on any other political streamers. What are the other political streamers saying right now? Who else is even live? I'm surprised to have so many viewers. I would assume I'd have so much competition that I'd have far fewer viewers right now. So I'm honestly very happy and impressed. Thank you guys for your support. Y'all are blowing me away. I'm not gonna lie. You guys are awesome. Who else is live right now? Hutch is live right now. Hutch is reasonable and cool.
Percent from what you mentioned supported the quote-unquote Democratic position on that.
Hutch is not currently watching the results. I think he's watching other live election coverage. Okay, that's fine. Well, damn, I wanted to see who else was live, who else was covering the results, and what their opinions are. I want to see if other lefty YouTubers are, like, doomering. Philip DeFranco's live? That is true. That is true. Let's check in on Philly D's. Yeah, fuck it. Let's see how Philly D's election stream is doing. I'm just curious, because, like, listen. I'm a YouTube viewer too, guys. Like, I watch YouTube. I may be a streamer, but I want to know what other content creators are reacting, what they're saying, what they're doing.
Oh. Here, I'm gonna say
myself. Sorry.
I got so scared. I was like, we've gone through this so many times.
Yes.
So what's
do we want to talk about Loudoun County?
Well, I'm gonna bring Lily on here in a second. Before we do.
All right, man. I must have the most poppin' election stream out there right now. What the hell? Everyone else is like finding ways to fill the time. We're just here flicking between states. I'm giving commentary. Vosh, Destiny, and Philly D are all streaming it? Yeah, I would assume Vosh would be. Is he doomering? I bet he's doomering. Let's see. Where should we check next? Let's check in on Texas. Ooh, still pretty decent Trump lead in Texas, but we're only at 42% reporting, not even half the votes. North Carolina. Ooh, Harris' lead is thin in North Carolina now, but remember, we're only at 14% of vote reporting, so things could probably jump around a lot in North Carolina. We'll have to see. It seems Vermont, Massachusetts, and Maryland are pretty strongly held by Harris. Let's check in on Ohio. Ooh, Harris is only behind by 1% at less than 50% reporting. Oh, man. It's getting close. Michigan, what's going on here? Ooh, all right, only 6% reporting, keep in mind, so don't get your hopes too high. But Harris is sitting at 58% to Trump's 40% right now. I'm so fucking scared, guys. I'm once again going to remind you to breathe, all right? Take a nice deep belly breath, like breathe into your stomach and deep into your testicles. If you don't know what I'm referencing, don't worry about it. And then exhale through your mouth, all right? In through your nose, out through your mouth. Rural Japanese Wi-Fi is not it. I'm sorry, Ashroom. Remember, guys, they want to take away our rights to kiss our homies. That's true. Kissing your homies is illegal after this election if Trump wins. Yep, you gotta practice your testicular breathing to exercises, guys. Thanks for the advice, Zan. I've unlocked extra oxygen storage. Thank you. Or actually, you're welcome. Sorry. Zan, if you want to spare 27 minutes, Stack Yuki posted a video about the Electoral College. It's on his second account, the History of Everything podcast. That's all good. I'm aware of how the Electoral College works. Why is Virginia going red? Well, let's see what amount has been counted so far. Harris is at 50%, Trump at 49%, but remember, we're only at 40% of votes counted. So yeah. It's not all that surprising when you consider that the reporting is still quite low. Imagine if only 40% of the people who voted turned out. Yeah, it would favor Trump. The higher we get, the closer we get to 100% reporting, the more Harris votes you get. Have you been doing your testicular breathing like you've been told? Yes, I have, TSW Shadow Wolf. Don't you worry. I get about 10 hours until the mail-in ballots start heavily leading blue and the MAGA people lose their shit. If it's like last year, it'll probably happen around 11 to 1 a.m. PST. And it's 5:30 right now, so we've got a while. I'm a cis woman, so I breathe through my vagina, I guess. Well, you don't breathe through your balls with testicular breathing. You breathe into your balls. You take deep, deep breaths that go so deep into your stomach, I guess, that they go into your balls. What does the past electoral map for North Carolina look like by comparison? God, that would be a good thing to look at. But remember, North Carolina is still only at 17% reporting. Oh, Trump has taken a decent lead in North Carolina. The state is only at 17% reporting, remember, but Trump has taken the lead in North Carolina. Remember, guys, don't doom her. Do not doom her. I will give you a 5-minute ban if you doom her too hard and start having a little freak out in chat. I did that on election night in 2020. People were freaking out because Trump was taking the lead for the first, like, 6 hours. And people were freaking out, like, it's so over, our rights are gone. And it's like, guys, I've told you a million times, don't panic yet. We're not even close to knowing who's won. And I started muting people and banning people because they were being too, like, they were jumping on the doomer train too fast. Yeah, remember, there is a reason why the Republicans pushed so hard to throw out the mail-in ballots in 2020, why they fought so hard to delegitimize the results of the election. They did it because they recognized that the results changed very quickly. Trump was in the lead, and then he stopped being in the lead, exactly as everyone expected, and their response to that was to claim it was fishy. The blue wave is real, guys. And remember, Harris seems to be far more popular and well-liked than Biden. Harris should have an easier time than Biden. Although I guess if Trump wins this, then I get to do the massive I told you so about the DNC ousting Biden, but it won't be a very happy I told you so. I'm jumping between you and the line. Fair, fair. Let's see how North Carolina's looking now. 21% reporting, and a pretty strong Trump lead. Let's watch North Carolina for a little bit. Right now, Harris is at 27. Presumed electoral votes, Trump at 105. Both well away from the 270 mark. The election is far too early to call. New York Times has been shilling for right-wingers for a while. Well, yeah. To an extent. Might want to refresh. He's at 71 on AP. Do you want to link me that, Alexia? Maybe it's better. Go ahead and link me that, Alexia. I think this one's lagging behind. Yeah, I refreshed it and it's not showing. There we go. Oh boy. Looking like Trump is at 101 presumed electoral votes, with Harris at 71 presumed electoral votes. Just so far, though. Remember, Georgia, while leaning red right now, things could still change. Ugh. These are some rough races. Texas. Michigan is leaning on Kamala. That's good to see. Pennsylvania is still leaning in favor of Kamala. We like to see that. Oh, man. Oh, hell. What the heck? Pennsylvania. One's counted. Pittsburgh. Philadelphia. Philadelphia is leaning pretty heavy for Harris. Pittsburgh also leaning pretty heavy for Harris, obviously. Harrisburg, obviously leaning for Harris. That's nice. Oh, man. Oh, man. Harris is currently at 16 million total votes, with Trump at 19.4 million total votes so far. When I was voting, the Girl Scout troop was selling cookies, so I got Samoa's, the best cookies. Fuck your Thin Mints, Samoa's are better. Yeah, Girl Scout cookies are pretty top tier. I haven't had any in a long time. Love the FF14 music. Yeah, Michael Hallowell, I figured there'd be no better music to use for the election live stream than the soundtrack of, like, the apocalypse hitting Amarat. Man. I think New York and Pennsylvania are the only states with two separate coasts. Virginia too, I guess, but the Delaware Peninsula. Yeah. 69% Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania? Real? Can we see like an overview of the state? This is probably better just to be able to see overviews of states. Woo! Only 11% reporting, but that's a pretty strong Harris lead in Pennsylvania. Zan, can you check the Senate results? Do you want to link me a good page to track them, Joshua? Because I don't want to, like, click off of this and not have the live updating results going on, you know? Trying to keep things snappy. Got a lot of people here today. I want to make sure they're happy. Check Connecticut. Connecticut is here. Yeah, Connecticut is leaning Harris. Not by a ton, though. But we are only at, or by a fair amount, sorry. But we only have 2% of the vote reporting coming in Connecticut. How many electoral votes is Connecticut worth? 7. Texas is worth 40. New Mexico 5. Arizona 11. Nevada 6. Oregon 8. Washington 12. California 54 is huge. Yeah, when those 54 ballots or electoral votes for Harris come in California, it's gonna feel pretty nice. It's gonna be pretty nice to get that. The same goes for the 28 that we're gonna get coming from New York. These are guaranteed. California, New York, and Washington. These are guaranteed blue to Harris, so that's gonna be pretty nice. Oh wait, should I try and predict the outcome of the election? Should I take this map and color it in? Hold on, dude. This is gonna be heat. This is gonna be heat, okay? This is actually gonna be heat, chat. I'm bringing up MS Paint. Oh, I have it on grid mode. How do I turn off grid mode? Ah, chat. I don't know why, but I had this on grid mode. How do I turn it off? I haven't used Paint in forever, guys. View? Grid lines. There we go. Okay. There we go. Alright. How do I think I go to home, paste, there we go. Okay. So we're gonna take this. Alright. Let's do this, chat. Which way do I think all the states are gonna go? Let's start by marking every state that I think is gonna go to Harris, alright? Maine, I think will go to Harris, alright? I think Maine ends up going to Harris. I think that, what is this, New Hampshire? Goes to Harris. Vermont, Harris already. Harris, obviously. All this, I think, goes to Harris. New York goes to Harris. Pennsylvania, I'm gonna say it. I think Pennsylvania goes to Harris. I think that, Delaware, I think this is, goes to Harris. Or no, this might be Delaware. I think all this goes to Harris, okay? Virginia. Man. Do I think Virginia will go to Harris? Let's check the current results. Let's see where Virginia's at right now. It's at 45% reporting, and Harris technically holds the lead. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Harris is probably going to take Virginia. I'm going to bet that Harris takes Virginia. North Carolina. Where are things at in North Carolina right now? Oh, we don't want that. We just want... No. Trump's fairly ahead, but it's only at 24% reporting. She's not, like, she may be losing Virginia, but there's not even a quarter of the votes counted yet, right? So I'm actually going to say, I think North Carolina will go to Harris. What else? What else do I think could go to Harris? How's Georgia looking? Let's check in on Georgia. Georgia at 57%, leaning strong on Trump. It could flip. It could flip. Marion County hasn't been counted, and Webster County hasn't been counted yet. That's big. Crawford County, that's probably rural. Richmond, where's Macon? Macon would be along the coast. So I think Macon's probably around here. That's probably Liberty County is where Macon is. Check Kansas, please? Okay. Ooh, Kansas, there we go. God, I'm brain fried right now. Ooh, only at 29% reporting, remember, but Harris is at 52%. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, but man, a blue Kansas seems insane. There's Kansas City, I'm pretty sure, so that makes sense. Riley County and Shawnee County are going to Harris, it looks like. Impressive. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to take my first scary bet here, and I'm going to say South Carolina will also go to Harris. Or sorry, not South Carolina. My bad. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. South Carolina will not go to Harris. South Carolina, I think, will go to Trump. So I'm going to try to fill it in as much as I can with the red. Yeah, I think South Carolina will end up going to Trump. Because it's a really hard red place, man. Like, South Carolina is red, bro. So yeah, I think South Carolina... Use Bucket Tool? I should have used Bucket Tool, you're not wrong. Actually, yeah! Holy shit, hold on. Wait, let's... I've made this so much harder on myself than I need to. What the fuck? Okay. Maine, I think, will go blue. I think all these states go blue. Alright. There we go. Virginia, I'm going to say goes blue, and North Carolina, I'm going to say goes blue. Now, here's the big question. Will... Oh, obviously, yeah. This will go blue, too. I think it's Delaware. No, Delaware's tiny. As I said, though, South Carolina, I think, is going to go to Trump. I'm going to leave South Carolina red. I think it goes to Trump. That is my prediction, okay? Georgia. Here's the big Georgia conversation. I'm going to take my first big dangerous bet and say Georgia is going to go blue again. I think Georgia went blue last time, and it's going to go blue again. I think it could. I think it very well could. Let's talk about Michigan. How's Michigan looking right now? Harris ahead quite strongly, but at 8%. I'm going to take an optimistic bet for Michigan. A blue Michigan. This is my bet. Georgia Pog. Check Montana. Yeah, nothing in Montana yet. How's Georgia looking right now? 64% reporting. Trump's still holding the lead. I can't change any of my bets. Anything that I bet, I can't change once I've made the bet. That's cheating. I'm gonna bet. I'm gonna bet on a blue Wisconsin. Maybe I end up looking dumb, but I'm gonna bet on a blue Wisconsin. Zan, look at Missouri. Let's look at Missouri. Trump ahead at 55% in Missouri with 4% reporting. What's next? Indiana. What do we think of Indiana? How's Indiana looking? 52% reporting and hard for Trump. I guess I'd have to say Indiana's probably going to stay red. How about Ohio? 46 reporting and 52% Trump. That's not the strongest lead, dude. Xandis called Mississippi, Missouri. Oh, that was Mississippi, not Missouri. I'm sorry. God, my state geography is awful right now. I'm sorry. Missouri is up here. Yeah, okay, that actually cooks. Wait, what? How? Okay, I guess. I guess 6% vote reporting, and yet 56% are coming out for Kamala. That's pretty... That's a bug. Oh, it must be a bug. Okay, yeah. That's probably a bug. Maybe? Yeah, okay. It must be a bug, right? Here, let's check this. Trump at 101 presumed electoral votes, Harris at 71. Seeming like she's got Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Massachusetts, Maryland, New Jersey, Rhode Island, and Vermont. Oh, I totally forgot about New Jersey. Such a forgettable state. Sorry to the New Jerseyites here, but, you know, it's New Jersey. I'm sorry, guys. Taxi says, hi, non-American here. Any, TLDR on how it's looking so far? It's too early to call, Taxi. But I will say, right now, if you were to call the race, Trump would win. If you were to stop the count now and call it. Harris is at 17 million, Trump at 21 million votes total. Trump at 105 electoral votes, and Harris at 27 electoral votes. Or actually, according to this, she's at 71, when Trump's actually at 101, and not 105. North Carolina update, 200K, Trump ahead. Wait, North Carolina update, Trump is ahead 200K? According to this, Trump is ahead by like, yeah, about 200K, huh? Ooh, let's hope I'm right about North Carolina, guys. Let's hope I'm right. Let's see. Minnesota, oh. These are getting hard to call. I'm gonna say Ohio goes red. I'm gonna say we're gonna get a red Ohio, and we're probably gonna get a red Illinois. Almost certainly a red Mississippi. Louisiana probably goes red too. I don't think we see a blue Louisiana. That would surprise me. We're definitely getting red Texas this year. Kansas, I think, was leaning... Let's check on Texas and Kansas. Yeah, Trump's got a strong lead in Texas. I don't see Harris getting... I don't see us getting a Blexus this year. Sorry, guys. Harris is still ahead at 30%, nearly of votes counted in Kansas. That's crazy. Or sorry, 29... Yeah, nearly 30%. That's crazy that she's holding a lead. Wow. That's impressive. Let's get back to it. Let's call some more states for Harris. Let me show you some states that are definitely going to Harris. Colorado, I'm betting on going to Harris, okay? California, Oregon, and Washington will go to Harris. Hawaii will go to Harris. Alaska will go to Trump. Montana will go to Trump. Wyoming will probably go to Trump. Idaho to Trump. We'll leave these three in a moment. New Mexico... Where did New Mexico go last time? Where did... Like, how did New Mexico... Did New Mexico go blue last time or red? I feel like it went red. Zan, look at Michigan and Arizona. Nothing reported in Arizona yet. And then for Michigan... reporting is still low, but Harris is still holding the lead in Michigan. I'd say my bet on a blue Michigan is still looking pretty safe. How did New Mexico go last time? New Mexico went blue in 2020. Oh, really? For now, let's set North Dakota and South Dakota to red. I feel like they're gonna go red. Minnesota will go red. Nebraska will go red. Iowa will go red, I think. Okay. Now, what states... This is where I think it's all going to come down to, guys. I think it's really going to come down to the... And then, of course, Kansas, too. Kansas is such a toss-up. It's these 5 states right now that I don't know what's going to happen, man. Trump is only up 100K in North Carolina right now. Damn, Trump is losing the lead in North Carolina. I'm glad I made that blue bet. You must be high as fuck if you think Minnesota is going red. Am I not? I don't know. I guess Minnesota hasn't been called yet for anyone, so can I change my vote? Let me check how Minnesota did last year. If they haven't even started counting in a state yet, I can change my bet on what the state's gonna turn out as. Minnesota results all elections, ideally. I want to see the Minnesota trend. Oh shit, none of this is gonna be easy to find. Oh yeah. Damn, dude. None of that's easy to find. Anyway, Minnesota maybe goes blue. Minnesota maybe goes blue. I feel like though most of this part of the country, like Trump's campaigned so hard and like all up through here. Like all up through here, Trump campaigned pretty hard. I feel like I don't know. Minnesota, how are Minnesotans feeling about the economy and immigration? Because funnily enough, it's the northern states that are nowhere near the border that will sometimes get the most up in arms about immigration. Oh, why'd Beanson get muted? Hold on. /unban Beanson. Oh wait, it was a mute. God, I hate that Zanbot does that. Alright, let's see how the results are looking right now. Oh! Some of my predictions seem to be coming true. Look at that. North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming just went red, along with Oklahoma and Texas, which I also marked red. So I had some correct predictions, it seems, although things could still change. Things very well could still change. Let's see how this one's looking. Kamala Harris at 99 electoral votes, Trump at 120. So at least on the AP news poll, like results, Harris is like really just behind Trump right now. What do you think of Elon Musk on Joe Rogan? It's pretty damn cringe. Believe it or not, I think that was pretty cringe. Deliver us, John Brown. Deliver us from this insanity. I have state voting records. Let's see this. Uh, 2020 blue. 2020 blue. 2016 blue. 2012 blue. 20,000. Yeah, okay. Minnesota goes blue easy then. Okay. Yeah, I totally forgot then. Alright, Minnesota's a fucking blue state. Minnesota is a hard blue state. Okay. Alright, things are looking even better. Now here's where the big question happens. I'm gonna say New Mexico's gonna go blue this time. I think Trump increasing and turning up the dial on the anti-immigrant sentiment is gonna lead to a lot of immigrants in New Mexico, of which there are lots of immigrants in New Mexico. South Dakota is red. Yeah, South Dakota's red. But New Mexico, I think, could go blue. New Mexico is in a unique situation. I think it'll go blue. I'm gonna bet on blue New Mexico. Obviously, I think red Utah. Utah is pretty hard red. The Mormons, the crazies, the super hyper religious people. So Utah will go red. Arizona. Actually, let's go to Nevada. Which way will Nevada go? Nevada usually goes red, right? Nevada's a red state, I feel like. Am I mistaken? What did Nevada go with last election? Nevada's been blue the last 4 elections? Okay, in that case, I'm gonna give it a blue. I'm gonna bet on a blue Nevada in that case. And, Illinois is traditionally blue. Let's check on Illinois and see if it's looking better. How do you guys like my screensaver, by the way? What do you guys think of this? I think it looks very pretty. Let's check in on Nevada. Looks cool. Pretty Fox, yeah. Okay, Illinois, not Nevada, my bad. Brain farted. Oh, shit! Damn. Maybe I got one wrong here. It looks like I might have falsely called Illinois for Trump instead of Harris. We'll have to see how it goes. Listen, I'm fine with being wrong. That's the whole point. That's the fun part of this, is that maybe I end up being wrong, and maybe I end up being right in some cases. The whole goal is to see how much I know. Bro does not know Illinois. That's true, Neptune. I do not know Illinois, okay? I really don't. I have not been to Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, I've been to West Virginia. I've been to Kentucky. I haven't been to Iowa. I haven't been to South or North Dakota. I haven't been to Nebraska. I haven't been to Wyoming. I've been technically like right up here, like almost into Wyoming. Haven't been to Montana, Idaho. I've never been to Utah, but I've been to Nevada, and I've been to Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma. Yeah, I haven't been to much of this area. I haven't even visited before, so I don't know much about it, to be honest. Check out New York. I mean, do you expect New York to go any other way than blue? Wow! Who could have thought this? I will say, Trump losing his own state, like, over and over and over again is quite funny. Yeah, Harris easily wins New York. I don't think anyone is surprised by that. That's a pretty easy bet, I'd say. Yeah, Trump is definitely more of a Florida man. I do think it's funny that Trump has managed to Yeah, I'm gonna call Florida for Trump. Pretty easily, Florida's going to Trump, it seems. Unfortunate, but... Now, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. There was something that happened last election, hours and hours into the night. Like the equivalent of like 4 or 5 hours from now. Areas that were hard red and were at like 60 to 70% reporting and stuck there started turning blue. Mark my words, we're gonna start to see things slow down a little later in the night. And it's gonna be like, yo, what the fuck? Why is nothing updating? And then when they finally do update, it's going to be with a wave of blue votes. It is what happened last election, and it's going to happen again this time. See, Kamala is not catching up. She still has 27 Electoral College votes. We have a Melissa, a Trump supporter, in YouTube chat right now. Harris is actually at 99 electoral votes and Trump at 120. This site just hasn't updated the called states for Harris, because this site errs on the side of caution and only calls states when they are the most likely to go for Trump or Harris or any candidate. So yeah, keep in mind, later in the night, we're going to see areas that are already hard red start turning blue. Melissa Wickersham says you're wrong. Listen, Melissa, maybe I am. But if I'm not, you better not start whining and complaining about how we need to stop counting the ballots later tonight if we start seeing big waves of blue ballots coming in. Because I know you're going to be the first to start screaming voter fraud if Trump starts to lose. Which is exactly what every expert has been predicting, is it's going to start with a big jump in favor of Trump, and then it's going to fall in off of Trump in favor of Kamala Harris later into the night. Meltdown? I think that's a Trump supporter in YouTube chat who just said meltdown? I'm not a Trump supporter. I don't want Trump to win. I'm terrified of Trump winning. I'm just being pessimistic about our chances. Oh. Oh, you're doomering? In that case, I'm going to give you, let's say, a 10-minute timeout. There you go, Melissa. have yourself a nice little timeout for your doomering. Jesus Christ. Also, this is the actual presumed electoral college results so far, so don't really pay super close attention to it on here. This is updating faster with the total votes and with the states, but this updates faster with calling the states. Sadly, we have yet to ever get a perfect result reporting site. Yeah, no doomering, guys. Well, hey, right now, if you guys are enjoying the stream right now and you want to support me, just know you can do so for completely free, and it really means a lot and helps a ton if you guys hit the like button on the stream. Every single thumbs up goes a long way to boost the channel and the algorithm, and I really do appreciate it. It super duper means a lot to me. It goes a long way. It just, seriously, guys, every like means a lot. And with so many of you watching right now, the more of you that hit like, the more new viewers we can get. And then more of them can hit like, and then more new viewers. And it's gonna pop off tonight, guys. Thank you so much for keeping the momentum going. You guys have blown my minds with the my mind with the support tonight. I really do appreciate it, guys. Y'all been so supportive. How is Kansas looking right now? Harris is still holding a slim lead in Kansas at 37% reporting. Yeah, Zan is a hive mind confirmed. True. True, I am a hive mind. My anxiety is spiking. Once again, I'm gonna remind you, if you have weird anxiety shit you deal with, you probably feel a lot of tightness in your chest and stomach when you're feeling anxiety, and something that you really want to do to get rid of that is you want to start by breathing out of your nose and emptying your lungs and everything. And I want you to take a big, deep breath, slow and steady. Challenge yourself to take the biggest, longest, deepest breath that you can. Challenge yourself. And then do it through your nose and exhale all of it slowly, and challenge yourself to do it for as long as possible out of your mouth. You're gonna exhale the stress out, okay? I promise it works. This doesn't look fantastic. Don't worry, the dude. This particular page is not updated the same way this one is. I feel like with all the doomer posting I'm seeing in chat right now, we're in need of, once again, playing the clip. I have to tap the sign, guys. Hold on, let me tap the sign so you guys know why I'm not doomering and why I'm not allowing it.
So listen up, this is incredibly important for election night. I may even play this once or several times during our election night live stream, because I want to prepare you. On election night, you're going to see a common trend across swing states. Very likely, Donald Trump will lead early on, and then Kamala Harris will suddenly start to catch up. And this isn't, as MAGA folks will suggest, proof that the Democrats are cheating in the election by dumping fake ballots, but instead it is a well-known phenomenon called the red mirage or blue shift. Now, in some ways, it might be slightly less pronounced this year, especially when you compare it to 2020, but in others, there are new rules in place that could help fuel conspiracies and lead to demands that votes stop being counted. So the question, why exactly does this illusion happen? Well, there are a few factors at play, like that rural areas, which often lean Republican, finish counting faster than urban areas, which are usually Democrat. Also, on top of that, Republicans usually favor in-person voting on the day of the election, while Democrats tend to prefer mail-in or early voting. Although a key thing is there might be a slight shift this year, as it seems that more Republicans have considered using early voting, with many states reporting upwards of 50% of registered voters using that method. Whereas that's eaten away at mail-in voting, although those votes are still very likely to be instrumental in the election. And in both cases, there are often new rules in place that delay when those votes are counted, especially in battleground ones, where they're generally not allowed to be tallied until election day itself. And in the most extreme cases, things like mail-in ballots, they're not even tallied until after the polls close. So there's just piles of ballots sitting with poll workers that aren't allowed to be looked at or counted well until the day starts. Right? So when you hear stories about boxes full of ballots being dropped off, that's usually why. They're just being delivered in chunks to polling places.
There is going to be, well into tonight, mail-in ballots being delivered to polling places for counting, going well until midnight PST, and it's only 6 p.m. right now. There are polling places all across the country that are going to continue receiving ballots getting delivered for counting through the night. You've got to keep this in mind. Do not doomer. The red mirage is a very real phenomenon, and this is all to be expected even if Harris wins. This is always how the election is going to go, regardless of outcome. It's always gonna look like a Trump victory early on. Apparently it's updated. Trump has received those Texas electoral votes, so he's now at 177. Presumably 177. He could lose some, or well, obviously he'll gain some, but he could also lose some of these states, too. Not every state that's presumed to be for him will stay for him, hopefully. Philip DeFranco, Slayer of the Doomers. True! Quick question, does all my blue vote still mean anything in a deep red state? No dooming intended, just legit don't know. It means the most in a deep red state, Bird. If you lived in a blue or deep blue state, your vote would probably matter less because you're, like, just casting a ballot in a state that was always going to go blue. But in a red state, your blue ballot matters even more because you're challenging the established red vote. Like, that is where you should... If you're in a hard red state, that is where your vote matters the most as a blue vote. What do I do? My friend is doomering? Get them to watch my stream, I guess. You know, my stream is probably the best place to be if you want to avoid the doomer pill. Guys, I feel like I need to remind you. If Trump loses, we get videos like this. One of my favorite videos on the internet. Hold on, let me pause the Amarat music. All right.
Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump, please. I'm asking you. Please save me. Please save me. Please get these people away from me. In dear God's name, please stop these beautiful people. They're breaking.
The cop breaks the window.
Donald Trump, if you can hear us, please, Donald Trump, please save me.
Yeah, so that is a man praying to Donald Trump as he gets arrested by the cops to save him. MAGA is a cult? It is a cult indeed. It is indeed a cult. He's praying to him like he's Jesus? Yeah. A pastor recently said that the Republican Party has replaced Jesus with Donald Trump. That's a pretty good quote. Oh, you alright, AP News? AP News seems to be having a bit of a problem loading, it would seem. I don't think it's my internet. Huh. Just broken and no way to refresh. Or to fix it. That's crazy. My kind of luck, though. I won't question it. Stuff happens to me all the time. We're stuck with this shitty one that doesn't update to show Harris's actual electoral vote count. She's actually at closer to 100, not 30. AP seems stuck for me now, too. Something that I think is important to mention, by the way, is that several big companies that report on the news and on the results are experiencing strikes among their software designers and stuff, which means that I actually was warned that a lot of these sites might go down and a lot of these sites might experience issues going deeper into election night since they're expected to. Like, the amount of servicing they're receiving, the amount of people on staff to service the site is much lower because they're on strike right now. Harris is still leading in Kansas at 40% reporting. Let's check on that. Yes, she is. 40% reporting, and that is indeed a Harris lead so far in Kansas. If Trump loses, we get more videos like this one.
Imagine you just downloaded TikTok, and this is the first video you see.
President Trump, if you see this, please save us. This is America. This is our land.
Is she shitting?
Y'all about to have a panic attack. This is our country. Our country. This is awful. God, please save us, please.
You have got to be shitting me. There's no way this is real. And if it is, what does she want Trump to save her from? Chipotle? And you can say, Ray, it's 2021. No one gives two shits about Trump anymore. Clearly she gives about
She does.
5. Imagine you...
Oh, that video is so vile. How did I never see that? What the fuck? Let's check in on Philly D. Let's see how he's doing with his election night coverage. How's his chat reacting? Because right now they're silent.
Okay, let's see. If you're wanting more information about black voters in Wisconsin, this is just on turnout trends, not how they voted, but still interesting.
Dude, his chat won't load for me. Okay. Zan, how many people left your stream from that? Like 15. We almost hit 600 viewers, but that clip dropped us down about 15 viewers, so we lost out on the 600 viewer milestone there. We almost hit it. IDK, how I stayed after that, TBH? Fair. Okay, is AP News recovering now? I think AP News is recovered. I think its stroke has concluded, and it's ready to come back to work. Ugh. Listen, guys, I know this looks grim, but I do think it's important to point out that, for one, several big swing states are still up in the air right now, and on top of that, Harris is not receiving the electoral votes yet on this chart for several states that are worth a lot that she's going to win. Michigan, Colorado, New Mexico, California, Washington, Oregon, Pennsylvania looks like she's going to win that. So you gotta, yeah, consider. Things are actually looking pretty good. Iowa, looking pretty good right now. Harris is pulling ahead in Iowa. Let's go. Was that my, yeah, Iowa was my incorrect. Like, I'm definitely going to be wrong about Iowa going red. How many, yeah, 6 electoral votes in Iowa going to Harris. I've seen worse. I used to watch Jacksepticeye play surgery sims while I ate spaghetti lamau. Kamala is only behind by about 1.5% in North Carolina. Let's look at the overall state. True, she's not behind by much, and we're only at 51% reporting. There is absolutely time for her to pull ahead again. You gotta remember, in the first 50%, Harris had a big lead, and then Trump pulled ahead. In the remaining 50%, especially since there are going to be mail-in ballots getting delivered to polling stations for counting throughout the night, we could see another flip. Imagine North Carolina goes like hard blue for the last 50%. That would go hard. How's Georgia doing? We have any chance of saving Georgia? We're at 71% reporting with Harris, with Trump still having a somewhat sliver lead. We could still save Georgia, guys. Georgia can be saved. But we've probably lost Georgia. I think my blue Georgia bet might have been wrong, but who knows? Who knows? The percentage of reported votes, by the way, is not necessarily accurate as well. Worth noting. Nah, I predict Georgia is going red. Well, that's because you've been doomer posting the whole stream, Beanson. Zan, what are your thoughts on the bomb threats in Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Georgia in the last few hours? Republicans are doing everything they can to try and win the election. And that is one of the things they do to try and win the election. Anything they can to delay votes being counted. Because the longer they can delay votes being counted, it means less Harris votes counted, and they can try and stop the count. Like they did in Florida in 2000. Look at Maine. Ooh. Maine is a slight lead for Trump right now, but it's only at 3% expected vote reporting. So, I think they already found out that the bomb threat was done by a Russia affiliate. That doesn't surprise me. Matt, hey Maddie. North Carolina pull through, bro? Yeah. Let's hope so. Like, Trump is just a bit ahead of Harris in North Carolina, but it's only at 51% reporting. Harris actually started with a pretty big lead in North Carolina. Trump overtook her, and that has all happened within the last 50% of expected vote reporting. We could totally see a flip like we did in Georgia last year. But Georgia is looking like it's probably gonna go red. Not that it can't change in the next, like, 7 or 20% or 30%, but yeah. Man, Georgia's rough. We'll see how it goes, though. Yo, 600 viewers. Hot damn. Thank you guys so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Consider hitting that thumbs up button if you haven't already. It really helps the stream a lot, and I really do appreciate it. It's totally free, and it is an immense way of supporting the channel. Not 600 views, 600 current viewers. Even better than 600 views. We've had 5,500 individual views on the stream so far. How are you all feeling about Arizona? I want to say Arizona will go blue. I want to say Arizona goes blue. Based on the map so far, how much hope do we have? Like, what are the odds of us winning? Something that I think you guys should probably continue to realize is that so far, mind you, this is not the accurate count in electoral votes. This is more accurate. So far, oh, Trump gained a little. So far, this is going about exactly as expected. Pretty much, yeah. Harris is not behind all that much in the popular vote, and we're still experiencing the red mirage. It's only 6:25 p.m. on the East Coast. It's still quite early. To give you an idea, it didn't start looking like Biden was going to win in 2020 until around 2 or 1 a.m. PST. And it is 6:25 PST right now. What you need to realize is that they're going to be counting mail-in ballots getting delivered to locations for counting all throughout the night. Like for hours from now, they are going to be dropping off the mail-in ballots and absentee ballots at polling places for counting. And they are going to be heavily leaning in favor of Kamala Harris. Yeah, the final count will take days to find, but we're going to have a pretty good idea of who won by tomorrow morning for sure, I think. Please don't tell me we're going to have another Al Gore situation. Let's hope not. Let's hope not, Scapegoat. Can you check Wisconsin? Let's check in on Wisconsin. Wisconsin at 5% reporting currently has a narrow lead for Trump at the moment. Not ideal. Not the best situation. Damn, I was hoping we'd find out tonight or in the morning. I think we'll probably find out late tonight / into the morning. And I'll be live. Covering it for as long as I can fucking manage, dude. I think in a little while, I'll bust out some Subnautica, and I'm gonna put this in, like, picture-in-picture somehow. Find a way to, like, keep this on screen still, like, being seen. I say Trump loses, so it'll be true, no doubts. True. Is your YouTube chat closed? No, I'm still looking at YouTube chat. I just don't read it as much, especially because website chat's so active tonight. Alaska, interestingly, uses ranked choice voting. That's crazy. I will probably find out the winner in the morning, but it won't be finalized until, like, Monday or something. Oh yeah, it won't be finalized for days, but we'll know who has basically won probably late tonight. Josh Stein's counterattack will save North Carolina. How's North Carolina doing right now? Let's check in on it. Ugh. Still a narrow lead for Trump at 54% reporting. Let's hope... I mean, Trump is only ahead about 100,000 votes in North Carolina, though. That's the thing. And a fair few counties in the coast have not had their votes counted yet. You think this county and this county could go to Harris? A lot of these places on the water have, like, a chance of going to Harris. My county in North Carolina is now dark red. It's Jover. Oh no, Maddie. No. No. People sad. I'm a Christian who's voting for Kamala. I don't agree with all of her ideas, but Trump is not someone I could vote for. His attempt to take last election was unacceptable. That's a big thing too, right? Like, does it really feel like realistic that Trump, after what he did losing the last election, like, not only did he lose the last election, but he took the loss so poorly. God, it feels hard to believe that Trump could gain a massive wave of new supporters, enough to win the election. Harris is Maine again. That is not surprising. Like I said, we're going to see states jump around between who's in the lead. So Harris now has a pretty slim but strongish lead in Maine, but we're only at 4% reporting. Like I said, especially early on in these states counting, they're going to jump around a fair amount. Obviously not the ones that are like a given, you know? Some are just an easy call for Trump, like Tennessee and Kentucky and Wyoming. But California, Oregon, and Washington are equivalently easy calls for Harris. AP is called Ohio for Trump. Yeah, that seems pretty likely, but it could still change. Yeah, Trump has a pretty strong lead, according to AP. That 10% lead is pretty powerful in Ohio. So what did I... Yeah, I went with red Ohio. I predicted red Ohio. So if it stays red, then that is a correct prediction on my part. Xander Hall, the Russians tried to reduce the amount of voters for Kamala with false bomb threats. I saw that, Delancer. Yeah, I'm aware of that. And during the 2020 election, Trump led in the polls before the mail-in votes were counted. Exactly, Dragon Queen Nissan. Exactly. Harris is only behind by 30K in Wisconsin. Let's check in on Wisconsin. Yeah, that's not by a lot. He's only ahead by 11K. That is very tight and only at 7% reporting. Wisconsin could very well go to Harris right now. Even with Trump in the lead, it's looking like Harris can absolutely take the lead. ABC News is finally updating Harris's won states, but Trump is apparently ahead 100 according to ABC News, and Trump is ahead about 79 according to AP. We are not Bango the Buck. Bango the Buck. Neither of them are even close to 270 yet, and no states are flipping around. Stop doomer posting. Did you not, like, pay attention during the last election? Don't you remember how, like, Trump was winning up until 2 a.m. PST? Last election? Yeah, that clip is amazing, Emerald or GD. I'm glad you like it. Xander Hall, you need to tap the sign. Yeah, we're at 618 viewers right now. We've got a lot more people here right now. Maybe I do have to tap the sign. All right. All right, hold on. Let's write down some points, okay? Let me bring this up. I'll start a notepad document, okay? Let's start with rural red counties get counted first because of their lower population. So immediately you see states look like they're far more in favor of Trump than, or whatever Republican candidate than otherwise, right? Are you playing the Amarat theme because of the final days? Yes, Neb. Yes, I am. No better soundtrack for the election that could end America than the Amarat theme from FF14. Okay, so rural red counties get counted first. That is a big one. Mail-in ballots get delivered and counted through Election Day, starting at 7 a.m. in most states and takes well into the night and the following days. Aw, damn, I need to cut that up a little bit so it doesn't... Okay, there we go. What else? Republicans mostly vote on election day and at the polling stations, which get their votes counted sooner. On top of that, the red mirage is a well-known phenomenon, and Biden was losing until like 1 a.m. PST in 2020. Keep all of these things in mind. Rural red counties get counted first. Mail-in ballots get delivered and counted through Election Day, starting at 7 a.m. in most states and takes well into the night in the following days. Republicans mostly vote on Election Day and at the polling stations, which get their votes counted sooner. The red mirage is a well-known phenomenon, and Biden was losing until like 1 a.m. PST. Look at the time. Oh, you can't see it. 6:35 p.m. PST in 2020. All of this is expected, guys. Hey, Holly, welcome. Good to see ya. Hey, Zan, I'm a Seattleite, so as blue can get. I'm curious how you feel about the strategy of voting Dem presidents, governors, and attorney generals, but voting third party for local Senate, Congress, and City Council to maybe build a viable third party over my lifetime. Not really worth it. Vote blue down ballot. Trust. Good to be here. I'm so excited about this election. Me too. People in chat are doomering, Holly, but as I've said before, the red mirage is very real. ABC News is very slow with updating the results. They've just called all the states for Trump that he's guaranteed to win. But a lot of states are currently up in the air right now, and it's actually looking quite good for Harris. People who have not watched an election like this before think it looks bad, but if you've watched an election like this before, especially 2020, you're like, yeah, this is about exactly what was expected. I got my mom to vote for Kamala. I may have accidentally radicalized her to the left. Hell yeah, Decade Slab. That's what I like to hear. Zan, what time is the Dylan collab? That's a good question. I need to check on that. Here, let me... Oh yeah, he sent me a spreadsheet. I needed to fill this out. Kiev time. What time is it in Kiev? It is 4:36 a.m. in Kiev right now. So... yeah. He's got a lot of slots taken up until 6 or 6:30. It's hard to see. I can't tell when I'm supposed to... I don't know, man. Hopefully he DMs me and just says, hey, you want to come on? I've got a free slot right now. Hopefully he just hits me up and I notice Discord, because I cannot do that time conversion. I can't tell which is AM and PM. Good God. Not his fault. That's just me being a little bit rushed right now and kind of focused on the election results. It's hard to take my eyes off of it. This is still Red Mirage, right? Yes, Slashy. The Red Mirage will take effect probably until around midnight to 1 a.m. my time, and it is 6:38 p.m. It could stop sooner, obviously, but that is how long it lasted for Biden. Biden didn't look like... Biden was losing until like 1 a.m. Like I said, gonna bring this back up. Rural red counties get counted first. Mail-in ballots get delivered and counted through Election Day starting at 7 a.m. in most states and takes well into the night and the following days. Republicans mostly vote on Election Day and at the polling stations, which get their votes counted sooner. The Red Mirage is a well-known phenomenon, and Biden was losing until like 1 a.m. PST in 2020. So, Just making sure you guys keep this in mind. Voted in West Virginia today. It was fun. Hell yeah, Holly. It's 4:38 right now in Kyiv right now. Wait, according to Google, it was 6 a.m., but okay. The Mirage is real. We win this, guys. Well, the Mirage is not real. That's kind of the point of it being a Mirage. Missouri showing blue is shocking, and I love it. Is Missouri showing blue? Yeah, it is. Holy shit. Not by a lot. Whoa, what? No, what? What? Hold on. Huh. It wasn't a bug. It's only at 21%. It's only at 21% reporting, though. I don't think Missouri could possibly go Harris, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's look at my predictions again. Yeah, I definitely kept Missouri red on my predictions. I didn't think it would flip. Okay, now's a good time to bet. Where do we think Arizona and Kansas are gonna go? Let's make our final decision on my prediction of where Arizona and Kansas are gonna go. Let's look at Kansas. Ooh, Trump's taking a bit of a lead in Kansas. Ooh. Ooh. At 46% reporting, Trump has a 1% lead in Kansas, only by by very few votes. Trump's at 313 and Harris is at 307. Man. What do I want to bet here? Do I feel like Kansas would go for Harris? Let me flip a quarter. Fuck it. Sorry, a nickel. This is a nickel. Heads, it goes to Harris. Tails, it goes to Trump. I'm leaving it up to fate for my prediction, what I'm gonna bet on. Heads. We got heads. Looks like I'm betting on blue Kansas. Let's hope for I'm betting on a blue Kansas. The coin flip told me that Kansas goes to Kamala Harris. Coin flips never lie. So I'm voting blue. Or voting blue. I'm putting down blue for Kansas. And for Arizona. Arizona went blue last election, right? The votes in Arizona should be out by now. Let's see. Let's see how Arizona is looking. I don't think they are. Yeah, nothing according to this. Nothing according to this. Yeah, there's nothing to call Arizona on here. Okay, so here, how about this? We'll make Arizona the real, actual gambling bet. The real gambling bet. I'm going to say we get blue Arizona. I'm going to say that we get a blue Arizona. Blue Kansas, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, California, Oregon, Washington, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New York, all the nameless New England states, Maine, Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia, I think. Well, Georgia I don't think is going to go blue. It might not be possible for Georgia to go blue anymore. I mean, it could. Here, let's check in on Georgia really fast. And then we're going to check in on North Carolina, too. Trump's still holding a decent lead in Georgia by a couple 100,000 votes, but they're only at 77% reporting. It could flip. Remember, it is more likely to... We're more likely to see a wave of Harris votes come in towards the last, 5 or 10% of the expected vote count than we are to see them be Trump votes. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see if it's enough to save Harris in Georgia. North Carolina results. Let's see how they're looking. Trump is ahead in North Carolina by about 200,000 votes, but it's still only 61% reporting, so things can still flip. The counties I've been looking at that could possibly go blue have not flipped yet. Check Illinois, it's blue, trust. Yeah, I think this is my incorrect prediction of a red Illinois. Yeah, here you go. Okay, we'll just switch over to it from here. Oh, damn, okay. 50% reporting with Harris at 59% in Illinois. Man, I miscalculated with that red prediction on Illinois. Harris is losing the lead in PA a bit? Really? Yeah, but Harris's lead right now in PA is pretty strong. It could evaporate, but it's less... The states where Harris has a lead, it is less likely Trump is going to pull ahead than in the states where Trump has a lead, Harris is going to pull ahead. And that gets more true the further into the night. Like, any big change surprises to the results are going to favor Harris in this election. That's how the Red Mirage works. Woo, my home state is blue, let's go. Sadly, my home state was decided for Florida a little while ago. Or Florida was decided for Trump a while ago. God, I cannot speak right now. I kind of have to use the restroom, so I'll probably have to take another bathroom break in another, like, 10 minutes. Hopefully you guys don't mind. I've been trying to space them out as much as possible so I don't leave you guys hanging, but last bathroom break was nearly 2 hours ago, so I'm gonna need another one soon. I'm worried, TBH. I understand why, because to the naked eye, these results look really scary, and they also looked scary to everybody that was in my chat when I live streamed all night covering the 2020 election. In reality, the results are looking more like this than, like this. The AP poll is more accurate when it comes to calling states for a given candidate. But a lot of, remember, California, guys, California is worth 54 votes. That is a easy gain for Harris. Harris is getting California. Oregon and Washington are another 20. This is easy extra 20 electoral votes for Harris, okay? Pennsylvania is probably going to go to Harris. That's another 19. North Carolina could still swing for Harris for an extra 16. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Illinois are looking favorable to Harris, so she's probably going to win those. How's Michigan looking? Harris ahead in Michigan at 14% counted. Minnesota, Harris is winning. No, Trump is winning in Minnesota at 0% expected vote reporting. Okay, that makes sense. Only like 10,000 votes have been counted. Yeah, Harris will probably pull ahead in Minnesota. It goes blue every election. Minnesota's going to go blue, so that'll be an extra 10 points for her. Wisconsin, we looked at that a minute ago. It's currently a slim lead for Harris at 20% reporting. Illinois just swung for Harris, it seems. It looks like Harris has Illinois. It could go either way still. Trump could catch up, but it's way more likely that Harris just solidifies her lead. The place where Harris has her lead, it's more likely she solidifies it than Trump catches up. And the place where Trump has a lead, it's more likely Harris catches up than solidifies it, if it's a battleground state. If it's a red state, it's probably staying with Trump. But if it's a real battleground state that swings, then it'll probably go to Harris in the end of the night. Anthony, quit spamming. Most of the states that are going red are already showing. Meanwhile, the blue states haven't shown up yet, and any flips are in favor of blue. This is what we mean when we talk about the Red Mirage. Some of the biggest blocks of blue states don't even get counted on the electoral vote until so late in the night. We are not dooming, Axe. We are not dooming. Democracy is messy, but I'd rather that than an authoritarian government. That, indeed. And let's hope we get to keep our democracy after tonight. Let's hope we get to keep it. Let me check my messages. It is not Tom the non-binary. Here. Let me tap the sign. Rural red counties get counted, their votes counted first. Mail-in ballots get delivered and counted through Election Day starting at 7 a.m. in most states and takes well into the night and the following days to be counted. Republicans mostly vote on Election Day and at the polling stations, which get their votes counted sooner. The Red Mirage is a well-known phenomenon, and Biden was losing until like 1 a.m. PST in 2020. For reference, it's about to be 7 p.m. PST here. So, these results are looking literally exactly as expected so far. There are literally no surprises so far. I get that to your face this looks bad, but there are no surprises so far at all. I guess the only kind of surprise is that Georgia will probably go to Trump. It could still swing in favor of Harris, but it'll probably go to Trump this time. Who knows, though? Blue Georgia happened at like 4 a.m. Blue Georgia happened at like 3 or 4 a.m. PST. Like, it was red for most of the night, and then people in my chat started spamming, Georgia is blue. Georgia is blue. And I was like, what? Because out of nowhere, like a 200 or 300,000 ballots came in Georgia and shot Biden ahead of Trump, and we're all like, what the fuck? And we all like locked in. Michigan went for Biden, and it's like states that were leaning red, that are currently leaning blue, swung from red to blue late into the night in 2020. Remember that we are at the starting point right now. This is the point where we start with, where states are going. Some states are at least going to swing from red to blue. And this is our starting point. And it's really not a bad starting point, considering Trump's not all that close to 270, and Harris isn't necessarily all that far behind Trump if you consider that California, Oregon, and Washington are guaranteed wins. So yeah, like, do not doomer. Is it Jover yet? Just as I was saying, Kenneth, Estrere, it is so far from Jover. We are very much early in the night. This literally looked worse at this time in 2020. Yeah, even I was kind of doomering a little bit at this time in 2020, because it was looking bad for Biden. Lol, this guy is full of shiz, it's over. Listen, Golgamore, I don't know if you're a Trump supporter or just a doomering lefty, but if you're a Trump supporter, I don't want to hear you complaining about how the vote is rigged if the mail-in ballots start swinging everything later in the night. Because I know you people are the first to start screaming, stop the count, when that happens. It's fine, guys. I'm fine taking your doubt. I'm fine being... If I end up being wrong, that's fine. I'm fine with ending up being wrong. It just proves that my content is even more necessary these days than I could have ever predicted. But I'm pretty confident that I'm right, especially considering the results of last election. Xander Hall is based for not going full doomer, probably the only streamer who doesn't do that. Like, is there... Like, should I take a look at, like, other... What's Vosh doing? Let's see if Vosh is doomering. I'm genuinely just curious if I'm the only lefty streamer not doomering about results right now.
But there are still a decent number of votes in the many, many, many more rural counties. I don't know.
Yeah, he's not doomering. Actually, no, he's being, like, based on his tone, he's not doomering. Okay, cool. Had to check in on him. Had to make sure he's not breaking the rules. So Vosh not bad? I mean, he's bad for other reasons, but he's not doomering, and that is good. That makes me happy. I'm glad he's not doomering, because he's been on that doomer spiral lately, and that's been pretty cringe. I've not liked that. The doomer posting is not very Sigma male, big chungus Reddit of him. Bango the Buck, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very base. Said, hey, I really am sorry for doomering earlier. This is my first election, and I'm personally involved in, and all of this is still new for me. I promise to never let the doom embrace me again. It's all good, Bango the Buck. Thank you for the $5. I assume your mute has timed out, because it was only like 10 minutes or 5 minutes, but yeah. I appreciate it. So who's winning right now? Right now, if you wanted to say who is winning, you would actually say Trump is winning, but that's to be expected considering the Red Mirage. What is going on with results in Virginia? Let's see. What's happening in Virginia? Harris and Trump are neck and neck. And it's at 62% reporting. Also, I'm gonna mute you for like 5 minutes as a little bit of a timeout for your spam, Jack. Don't worry, you'll be back in 5 minutes, but that spam has to be punished, okay? People do not like the spam. Yes, Bart Simpson. Thank you for coming to the stream, by the way, Bart Simpson, of the famous and beloved long-running show The Simpsons. Remember that the Richmond and DC suburbs will have a shit ton of votes? Yeah. Yo, where's Hank Hill when you need him? Well, I tell you what. Alright. Let's check in on the AP poll. Let's refresh it. Just in case it's lagging behind. Because I don't know if this one updates fully live without a refresh. Oh yeah, it's still updating. So yeah, Trump is continuing to rise because all of the states that are a given for him are getting called. However, New Mexico is currently leaning with a slim margin in favor of Trump. I don't think New Mexico will end up going to Trump. Oh yeah, it's already leveling out. It's only at 21% reporting. But yeah, I think New Mexico probably still goes blue. But here's a really good example of the red mirage. New Mexico is gonna go blue. Okay, like it's gonna go blue. It goes blue pretty much every election. New Mexico's a pretty blue state. Albuquerque hasn't even been counted here yet. This is a great example of the red mirage. You're seeing these very rural, low population counties finish their voting, finish their counts very quickly, which are mostly going to lean red, and that gives Trump the perception of a lead in the state. And yet, we've already got some rural counties that have voted for Harris in the majority, and we haven't even gotten the most populated parts of New Mexico's votes counted yet, enough to even show up here. So yeah, Albuquerque's gonna go pretty blue. Or not Albuquerque. You guys are making me read your messages about Breaking Bad because New Mexico. Albuquerque's gonna go blue, and that's gonna make New Mexico go blue. And so you can see, like, this is a perfect example of a state experiencing the red mirage on a smaller level. Like, look at it. Like, this is not... Harris is going to take the lead here. Another example of a place where Harris retook the lead is Maine. When this state, a little while ago, Trump was winning Maine. Trump was literally winning Maine earlier in this stream. Harris has now flipped it, 8% reporting. Harris has now flipped it at 53% of the vote. You gotta remember, guys, these states fucking flip-flop, dude. It is not set in stone. Just because you see a score here already doesn't mean it's not going to change throughout the night. It really is. If this is your first election, I forgive you for being a little more doomer because it makes sense. But based on the multiple elections I've followed through the entire night now in my lifetime, this is fully normal. Like, regardless of outcome, this is what you would expect. How do mail-in votes work? Like, for example, let's say Texas. Would a load of mail-in votes flip the state even though it has already been called for at the moment? Yes, Bosca, Bruce Scare gang. For those that don't know, this percentage, this 70% expected vote reporting basically means the amount of votes that have been reported from Texas is at 69% of the expected turnout. A prediction of what voter turnout will be based on different trends. And there's a lot of things that affect those trends, but they could still be wrong. Voter turnout this election is very high, which of course favors Harris, and we've yet to see that high voter turnout show its face in these results so far. So yes, just like Georgia in 2020, which was red. Mind you, Georgia was red the whole night up until 1 a.m. PST. My time in California when I was covering that election. And then all of a sudden, chat started blowing up that Georgia had just flipped blue because like 80,000 mail-in ballots had just gotten counted, and most of them were in favor of Harris. It was like 80 to 100,000 like ballots just suddenly came in. I see Vintage Story. I do love me some Vintage Story indeed. Goes hard. Connect Habit 7154. Holy crap, I just noticed the viewer count. We're at almost 670 viewers. Are we gonna hit 700 tonight? Oh my gosh. Well, hey guys, if you're watching the stream right now and you want to drop some support and help boost it in the algorithm to get more people watching and just boost the support on the channel, consider hitting the like button. Consider every thumbs up like casting a vote for YouTube's algorithm to boost my stuff to more viewers. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. I think we could hit 700 tonight. First election for me, but I'm not doomering. Done tons of research as a trans person. Needed to vote for my rights. Hell yeah, Nico 16 gram. Make sure that your voice is heard. Hawaii will almost certainly go blue. No surprises there, but they're not going to be closing polling stations for a while because they're way out there in the Pacific. I'm pretty sure the sun might still be up in Hawaii right now. Despite daylight savings time, it's fucking dark here right now. It's 6 p.m. Or I guess it's about to be 7 p.m. Alaska will obviously go to Trump. That shouldn't surprise anybody, but yeah, Alaska's probably going to Trump. Oh, I don't mean the hearts. The hearts are definitely... I don't know what the hearts do on the YouTube chat. I mean, like, the thumbs up. The likes. Zan, check out Hassan's stream. Oh, man. Y'all are trying to trigger me, aren't you? Y'all just want to trigger me.
For the keys, you know? The worst people gathered at Mar-a-Lago. Oh, my God. At Mar-a-Lago tonight, Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy, Caitlyn Jenner, Eduardo Bolsonaro, Nigel Farage, Dana White, Byron Donalds, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, my heart can't handle it. Oh, my God.
One day I'll be wealthy enough to afford a camera as nice as Hassan has. Jesus Christ, his visual quality is fucking crisp, dude. Jesus. Doesn't feel real. He probably has, like, some preferred, like, treatment when it comes to his stream bitrate or something as well. Hassan voted Trump? No. Hassan did not vote for Trump. I would doubt that. Hassan may be, like, a massive cringe lord, but he's, like, foolishly cucked to the Russian government and its agenda. Zan, don't listen to chat. Do not absorb the Hassan particles. Yeah, true, Heavy Gretel. I gotta avoid the Hassan particles from invading me. As predicted, it seems like Colorado has been called for Harris. Very unlikely it swings back the other direction. This is almost, yeah. 51% reporting, a very strong Harris lead. About what you expect from one of the first states to legalize weed. Hey, I voted in Colorado? Hell yeah, Yay Comic Man. You're the one who made that happen. Oh, look at that. Oh, Utah, as expected, Wyoming and Montana have gone for Trump. As predicted, Utah, Wyoming, and Montana have gone to Trump. Idaho will too. But we're almost at California, Oregon, and Washington's votes getting counted, which is going to rocket Harris up by about 72 electoral votes. Nearly doubling the amount of electoral votes she has right now, just from winning the West Coast, which she will win. She always does. Well, the Dems always do. Alright, guys. I just want to say thank you to for all of the support so far. I very quickly need to use the restroom because I've not in like the last 2 hours, so I'm going to go do that very quick. It will be very fast. I'll be right back. Don't worry, guys. Stay tuned. All I'm going to do is get rid of my camera so that you guys can still see the results while I'm gone. But don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. I will be back from the bathroom in just a moment. And I am back! Thank you for your patience, guys. Bart Simpson says, damn, lost 50 people. Yeah, YouTube is a very unhealthy job. Your fans and YouTube will punish you for taking care of yourself. You have to be 100% nothing but content, or people will get upset and they will leave. But thank you, nonetheless, to everybody who is still hanging out. I apologize for having to dip out and use the bathroom. I know it was a little boring waiting for me to come back, but nonetheless, I appreciate your patience. Thank you. Fucked but true. It is indeed fucked but true. Alexia, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. It means so much and helps a ton. Said, things are coming out Millhouse. Indeed they are. Thank you. Just to clarify, we are doing better at this time than last year, right? Yes, I believe so, Bango the Buck. Around now, Biden was behind by a lot. Obviously, these are all calling, like, the states that are pretty likely for Trump for him. Oh, shit. Yeah, here's a good example of the Red Mirage. Oregon leaning on 71% Trump right now. That is a very good instance of the Red Mirage. Holy shit. Only 5,000 votes have been counted so far. And because this is the Red Mirage in action right here. Holy shit. A hard blue state like Oregon that never goes red, because only 5,000 votes have been counted so far, Trump has a 71% lead. When I say that as we go through the night and more votes get counted in every single state, more are gonna lean for Harris, I mean it. Oh, Pennsylvania just switched over to a minor lead for Trump. Mind you, Pennsylvania is still only reporting at 45%, less than 50. But man, it is neck and neck in Pennsylvania. But the fact it's this neck and neck, I'm gonna be real. I think Harris still takes it. Harris is back up on AP. I think Harris probably takes Pennsylvania, considering how close it is this late into it. It's fucking over for Virginia. Virginia is not going to start going blue for a while. We probably got like another 30 minutes to an hour before we start seeing the blue push in Virginia. So yeah, that's at 65% reporting, and Harris is at 48 to 50%. This state more likely flips for Harris than it does stay on Trump, especially at 65% reporting. And this little of a lead, it's less like a couple tens of thousands of votes lead. The most important counties haven't even been counted yet in Virginia. PA and Virginia are feeling the Mirage. To an extent, yeah, I'd say the place really feeling the Mirage is Oregon. Like, red Oregon, because so few votes have been counted, is a really good example of the Red Mirage. Like, the first votes to be counted are the red votes because of the way that Republicans vote. Like I said before, rural red counties get counted first because of their lower population. Mail-in ballots get delivered and counted through Election Day starting at 7 a.m. in most states and takes well into the night and the following days. Republicans mostly vote on Election Day and at the polling stations, which get their votes counted sooner. The Red Mirage is a well-known phenomenon, and Biden was losing until like 1 a.m. PST in 2020. Keep all that in mind, guys. Man, Nebraska is bizarrely having some surprising amount of blue in it right now. Huh. That's surprising. Wait, what's Nebraska looking like? 49% Nebraska? No way. No way. So this is an example. I don't even know what's happening here. It's barely a lead, but it's a lead. We're not getting Nabluska, but dude, the fact that Nebraska is seeing so many blue votes this early at only 40% reporting, man, we're gonna see some states flip blue, dude. We're gonna see some states flip blue hard. We could still see blue Georgia. Because Georgia was like roughly this hard red before it flipped. I wouldn't throw Georgia out completely just yet, guys. There's a reason it's still gray, and it hasn't been called for anyone yet. And even when it's been called, just like last election, Georgia had been called red and then flipped blue. It was one of the most bizarre things ever seen, but those mail-in ballots, dude. When does the mail-in votes get counted? Like I said before, Maurice Bear, primarily late into the night. So much so to the point that ballots will be getting delivered to polling stations. Mail-in and provisional and absentee ballots are going to continue being trucked into polling stations like all through the night, while people stay up literally all night and day counting. And it's mostly going to be mail-in ballots that are going to be keeping them up. I need you to understand. I need you to understand, chat. Hey, Trump just shot up to 195. All the states that you expect to go for Trump are obviously getting called for Trump. No surprises so far. I've got 3 election streams up. One is you, obviously. One is a skit channel being half serious with his chat. One is a Canadian gaming Warframe channel just making meme commentary on it. I bagged my first tornado in Nebraska. Hell yeah, Storm Chaser Patrick Pineda. That's awesome. Watching from New York, hope Kamala wins. Me too. I'm still pretty optimistic that Kamala's gonna win. So far, there's no surprises here. You know what I mean? Do you guys know what's going to happen, though? You know what's already guaranteed is going to happen if Kamala wins? Trump having this lead for this long is what he is going to use, just like in 2020, to argue that the election was stolen. You guys know why Trump was able to argue the election was stolen last time, right? It was because he started out with this big red mirage that everyone expected, particularly because he demonized mail-in ballots so much. And then the mail-in ballots got counted, and all of a sudden states started flipping from red to blue late into the night. And Trump used this idea that late into the night ballots were being trucked in and new ballots were being dropped off that were completely fabricated for Biden. You got to remember, the entire election stealing scandal that Trump tried to push was based on the fact that he had a red mirage, making it look like he was going to win, and then he fell apart. And they were like, well, this must be suspicious. Watch any Republican debate right now about like whether or not the election actually went for Trump or Biden in 2020. They all argue that there was this suspicious swing in votes late in the night when it was a completely predicted end to the red mirage. How much longer till he prematurely declares victory? I assume he probably already has at this point. Yeah, the Republicans have already gotten everything they need to fight for weeks after this, even if Kamala wins. How's the house looking? Send me a link. I don't want to take the screen off of this. We're locked in on this. My mom is doomering? Yeah, a lot of people who vote Dem doomer early in the election, they start celebrating as it goes on. Oh, it just updated. Kamala's at 109 because Colorado got counted. Let's see how New Mexico is doing now. How's the Red Mirage doing there? So we got 24% reporting in New Mexico and a slim lead for Trump. So we'll see if that falls apart. I think New Mexico goes blue, so that's going to be a very strong flip. Arizona, this is a big one. Ooh, neck and neck, dude. Holy shit. And only at 35% reporting, it's this neck and neck. Yeah, I think Arizona goes to Harris, guys. I think I was right about that. I think Arizona goes to Harris. I think New Mexico's going to flip for Harris. Colorado's already going to Harris. How's Kansas doing? Do we still have a... okay. Trump's pulling ahead in the lead in Kansas as expected. We'll see. Maybe I was wrong about a potential blue Kansas. Like I said, everything can still flip later into the night. Yeah, New Mexico easily goes blue. They haven't even counted Albuquerque yet. In Texas, the votes for Jill Stein made a difference, exactly as Russia planned. 52,000 to... not really. Nah. The Stein votes didn't make much of a difference. So she got some more votes. God, fucking wasting their Like, you see what I mean now when I tell people not to vote third party, because you're adding one vote to this sliver that could otherwise be added to Harris's or whatever Democrat, you know? Even if Harris wins, the Jill Stein supporters still piss me off. Here, can I... Hold on. Jill Stein, Moscow. In case you're wondering how much of definitely a Russian plant Jill Stein is, holy fucking shit. I thought it was over-exaggerating until I saw this video. This video just sealed the deal for me on Jill Stein being a Russian operative in like 5 seconds.
Hello, campaign supporters and friends. Coming to you from Red Square in Moscow, meeting with press and policy people from all over the world, including from Russia. It's been so wonderful to see people come together from across all borders and from across the political spectrum, really, come together around basic human values, including the need to rein in U.S. exceptionalism and totally reform and revise our foreign policies and actually sit down in respect and replace a U.S. policy of domination. We've seen that vision really resonate here, and I'm so looking forward to the work ahead.
Ain't no way. Yeah, guys. Anyone who is trying to take votes away from the Democrats is bad news. Surprise, surprise. Xander Hall is right again. Alright. Let's keep an eye on this here. I think the big races to watch right now are going to be Pennsylvania. Ooh, Trump's got a narrow lead in Pennsylvania. Man, the fucking Stein votes make a difference in Pennsylvania, though. Those would be nice to have for Harris. But yeah, it's looking like with this narrow of a race in Pennsylvania, Harris is probably going to nab it in the last 50%, especially later into the night. 14 or 16K votes, but Arizona has flipped blue. Hey, yeah, like I said, do not mark anything down as set in stone yet. We're going to see a lot of flip-flopping, even once we get to, like, it's going to get, so something you guys need to understand is somewhere at 90 to 95 or even 99% of expected vote reporting, it's going to get stuck. And the results are going to continue to change, and states are going to continue to count votes because they don't know how many votes were actually cast in total. And so this is more a percentage of the expected voter turnout and a very high turnout election. I assure you, Geeks and Gamers is not a valid or accurate source, Badassatron. So yeah, Arizona is now a decent little lead for Harris. We love to see it. Has the red mirage disappeared in New Mexico? It has. There you go. Harris is now leading in New Mexico. As I told you before, she's flipped New Mexico from Trump. So Arizona and New Mexico just flipped from Trump. We need to keep an eye on PA because we are totally in PA blue flip territory. There's a reason why it's still black on the map. It's not even close to far enough in to decide. DC is blue? Of course DC is blue. DC is, like, always blue. Pennsylvania is critical? Yeah, those 19 electoral college votes are big. Does PA still need to count mail-in ballots? Yes. Like I said before, mail-in ballots are going to be getting counted well into the evening. So let's talk about your analytics. Hell yeah, Tommy C's Cat. I'm at 710 viewers right now. It goes fucking crazy. Thank you guys. Hey, if you want to support the stream even more, consider hitting the like button. Every single thumbs up is like a blue vote to the YouTube algorithm. Push my stuff in the out to new people. Hell yeah, thank you for getting me to 700, guys. Hot damn. Y'all just keep making the number go up. I'm so proud of you guys. Xander Hall, the Supreme Court can't stop the count right now, can they? No, they cannot. Xan, just to let you know that Badassatron is a Transformers 1 reference. Nice.
Like the stream, my creatures.
Kamala Harris is sexy. That should be enough reason to vote for her. That, but unironically. That, but actually completely unironically. Just voted for Xander Hall? Hell yeah, DS2K15. Jared Kovac, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the super sticker. So kind of you. It really means a lot. Wish I had money to throw at you? No, no need, no need. Don't donate if you can't afford it. Don't feel bad if you can't afford to donate. It's absolutely fine, my friends. If you want to support me, you can do so for completely free by hitting like, but besides that, you just being here and hanging out and talking in chat is plenty. My hood has fallen down. Zan, would you sell coffee? Probably not, guys. I'm gonna be real. Probably not. Let's see how Pennsylvania's doing. Still a neck-and-neck race, guys. 51% expected reporting. New Mexico? Harris gaining even more of a lead in New Mexico as expected. Arizona? Harris's lead holding in Arizona, as I hoped and predicted. California, Oregon, and Washington. Oh yeah, let's check in on Oregon. Oh, was that a bug? What? Wait, was it a bug before when they showed red votes in Oregon? What? I have no idea what was going on there. Yeah, now New Mexico and Arizona are looking blue. Colorado is hard blue. In Idaho should start turning red soon. Idaho is guaranteed red, obviously. Like, that's an extra, like, what, 4 electoral votes? Yeah, to Trump. So that'll get him to, like, 202. I just had a I just had official Hot Ones Hot Pockets. Hell yeah, Pepper T21. Sounds yummy. Nice. Did anything turn red that wasn't before? Only the races that have been really neck and neck. One thing that did turn red was Maine has been flip-flopping a lot. Maine originally started out as on Harris, favoring Harris, and then it favored Trump, and then it favored Harris again, and now it may be favoring Trump again? It looks like it's still favoring Harris. Okay. So yeah, at least according to ABC News, Maine is still favoring Harris. Not that 4 electoral votes are a big deal, but, you know, it's still something. Definitely won't scoff at 4 electoral votes. It's a nice little bit of pocket change right there. Yo, eBay GBs, thank you for your EBGBs. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. Says I voted Harris, my brother voted Trump. Sag. Can't win them all, EBGBs. Can't win them all. Alexia, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. It really does mean a lot. Thank you, thank you. Said, I'll donate for chatter. You donated for that chatter. Hell yeah. Who couldn't donate before? Based. And then 392 Mar, thank you for the $20 donation. Hot damn. You guys are cooking today. Holy shit. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. I'll update the dono goal really fast to reflect your generosity. I don't want to undercredit you guys. Y'all have broken my my expectations. Who do you think is going to win? I still think Harris probably wins. Yeah. So far, the results are pretty in line with what you expect. I think a really good show of how much the vote is going to start changing as ballots get counted into the night is the popular vote. It really helps to show how much it's going to change. Remember, Trump will not win the popular vote even if he wins the presidency. That Republicans don't do that. Trump especially does not do that. And Trump is fairly ahead in the popular vote above Harris. And a large part of that is due to California, Oregon, and Washington not having been counted yet, which is obviously going to be like almost doubling Harris's electoral votes. But on top of that, a bunch of people in a lot of states, even in states that will stay red, their blue votes have not been counted yet. The majority of blue votes that have been cast in this country will not be counted for another 2, 3, or 4 hours. Hey, Licks. Welcome to the site. Yo, Storm Chaser Patrick, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. You're so kind and base. Said, remember, Nebraska and Maine split their electoral votes. Nebraska is trying to change this, however. Nebraska and Maine split their electoral votes. What? That's bizarre. How's Nebraska looking? A very narrow Harris lead at 41% reporting. Man, Nebraska could go blue. Look at this shit. Did you see that flip-flop happen in front of us? It went from Harris in the lead to Trump in the lead to Harris in the lead, now Trump's in the lead. Oh my god. You guys understand what I mean now when I say that this race is going to have a lot of flip-flopping, and you cannot assume any state is set any way just yet. We are not fucked, Shadow Miner. Let me point to the sign, because we've got 725 people here right now, a lot of new people in chat. Rural red counties get their votes counted first due to their lower populations. Mail-in ballots get delivered and counted through all of election day starting at 7 a.m. in most states and takes well into the night. Some places, they don't start counting the mail-in ballots or delivering them to start counting a bunch of them until the polls close. So the process just starts when the polls close. And that takes a while to count all of those. And they get counted as a big block that gets submitted. So it's going to be a big update. Whoa, a state just went blue, or whoa, a state flipped red or something. Republicans mostly vote on election day and at the polling stations, which get their votes counted sooner. This is why we saw Oregon light up red for a second when 5,000 votes have been counted with a 75% favorability for Trump. Because immediately, the earlier you are in the election, the more Republican the outcome looks, regardless of what the total outcome ends up being, simply because of the Republican mirage, the red mirage that happens every time. The red mirage is a well-known phenomenon, and mind you, Biden was losing until 1 a.m. PST in 2020, and it is currently 7:25 p.m. PST. So yeah, we've got a while till things start to look up. That's my prediction. If Trump wins, we're fucked. If Kamala wins, they riot and start shooting us, and we are fucked? No. Dude, they might start rioting and shooting people, but the police are gonna come and, execute their asses if they do that. What are you talking about? Trust me, if the alt-right starts trying to do an insurrection on the streets of America, shooting people, we're going it's gonna be the day of the rope's gonna happen, but it's not gonna be that day of the rope the Nazis jack off with each other over. It's gonna be the day where they all get roped, because dog, it's not gonna end well for them if they try to engage in civil unrest. Which they have tried before, but if they start taking to the street killing people, it's going to be real bad for them. It's not going to last long, and it's not going to be very effective. It's going to be a very quickly put down terrorist uprising. For sure. Anyway, Solo6483, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. It means so much. Says, I owe a lot to Xander Hall for keeping my hopes up. Can't wait for more fun in the future. Thank you so much, Solo6483. You're so kind. Alexia, thank you for the $10 dues. Hot damn, you guys are cooking tonight. Thank you so much. Says, DC is already installing defenses in preparation for a possible riot. Yeah, they gotta be ready, regardless of the outcome. It's just probably best, considering that, at least, I wouldn't say that the Democrats are likely to do that kind of thing, but the Republicans normalized it, so it should be part of procedure now that you assume the outcome of the election could be divisive enough that people could try to delay the vote certification, so that should always be protected. Mind you, if Kamala Harris loses this election, do you know what she'll still do? She'll still concede, and she'll still, as vice president, certify Donald Trump's victory if he wins. Because the Democrats do go high, they do follow the rules. And even if that happens, the Republicans, you better believe, the Republicans will not give a single shred, not a single shred of credit for Kamala Harris for conceding and certifying his election herself, if that ends up happening. So keep that in mind. It's gonna be an annoying situation if Trump wins. Don't think he will, but if he does, God will it be annoying. Hillary conceded in 2016 with the GOP always conveniently forgets. That's true, Stephen J. Neptune, man. Alright, let's check in on Pennsylvania. Ooh. Trump's got a bit more of a lead here in Pennsylvania, but we're still only at 55% reporting. It's only a 100K lead. Ooh boy. Ooh boy, 2% lead for Trump in Pennsylvania, but hell, if Pennsylvania could go red and then flip to blue, just like Georgia did last time. How's Georgia looking? 51% Trump, 48% Harris at 85% expected reporting. Has Atlanta been counted yet? New Mexico, how's it looking? Ooh, Trump's pulled back into the lead in New Mexico for a bit more red mirage at 36% reporting. Harris is definitely going to take the lead again. This is going to flip-flop a lot. New Mexico's going to be a big flip-flopper. Is Arizona flip-flopping? Yeah, it is. 49.7% for Trump, 49.5% for Harris. Let's check in on the AP. 112 to Harris, 198 to Trump. Ooh. Not a fun thing to see, but things are going to flip. Virginia seems to have flip-flopped. Yeah, Virginia's looking bluer now, you're right. I didn't notice that. You're right. Virginia is now sporting a slight Harris lead. How's North Carolina doing? I assume North Carolina's still pretty red? Ugh. 83% reporting. It could still go to Harris, guys. North Carolina could still flip to Harris. God damn it, Jill Stein. I hope those goddamn Russians are giving you lots of free vodka. These Trump numbers aren't going to last. Harris has this in the bag. You're not wrong. The further we go into the night, the more the Harris votes are going to start flowing in. Just like in 2020 and every election before for the Dem. And the Republicans are, well, if they lose, which they probably will, they're going to call it shady, just like they did in 2020 when it happened. The further in the night, the more the red will trickle off. That typically is how it goes. I'm waiting for mail-in ballots to come in and for all of the ties to immediately go blue. Yeah, a lot of the tied things are going to go blue later in the night for sure. Right now, what you really want to be seeing, like, obviously vote for a Harris lead, but right now you should expect to see even swing states go to a pretty decent red position until around... It's 7:31 p.m. right now. If I remember my election let me see if I can find my election coverage from last time. Man, is it not... maybe if I go to my channel I can find it? If I can just find my stream covering last election, that would go crazy, dude. That would go fucking crazy. Hold on. Okay. Let me see if I go into... Actually, if I go into analytics... And I go to content, and I go to live, and I sort by oldest. Oh my god, yeah, a bunch of my old live streams are here. Cool. I'm gonna have to scroll for a while, though. Oh man, this is gonna be a pain in the ass to find. But it's gonna be so rewarding to find. Hold on. Show all results for election. Here it is. Election stream 2020, riding with Biden. Let's take a look at these results. So it is 7:33 p.m. right now. And to give you an idea, in the last election, at 7:33, or no, 8 or 9, hold on, what time was it? It was 9:19. In the last election at 9:19, this is what the results looked like. A lot like they do now, guys. North Carolina, impossible to decide. Georgia, impossible to decide. Florida was a little more mixed during 2020 around now. Virginia was a little more blue. These states were already pretty strong blue. Pennsylvania was still a toss-up. Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. It was like Iowa had a Trump lead. Look at that, dude. Look at that example of the Red Mirage. I'll play a little bit of this stream so you guys can hear me arguing against the doomering in chat. 50, like Iowa's pretty strongly, like that's 85. Montana is tight, and they're only, mind you, this is after Oregon, California, and Washington went to Biden. We haven't called these states yet. 50% counted. Nevada is less than 1% counted. So that this is literally me is so Trump, but they're only 52% counted. Michigan Democrat chanting "lock her up" about about the governor. Here, I'm trying to find a bit where I'm like telling the doomers not to doomer. But yeah, you can see like the results are looking pretty similar this time around. Didn't 2020 Iowa go strongly to Trump? I don't think so. I think Iowa might have gone red in 2020. Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, man, like, you got to keep in mind, the Red Mirage is real. It wasn't until, like, 9 p.m. that Biden pulled ahead in popular vote, and this is 58,000 to 57,000. It was barely even a lead. And then we saw Georgia go red. North Carolina, I think, might have gone red for a bit. Maybe it went blue, though. I don't remember. I think Pennsylvania had gotten pretty red. It was pretty fucking scary for a while here, guys. Let me fast forward to the end when when shit started to change. Oh yeah, things looking scary here. I know Biden's behind 3%, but we can win Wisconsin. You guys are like, doomer, doomer, doomer. And then people start saying, Biden's ahead in Wisconsin now. And we check, and Biden's ahead in fucking Wisconsin, okay? Fucking listen to me, okay? Listen to me. I have been doing this for a long time, guys. I have been telling you guys to stop doomering and to understand the Red Mirage for a long time. It could go either way still. It really could. But let's not pretend like this is unprecedented. Will there be a Jan 6th part 2? Let's hope not. They're increasing security at the Capitol, apparently, in preparation for that possibility. I'm very scared. I don't want to be attacked. I understand that. I understand that. How's Pennsylvania looking right now? Ooh, 51 to 48. Trump in the lead. Granted, this is a state very much expected to flip. We're only at 58% in the reporting there. Apparently, Virginia is now a Harris lead? Yes, Harris is leading in Virginia, just like Biden was in 2020 around 9 p.m. So yeah, by 9 p.m., if it's like last election, Virginia will be blue. Like, probably called blue. Iowa in 2020, Trump won by 53%. How is Iowa looking now? Trump is currently at 55% of the vote, with 55% of expected vote reporting. I would like to see a state reach 100% vote reporting and to be able to compare how much Trump won by in that state compared to last election. That would give us an idea of how much stronger Trump has gotten, if at all. The anti-doomer posting attitude is why I choose this election live stream. I appreciate that. Yeah, AP News has been having some issues, and this site is pretty slow itself. A lot of these sites have been really slow with the updates, but hopefully they chill. We still got the Red Mirage happening in New Mexico at 37% expected vote reporting. This flipped from Trump to Harris to Trump again so far tonight. Arizona, currently Trump holds a tenuous lead, making it very clear to me that Harris is probably going to pull out the W in Arizona. So Doomer everywhere else, this is the only chill place. Hey, listen, even if Trump wins, dude, we're gonna end up, like, we're immediately talking about what we have to do about that. Like, the first thing we're doing, if Trump wins, which he probably won't, based on how the election is going compared to 2020, it's pretty much going the same way. So, what's likely going to happen is, Nebraska changed? Yeah, Nebraska is leaning in favor of Trump. Not great, but it's not even at 50% votes reported. It could still flip back in favor of Harris. Nice, Disky-Doo. Let's hope 2024 is just 2020 Part 2 and not 2016 Part 2. This election is what decides whether or not we're in 2016 or 2020 Part 2. I'm gonna start doing a demonic ceremony in the front yard to get the demons to help the Dems win in a landslide. Yeah, we can only hope, man. We can only hope. But, like I said, can you explain the Red Mirage? Why does it happen? Sure, actually, I wrote it down because people needed to keep on being told why I'm not doomering. Rural red counties get their votes counted first because they have a lower population. So their votes get counted faster, meaning that their counties get called for the Republican that, you know, rural counties always go for, immediately. So you almost always see a massive rise in Republican support right out of the gates. The Republican is always in the lead right out of the gates, just like now. Mail-in ballots get delivered and counted all through Election Day, starting at 7 a.m. in most states, and takes well into the night and the following days. In several states, including Pennsylvania, they can't start counting mail-in, absentee, and provisional ballots until after the polls close. And it takes well into the night for them to count those, and they all get submitted as like a big block of votes, typically. The Red Mirage... Republicans mostly vote on Election Day and at polling stations, which get their votes counted sooner. The Red Mirage is a well-known phenomenon, and Biden was losing until like 1 a.m. PST in 2020. To be fair, I think it was more like 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. PST where he started winning, but it was still so neck and neck for hours and hours that it could have gone either way. So it was still super scary, and I was like, guys, I get that it's neck and neck, and he's like behind 3% here, behind 2% here, but he could totally flip it, and then he did. One of the biggest flips was, what was it, Michigan? The Michigan flip? Dude, that one was insane, bro. Let's see what happens. Thanks for the explanation, no problem. Are we gonna get this tab back? Can I... Yeah, hopefully that AP News tab will start working soon, but it's currently broken. Harris is winning in Old Virginity, just like in 2020. We're seeing Harris take the lead in Virginia now. Biden won Virginia in 2020 as well. How's North Carolina looking? Still the same exact margins as before and not much more votes being counted. Once these start to stall, we're going to start to notice these things starting to stall a lot. And once they stall, that's probably when they're counting their mail-in ballots, and that's when we can start to expect things to start to favor Harris over Trump. That is what happened in 2020. The expected voter reporting started stalling at between like 90 and 99%, and then like suddenly it updated and some states flipped. And then Biden won after literally being behind by several percent in multiple swing states that he needed to win the election. Virginia voter here. I voted for Kamala this morning, really hoping we can win this thing since I live in a very red area and want to hear the Republicans screech. Yeah, you want to hear them screech from your own house, yeah. Remember the mail-in ballots will make Kamala's lead skyrocket overnight? Yep. The site I have up has 61% of New Mexico counted. Harris is up by around 50K according to that. Nice, Aesir. Yeah, New Mexico is a really good example of the Red Mirage right now. Where, okay, well, now Harris is up, but at the start, Trump was ahead. Trump was ahead, and whenever we were looking at the AP poll before, which, is it working now? Yes, it is. It was reporting Oregon votes before as red. I don't know if that was a mistake or what, but they were doing that for some reason. So Harris should receive another 70 or so electoral votes once Washington, Oregon, and California come in. Nevada could go blue. Let's hope it does, because that'll be real nice. Arizona very well may flip blue. New Mexico will go blue. Colorado's already blue. Nebraska could go either way at this point. It's actually wild how split it's been this election. Nebraska is so red. Illinois is blue as fuck. Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan are doing 2020 again right now. They're literally pulling another 2020. Minnesota is a blue state. It always goes blue. Right now you can see, damn, Trump's got a big lead there. Yeah, this is a really good example of the red mirage. Minnesota is a blue state. It goes blue every time, according to the shit that I just brought up of previous votes, and by a lot. So Minnesota is not going to go to Trump. It's just not going to. It isn't going to go to Trump, mark my words. And so with that in mind, the fact that it's so strongly leading red right now really goes to show you a representation of what's going to happen to these other states as the night goes on. Because Minnesota's going to flip blue later. Wisconsin is looking like it's probably going to flip blue later because it's so neck and neck. And Michigan might also flip blue as well. You gotta consider, the states that are guaranteed to end up flipping blue because we know their history and we know, like, Michigan or Minnesota's not just gonna go red this one election out of nowhere when it goes blue so frequently. Yeah, also Tim Walz is the governor of Minnesota. Yeah, Minnesota is an easy win for Harris, and yet she is behind. This is a really good representation of how powerful the red mirage is this election. It might even be more powerful than in 2020, dude. I hope so too, Wilkins. Dude, I think we're gonna hit 800 viewers. Hot damn, guys. Thank you so much for the support. If you guys want to support me, no need to donate like the lovely people in chat have been doing just now. If you want to support me, you can do so for completely free by hitting the like button on the stream. Every thumbs up is like casting a ballot for me. Georgia is currently still leaning pretty pro-Trump right now. It's still fairly neck and neck. We could actually see Georgia still. I may have prematurely called Georgia for Trump. Georgia could still flip blue, in all honesty. Listen, guys, when you can hear the panic in my voice, that's when you guys should start being worried. When I change the music and start sounding panicked. Because right now, this is just about what I expected. I'm finally starting to get sleepy. I think the anti-doomerism really made me feel better. Thank you, Zan. I'm so fucking glad. Dude, I hope people are not just ruining their mental health right now by watching streamers that are just doomering about the future. I really hope y'all are being healthy. Def Not Dahmer, thank you for the $7 Canadian. I'm glad that you're definitely not Dahmer. Said, first time live, but your videos keep me entertained and terrified at my shitty job. I'm sorry they terrify you, but I'm glad they entertain you. Thank you so much for the $7 super chat. Oh my god, we hit 810 viewers. Good lord, that was fast. Welcome everybody, thank you. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. I love you guys. Welcome. I hope you appreciate my election coverage. I hope it's been good. Wow Doge Beam, thank you for the 2 New Zealand dollarinos. Says, how is everything going in the States? So far, about as expected with this election. Presuming Harris wins, this is about how I expect it to go. People in chat are obviously doomering, but I am not, and that should tell you all you need to know. The Block Awesome, thank you for the $2 super sticker. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you for the capybara profile picture, too. I love cappies. And then, of course, I want to thank... Wrong button. I want to thank Straw Hat Monty 97 for the $5 dono. You're so kind and based. Thank you. Said, my MAGA stepdad put his opinions on politics while I was trying to take a bong rip. We both yelled, now I gotta cope with a Stellar High and BD Zekarat on PS5. Not a DBZ fan. I'll play anything if it looks fun. Huh. Well, I hope you have fun then, Straw Hat Monty. I'm sorry about your dad, like, harshing your vibe. I'm so sorry. 392 Mar, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You're so based in Pog. Said, yeah, I should have came here to begin with. 2020, I was in New Jersey and slept through the election. I'm back home in LA and can't do it this time, but I woke up to a Biden lead. A Biden lead the next morning, that election. Yep, that is how it goes, 392 Mar. Thank you for the $10. Don't worry, guys. You don't even have to be watching the results for the Red Mirage to disappear. Like, you can leave and come back in a couple hours and be like, how are things going? And hopefully, they'll be going better. Wow, Trump has a 90% chance of winning the election right now, according to Kalshi. Looked the same way, and the same reporters were saying that at the same time in 2020. I was legitimately contemplating moving during the night of the 2020 election. I understand that. Yeah, it was very scary. It looked like Biden was going to lose pretty hard. Zeodoma, thank you for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate it. It says, not only did I vote today and I'm keeping myself calm with you, but you also donated I also donated plasma today. My bad. I was confused. Like, how do you know I donated plasma today? Everyone in chat, go get tested and donate as often as they'll let you. That is true. If you're AB positive blood type, then your plasma is universal donor. And plasma is like super valuable for medical reasons, for transfusions and stuff. And so if you're AB positive blood type, your plasma is like very, very, very needed. So donate that shit if you feel so inclined. O negative, dummy? No, Grub. Grub, why would you assume you knew what you were talking about when you said that, and then like insult me? No. When it comes to plasma donation, universal donor is the opposite of universal donor for blood type. O negative is universal blood donation. AB positive is the opposite of O negative and is the universal for plasma donation. Yeah, y'all thought you had me, didn't you? In fact, I knew more than any of you did. Aren't I right, Delancer? Delancer, resident doctor, are you here? Can you confirm? Zan, 10 minutes until the West Coast closes its polls. Let's go! Votes will start getting cast. Let's go! Let's check in on Pennsylvania. The exact same results so far. Damn. Hopefully things start to change, but I don't expect it for a while. How's Georgia looking? A blue flip is still very possible in Georgia. Love to see it. How about North Carolina? Can we still get a blue flip? Yes, we can. For those that don't know, Biden was behind by 3% in Michigan. How's it looking here? Kamala is ahead. Biden was behind by 3% originally. Obviously, it's not going to be an exact copy over of the last election. But, well, let's see. Is Florida 99% done yet? 97% done. Yeah, I think Florida's definitely going to Trump, guys. I can't believe it, but I think Florida's going to go to Trump. But I will say, only 56% of Florida going to Trump? Really? That's not that much. That's a little bit hopeful. Why is all three counties Lansing in fucking red? Well, you gotta remember, Red Mirage. Whenever a county initially gets its count in, it's probably gonna be red. Regardless of the results, now it's the best time to make the most deranged wave of anti-right memes. They will show their ugliest side, and we are going to record it and make sure nobody ever forget how disgusting they are. No, they'll memory hole the shit out of it, trust me. Zan, you are correct about blood donation types. Damn right I am, the Lancer. People thinking they know more me about medicine. They're not a doctor. You know more about me than medicine, the Lancer, but the randos in chat don't. Isn't plasma the liquid part of your blood? It's the not red, white, and other blood cells in your blood. It's like the liquid that your cells in your blood are floating in. This also gives a lot of backing that people would rather prefer a daddy dictator over democracy. After all, this democracy business is hard, maybe even heavily disfavored over being a bootlicker. Yeah, I do think that this, regardless of the fact that Harris is probably pulling the W towards the end of the night, I think the fact that we're able to see such a massive outpouring of support for Trump really goes to show how bad of a state the country is in right now. You know what I mean? Like, regardless of Harris winning, the fact that so many people are still falling in line with Trump goes to show that, like, at least half of this country is dangerous. Not just evil or wrong or crazy, but dangerous. Give me another full hit of copium. I mean, I can read you the Red Mirage thing. We're still very early in the night right now. Rural red counties get counted first. Mail-in ballots get delivered and counted through Election Day, starting at 7 a.m. in most states and takes well into the night and the following days. Republicans mostly vote on Election Day and at the polling stations, which get their votes counted sooner. The Red Mirage is a well-known phenomenon, and Biden was losing until like 1 a.m. PST in 2020. There you go. Can you answer something for me that has me worried? Sure, Slashy. What's up? Francisco Q, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, bro, we're in trouble? No, not really, Francisco. This is looking a lot like 2020. Do you guys have, like, 4-year memories? Have you forgotten so much? If there is a Red Mirage, why are news networks calling it for Trump already? I mean, they did that in 2020. It's way too early to call. There are no experts that would agree that 7:55 p.m. before states have even had time to be called that are neck-and-neck races. Like, it is way too early to call. Really, dude? You're gonna tell me Pennsylvania at 66% reporting, this close, you can call the election? No, dog. People are calling Seltzer a liar now because of the Iowa poll. Yeah, people are going to jump on that shit hard until shit starts to reverse, which it will. Francisco Q, thank you for the additional $2 dues. Has picked the wrong time to quit drugs. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Do you think Kamala win? Yes, I do, Karma Kitty. Listen, town properties, customer, Tuscany, whatever. Just don't start screaming to stop the count when the blue votes start coming in from mail-ins. Like you did in 2020. At least half this country doesn't understand politics and are clinically insane. My mother unironically believes Kamala is a demon worshiper and that aliens are real and she's a liberal politically. Yeah, like, you gotta remember, there's a lot of untreated mental illness in this country. Michael Moran with the $5 super chat says, Zan, I love your content, but I'm watching MSNBC. Harris is underperforming versus Biden and even Clinton in some major counties. We'll see. We'll see, Michael Moran. We shall see. How long until California? A little while, probably at least 3 minutes. I donated to you and I feel it's important about the Michigan election. Alright, let's see. Meow Wixen, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Says Michigan turns blue because Lansing, Michigan is in 3 counties and is the 6th biggest city in Michigan. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, and they haven't started counting the Lansing counties yet. Alright, makes sense. Thank you for the $5, Meow Wixen. I appreciate it. And Red Scare, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Said, low info voters strike again. No Blorgia, North Carolina, or Blairizona. It can still happen. What do you mean, Red Scare? How many times do I have to say? Copium? Hey man, if you think so, Just don't come back and start screaming about how the vote needs to be stopped and the Dems are stealing the election later tonight. Have a good night, V-Rose. Man, I really hope that I'm right. I think I am, but I'm like hoping that I am right. Just so I can say, hey guys, where are all the Doomer posts? Where are all the Doomer posts about Trump winning, guys? I remember it was around this time that I found your content, like before Election Day. I know that I think maybe my memory is bad, but it was around the time that the Squid Gang thing happened. I thought Noah Samson was being nice and shouting you out. So it's like, oh, if he's recommending by a content creator, I think I should check him out. My autism saved me from being a tanky for the rest of my life. Hell yeah, DSW Shadow Wolf. Refresh, Kamala just got more votes. Is this the more accurate one? This one just doesn't update. I guess it's this one, 113 to 210. Trump's probably going to be stuck at about 210 to 220 for a while, just like in 2020. This is about where he stopped. He gained, like, I think one extra state. I think Washington. Yeah, he's going to lose Washington. I don't think he's going to win Virginia. I don't think he wins Pennsylvania. Yeah, man. Idaho will definitely get Trump a little closer. Idaho's going to switch to Trump's side and get him a little closer. Maine will definitely go to Harris. Harris is winning. Hawaii will go to Harris. Georgia is a toss-up right now. Arizona's a toss-up right now. Alaska will go to Trump, but that's a sliver as well. Yeah, guys, it's really, guys, it's not that close. I should say it's pretty close. It's not really that doomer. Oh, it just updated. Oh, there's California. Yeah, 167. There you go. There's and there's Washington. There you go. When's Oregon coming in? Come on, Oregon. Give me Oregon. Where's Oregon, baby? Give me Oregon. Give me Oregon, baby. Where is it? Come on. We've been waiting. Oregon's this one, right? No, Oregon is... where's Oregon? Oregon, there it is. Not a big one, but it's still gonna go to Harris. I think Trump just got called for Wyoming, which is, of course, guaranteed to Trump, obviously. No one is surprised by that one. This is literally the NCR versus the Legion. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like that kind of map, doesn't it? All right, we just got to wait for that Oregon blue to come in. Guys, Harris is catching up. She's gaining? No way! Who could have predicted this? Who could have predicted that Virginia would start to go blue? So like I said, my predictions holding up pretty well. Blue New Mexico. I think Arizona's going to go blue. Colorado's going to probably stay blue. I think I'm wrong on Kansas. And maybe I'm premature. I can always get rid of this later. But I think I was wrong about Kansas, and I was wrong about Illinois being for Trump. Illinois is going pretty hard blue, so I was wrong about Illinois and Kansas. We'll see if I end up being wrong about Georgia and North Carolina. I was right to bet blue on Virginia because it was Trump was in the lead in Virginia when I bet blue on it, and then Harris took the lead in Virginia, but it's still pretty close. Pennsylvania, I'm betting on blue. That's probably going to swing blue later in the night, like pretty late. Same goes for Georgia. I think Pennsylvania and Georgia and Arizona are the big ones to look at, and they're going to change up quite a bit. Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan are almost certainly going to Harris. Let's see, though. Here we go. Oregon's starting to come in. It's not called yet, but we got Oregon coming in. Come on, poll station ballot counters. Let's go. God damn, 825 people watching. Hot damn. Can I just say to all of you guys, thank you so much for being here and for your support. I really do appreciate it. I mean, if you want to support the stream, consider hitting the like button if you haven't already. Consider every thumbs up on the stream like casting a ballot for me to get recommended by the YouTube algorithm to more people. It really does help a ton. 6 million behind is still rough. 6 million votes behind. Guys, do you think Trump is going to win the popular vote? I'm asking you this sincerely. Do you actually think that Trump is going to... are any of you here doomer enough that you think Trump is going to win the popular vote? Like, none of you, it seems. Not even the doomers seem to think that. That even if Trump wins, he's probably not... Yes? You think he's going to win the popular vote, Carlo? Okay, let's find out and see. The fact that Harris is behind in the popular vote like this, just like Biden was... Biden's behindness in the popular vote early on was a representation of how much he was going to pull ahead. Biden was obviously going to get the popular vote even if he lost. Harris is obviously going to get the popular vote even if she loses the Electoral College. The popular vote being so low is not like, oh my god, not enough people are voting for Harris. It's, man, a lot of Harris's votes are not being counted yet. Trump did not win the popular vote in 2016, mind you. Hillary won the popular vote by millions of votes over Trump. Zan, I just realized the blue wave for us is just like that moment when the boss's HP bar refills and new music starts playing. Dude, let me show you how this election is going to go, okay? Let me show you a visual representation of how back and forth, flippy-floppy this shit is going to be. It is going to go pretty much exactly like this. This is how it's gonna go, guys. This is a visual representation of how the election's gonna go. Who's who? You decide. This isn't even the actual boss fight. This is just the cutscene that leads into it. But the joke that the person in chat was making was about at the end of the fight, or towards the end of the fight.
This fire will spread across.
Wait, is this the? Oh yeah, it's here. Anyway, yeah, the bit's ruined. I couldn't find the bit. I'm sorry. My meme is ruined. I'm sorry. I tried, guys. I tried with the meme. All right, guys. Trump is at damn near 180, and Harris is at 180 almost. Harris at 214. Oregon has not been called for Harris yet, so she's going to get to quite a few more electoral votes in a minute. The places to look at right now, I feel like Nevada, I don't know which way Nevada will go, honestly. I think I called it blue. Yeah, I'm calling a blue Nevada. Arizona, I think, is going to flip later in the night. New Mexico is probably just going to get called for Harris later on tonight. Virginia is probably going to get called for Harris later on tonight. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, man. These are going to flip easily. Like, Minnesota easily flips, Wisconsin probably flips, and Michigan probably flips too. This is just the same thing that the last election came down to. Everything looks super doomer and hopeless when Trump gets to around a little bit over 200 to 250 electoral votes, and then shit just starts to explode for the Democrat. Xanos got deja vu about this for some reason, and no, I didn't really see the last election. Interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely getting 2020 deja vu, I'll tell you that. Yo, Slashy, thank you so much for the 3 Tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. How kind of you. Thank you, thank you. You're so pog and based for that. Says, I am paying $15 because this is the best breakdown of 2020, and I want you to play all of this. Alright, Slashy. Sounds good.
So there's no way they're...
From cringe to cope plus epilogue. Thank you for the $15, Slashy, and I hope that one, Random One, and Squeaky Batboy and Silver Totodile all appreciate the free blue subs. Anyway, let's check this out. Dave Rubin 2020 election meltdown, from cringe to cope plus the epilogue.
Going to accept the election this time, and I do think Trump's going to win, most likely in a landslide.
Trump is going to win, and he's going to win in a bigger way than he won last time. Sounds crazy, but Trump's going to get 30% of the black vote, and they know it, and that's why they're freaking out.
I tweeted about a year ago that Trump's going to get 30% of the black vote. That's an insane. No one in their right mind would say that.
Support was 15%.
15%.
15% approval.
Yeah, I'm guessing it could be around 30%.
I think that 30% is going to break very hard to Trump. That's not going to show up in the polls because they won't say it in the polls. All right. It's election day in America. These are fake glasses, and I thought today is the type of day because I want to connect with you. So you see what I did there? And of course, here we go again. This is Donald Trump. He's going to get the 18 Electoral College votes over there. This is Chris Christie. He's actually kind of making some sense that good things are happening, people. Make America great again.
Dave Rubin is out in Los Angeles. What is it like in California today?
This is so long, Jesus. Through the election day. Can we all admit that the pandemic is over now? Like, at least give us that as you peddle the rest of this nonsense? It's not partisan to say Dems can get away with anything at this point because they have mainstream media and big tech. It doesn't matter what happens in these states. It only matters what narrative is. Saying that this is what happened when the states started flipping, by the way. Because they had won some pretty important states like Georgia. The states were practically called for Trump. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, Georgia was practically called for Trump. And then it flipped. And they were like, what? It was so fucking funny. The copium. All right, that's enough. This video doesn't get to the point fast enough, unfortunately. Doesn't get to the point fast enough for me. Sorry. Man, we gotta keep our eyes on this race here. Let's see how New Mexico's doing. Yeah, Harris has got the lead in New Mexico, as one would expect. Come on. Harris has got the lead in New Mexico. Yeah, Harris has got the lead in New Mexico, as we expect. Cool, cool. How's Arizona looking? Wow. Wait, did Harris pull ahead in Arizona? She was like behind by 2% before. When did it get so neck and neck? Damn, okay. Yeah, Arizona keeping it fucking tight, dude, and only at 51% reporting, too. That's really good for Harris in terms of Arizona. How's Georgia looking? Still neck and neck, but at 88% of vote expecting. Mind you, it was at like 90-something when Georgia flipped blue last election. North Carolina. Same margin, same amount of expected vote. I'm thinking the mail-in ballots haven't been counted yet, guys. I'm thinking the mail-in ballots in these states haven't been counted yet, guys. 26% of the vote left to be counted in Pennsylvania, presumably. There could be more, because the high voter turnout for this election. This is one of the highest voter turnout elections. Trump at 51, Harris at 48. The fact that these races that are so important are so close is such good news, dude. I know that sounds crazy to you, but the fact they're so close... Like, if Trump was dominating in Pennsylvania right now, or dominating in Georgia right now, or dominating in North Carolina, dominating in Virginia, dominating in Arizona, or Minnesota, or Wisconsin, or Michigan, I would be a little more, like, down and sad. But so far, this is just exactly what it came down to last time. Like, this is just the same fucking thing all over again. Georgia and Virginia and Pennsylvania are Georgia and Pennsylvania are too close to call. Virginia's gonna go Harris, it's looking like. North Carolina could flip, but it doesn't necessarily need to for Harris to win. These are gonna go for Harris easily. Michigan and Wisconsin and Minnesota are probably going to flip again like last time, which will almost single-handedly win Harris the election. And Arizona will probably flip too, like it did in the last election. And it's gonna be late into the night. How did Clinton lose in 2016? Clinton, if I remember right, because I watched most of election night, Clinton was losing from the start. Like, Clinton, like, was losing every state, but was gaining in the popular vote, and I didn't understand that the popular vote was what mattered, or wasn't what mattered, and so when I was watching that election, I was like, hell yeah, she's got more votes. Like, nice. Trump is pretty cringe. It wasn't until after Trump got elected that I fell down the alt-right rabbit hole myself. But I was hoping for Trump to lose, and I thought the popular vote was what mattered, and then it didn't, and I was like, wait, what? Wait, you mean the person who gets the most votes doesn't win? That confused the hell out of me when I was younger, but it was kind of the start of my realization, or my decision, when I was young, that, like, politics is very bullshit, and that kind of leads you into the path of the right wing, to a large extent. You are correct, Zan. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Clinton was just, like, not doing great. So she lost states and never won the majority? No. Hillary Clinton was in the lead in the popular vote, but kept losing important states. Harris here is behind in the popular vote by a decent margin, and has a decent chance to pull ahead and win in these states. What you need to remember is, regardless of the outcome, Harris is pulling ahead of Trump in the popular vote. That is what is going to happen, right? Because even if Trump wins, he won't win the popular vote. Like, Republicans don't do that anymore. But the fact that Harris still needs to pull millions of votes to get ahead of Trump, and will pull millions of votes to get ahead of Trump, because that's how it's going to go, means that there is absolutely enough ballots that are for Harris that have not been counted yet, that are possibly in these states. Yeah, Clinton beat Trump in the popular vote, but lost the states. There was no point where it even looked like she was winning on election night. I remember, like, my mom was asleep during the election. I kept, like, walking into a room being like, hey, here's an update on what's going on. And she was like, nah, Trump's not winning. They're just reporting that he is because they want money. I was like, I don't know. He's like, won most states so far. Yes, it is. Cygnus Erive. This is FF14 music. It's Amarat. Yo, Butch Magnum, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Hot damn. Thank you so much. You are insane for that. Good lord, you cooked with that one. Good. Oh my lord. Thank you so much for the generosity. You are wild. Said Quail Goal. Red Mirage for sure. Keep up the great work, Zan. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Butch Magnum. I'm glad you see what I see. Oh, there you go. Oregon, Washington, and California for Harris. Sovi, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Says, if he loses, do you think he'll run again in 2028? Is Trump the only Republican candidate until he finally dies? He might run again in 2028. That's definitely possible. It could definitely happen. Let me update the dono goal really fast to reflect you guys' insane generosity today. Y'all are blowing me out of the water. Thank you, guys. Holy crap. What states do you think will flip? Well, be a surprise flip is a better way to ask. By the way, it's been a while since I've seen a stream. How you living? Pretty good, Anthony F311. Welcome. The states I'm predicting a flip on, New Mexico is already favoring Harris. So Harris is going to win the 5 from New Mexico in a minute. Arizona, I think, is going to flip later tonight. Nevada, I think, will go to Harris. Maybe it ends up being a close race. Maybe it doesn't. But I think Nevada will go to Harris. Minnesota is right now, I think Minnesota is like the best example of the blue mirage, or not the blue mirage, imagine, the red mirage that you can possibly imagine. Minnesota goes blue every election. Minnesota is where Tim Walz is governor, right? Minnesota is a easy layup for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And yet, Donald Trump has 60% lead, or 60% of the vote there, at 14% reporting, which is still pretty low reporting. Harris is going to shoot up past Trump in Minnesota, because that is a blue state. This really goes to show how strong the red mirage is tonight. That Minnesota is showing us so strong red right now, when it is an easy layup for the Dems. Any reason why you're using these sites instead of just the Google one? It seems to work pretty well in my opinion. This one's bigger, in all honesty. Like the Google one is like a small condensed little thing in your results. This one, it like takes up the whole page almost. And so it's a lot easier to report on the results this way. So yeah, Virginia's gonna go to Harris. New Mexico's gonna go to Harris. All we need is Arizona to flip, Nevada to go to Harris, Minnesota and Wisconsin and Michigan to flip, which they probably will, let's be honest. Pennsylvania just needs to flip, which it probably will. Although these are neck and neck races, by the way. These aren't even like flip situations because they haven't even been called like Georgia was in 2020 and then it flipped blue. These are more like Harris just has to take the lead after the mail-ins get voted or counted, right? And then Georgia, the lead against Harris is not all that strong either. These are so neck and neck that they aren't even called races yet. Trump is not going to win Minnesota. Exactly, Plague Doctor. But the fact that it looks like he's winning Minnesota is a very good representation of the whole election in general. I'm going to guess Trump is going to... I think Trump is going to get like 240 to 250, maybe 260 electoral votes. No, North Carolina has fallen. Oh, has it? Oh man, North Carolina, no. Oh wait, no, this can still flip. No, North Carolina has not fallen. North Carolina's still in the same situation it's been in. It's just pretty strong in the red right now, but just like Georgia was in the same situation North Carolina is in right now in 2020. Butterscotch Cow, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Said, contributing to the Quail Fund, they're such cute, funny little birds, and we could all use a little joy right now, Heart. Aw, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Hey, Zan, I live in Canada, and there are a bunch of sports teams here with mostly American players. How would their ballots work if they were to vote? They'd be counted last. Those are called absentee ballots, if I'm not mistaken. And so they get counted last. Like, along with the mail-in ballots and like, all of the ballots that are heavily leaning Kamala get counted last. That's the thing that you guys really gotta remember. True, Zarl. When do mail-in ballots get counted? If they get counted, like I said before, it's not a when, it's like it could happen at any time, really. Here, let me bring this up. Once again, I'm pointing to the sign. Rural red counties get counted first because they have lower populations, making states like Minnesota, right now, super red. States end up looking really red because it takes longer for the bluer areas to count their ballots because inevitably the bluer areas are the ones with higher populations and it takes longer for the polling stations to report their count. So it's going to take a while for us to see a lot of these places flip. Pennsylvania, for example, Lancaster County, let's see, or Lancaster, where's Lancaster? I actually don't know where Lancaster is. Let's see. Yeah, it's down here roughly. Has Lancaster been counted yet? Ah, it has not, actually. We're seeing the red mirage in Lancaster County. Trump is ahead despite 95%. Damn, 95% reporting and 58% ahead? I don't know, man. The expected vote reporting could be false. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm expecting, especially the counties that make up Lancaster, the biggest city in Pennsylvania, or one of the biggest cities in Pennsylvania, I expect him to flip blue. I want Zan to talk about Texas and Iowa. Let's look at Texas. Texas seems to be with Trump at 57%, pretty expected, and Iowa seems to be with Trump at 55%, pretty expected. But remember, there's a ton of places and a ton of votes that have not been counted yet. What about California? California's been called for Harris. Oregon just called Harris? Yeah, they called Harris a while ago. Remember, we're looking for Arizona, Pennsylvania, hopefully a North Carolina flip, but North Carolina might be lost to Trump. Georgia, we're hoping to go blue, and these three will almost certainly go blue. Yeah, California's not gonna go anything but blue. We're not even looking at Washington, Oregon, and California, or New York. Like, that's not a serious thing, you know? New Hampshire still needs to be called for Harris, it looks like, as does Virginia. If AP has called all these for Trump, then how do we not doomer? Trump is already at 230 out of 270. Because Trump was at this point last election. My friend says there's probably a lot of Trumpies in Nevada, so it may go red. They are in the southern part of it, though, so you think the rest of Nevada is different and it'll go blue or even? It's hard to say. How is Harris struggling more than Biden? Well, it could just be the fact that the red mirage is stronger this time around than last time, which would imply that Harris is doing better. Because the Dem never just sweeps right out of the bag. Like, it's always like this. Even when the Democrat wins, even when Obama won, and when fucking Biden won, it's always this, like, nail-bitingly close thing. Arizona is close to flipping. That is not surprising to me. That is what I've been predicting tonight. Oh yeah, it's a very close race in Arizona, like I showed before. Arizona could easily flip for Harris later in the night. Turnout is up globally, meaning both are getting more votes. That is true. Dems and Republicans are getting more votes than ever right now, so we gotta keep that in mind. That, like, we are expecting more votes, and then despite that, the amount of voter turnout exceeded expectation. So we've still got a lot of votes to be counted, even county by county. Yo, Angel the Himbro, thank you for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate it. Said, hey Zan, big fan. Figured now is a perfect time to dono and say I'm biting my nails here. Let's hope for some big flips. Well, don't bite your nails, because that's not good for them. It's a bad habit, but I assume you mean it more metaphorically. I hope so. Anyway, yeah. Thank you for the $10. And yes, I am hoping here. We're hoping and praying. Francisco Q, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that as well. Said, going to sleep. Thanks for easing my anxiety a bit, bro. Santa Muerte te bendiga. I don't know what that means, but thank you for the $5, Francisco Q. Look at Connecticut. Connecticut's going blue. Harris has a strong lead in Connecticut. It's a blue state. Like, what do you expect? There's nothing surprising there. Let's stalk Pennsylvania for a minute, huh? What you doing, Pennsylvania? How is the voter count here? Oh wow, York County is only at 45%. That could flip. Lebanon County is at 95. Lancaster County showing 95% expected vote reporting. That's pretty surprising. That doesn't seem quite right. Like, not in a, oh, I don't want that to be the result kind of way, but in like a, that doesn't make sense kind of way, if that makes sense. Like, this is This feels very much like mail-in ballots in this county have not been counted yet. We'll see, though. Look at the margins in New York. Yeah, fair. Fair. All along Erie County. Interesting. Erie County went blue. Allegheny County has gone blue too. Huh, interesting. And so these counties, some of them are not all that counted up yet. Some of them are, but not all of them. Here's the point where it's gonna freeze on 95% all night. Long Island is red? Wait, is that, hold on. Hey guys, y'all think the red mirage is real yet? Just curious. Do y'all think the red mirage is real yet? Or do you think Long Island went to Trump at 55%? Long Island went to Trump in 2020? It could. I don't know. Nassau County? I don't know. Look at Rhode Island's where I'm planning to move. We'll see, dude. Oh my god, I just noticed. Oh my lord. How did I not notice it? Thank you guys so much. We just hit 915 viewers. Good god, are we hitting 1K tonight? I would have never predicted that. Jesus, thank you guys for the immense support. Consider dropping a like on the stream if you haven't already. Every single thumbs up y'all leave is like casting a ballot for my content and my channel to do well in the YouTube algorithm. So make sure that you have high voter turnout in chat and you cast your ballot for me. What is Minnesota doing? Exactly. Minnesota is a great example of the Red Mirage. A layup state for the Dems that they're going to pull through and win in, but obviously pretty low voter expected vote reporting. But Trump is super ahead in Minnesota, a state that the Dems are gonna win even if Trump wins the election. I think everyone just wants hope, Xander Hall, and so far as I can tell, you're the best spot for that. That's fair. Thank you for keeping hope alive, man. Been locked in with y'all. Like, even if Trump wins, we're not going doomer. Like, the first thing I'm doing, if Trump actually manages to win, is I'm doing a segment, like, right away, talking about Trump's most popular policies and how they won over the American people. And how misinformation has effectively, like, swayed the election. But I don't think that's gonna end up happening. If it does, though, I'm making my segment about how Trump won right away if he does. But I don't think he will. Hassan has been doom posting for an hour now? Sounds about right. Although, why would Hassan feel doomer? Why is New Jersey so close? It should not be this close. Y'all are talking about these close races and easy layup states for the Dems like it's a bad thing. Minnesota just went blue, Zan? Did it? That's about what we expect. Did the voter reporting just... Yep, there it goes. There it goes. It just went from 18% to 47%, and Harris takes the lead at 55%. You just watched the Red Mirage die in front of you. That is the Red Mirage. That right there is the Red Mirage. Check North Carolina. It's still pretty tight. It's still a pretty tight race in North Carolina. But like I just showed you the Red Mirage happen. We watched and Trump was ahead at 55. This flipped. This literally more than flipped. Good God. See, guys, this is what I'm talking about. The higher population areas, the big cities that are mostly blue, not only take longer to be counted because they're high population, but the mail-in ballots everywhere, the absentee ballots, all leaning Harris, take longer, even longer to be counted. Aw, man, I should have bet money on that gambling site for Trump to win, so that, like, no matter what, I win, you know? Like, no matter what, like, if Harris wins, I win because, like, Harris won, but then if Trump wins, then I end up making money off of the bet. I should have done that. Damn. Is it too late? The reason people are affected by the red mirage, and it is not like in 2008 where states were called within minutes and Obama became president in 3.5 hours. Yeah. Yeah, Obama, like, that election was wildly, like, just straightforward and smooth. Granted, he wasn't running against a particularly popular candidate for Republican. I put money on both sides, so I can't lose. Big brain. Huge brain. Bring up the Red Mirage explanation for those who are new here. Yeah, so for the people that are curious, how the fuck did Minnesota just flip so quickly when it was like a strong Trump lead? And how can this happen to other states? Let me show you. Rural red counties get counted first because they have a lower population, and so counting takes less time, and the report, like the count, gets immediately added right away. Mail-in ballots get delivered and counted through Election Day starting at 7 a.m. in most states and takes well into the night and the following days. And so that's a big part of it as well. A lot of mail-in ballots in many states, including Pennsylvania, don't start getting counted until the polls close. Republicans mostly vote on Election Day and at the polling stations, which get their votes counted sooner. This is a big part of it as well. This is why some states are going to show red and could potentially flip blue like in 2020. The Red Mirage is a well-known phenomenon, and Biden was losing until like 1 a.m. PST in 2020. New Mexico just got called for the Dems. Let's check on AP. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. See, this is what I predicted was going to happen. Trump's going to get stuck around 230, 240, and we're going to watch as things start to... It's going to be a tug of war over these last handful of electoral votes. We need PA. We need Harris to pull ahead in PA. Things are still looking the same in PA. How's Arizona? Ridiculously close in Arizona. Keeping it tight. Georgia? Salvageable in Georgia. Keeping it relatively tight. North Carolina? Still salvageable. Remember, guys, Biden was behind by 3% in Michigan before the mail-in ballots started to be counted. Keep that in mind. I think PA could very well go the same way that Michigan went last time, guys. I think we probably are, War Penguin. No, Trump did not lose North Carolina. No, I don't think Trump's losing North Carolina right now. Unless you meant last election. In which case, you gotta clarify. Yeah, I think Trump's still currently presumed to win North Carolina. You gotta remember, presumed to win North Carolina. Trump was presumed to win Georgia last year, too. He was also presumed to win Michigan. I believe he was also presumed to win Wisconsin, if I'm not mistaken. Yo, Red Scare, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. So kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Said, what is the difference between gray and black states/counties? The black states are the ones that are currently being fought over and cannot be called either way. The one that has lines through it, Nebraska, is like leaning on Trump, but is still so close it could legitimately flip any minute in favor of one of them. They just updates now that Trump has 230 like it says on AP. Yay, it finally updated. So Harris is at 192, Trump at 230. It's close, guys. Man, it's fucking close, guys. It's pretty close. But then again, not only can Harris pull out the W, but states that have already gone to Trump could still flip. And not only is it still possible, like, I'm not joking when I tell you guys, not only is a Harris victory still possible tonight, and even plausible and likely, but a Harris strong victory is possible. Like, Harris pulling a pretty decently comfortable victory is still very possible. It's close. It's over. The Trump supporters coming in to try and say the election is over at 8:30. Man. Reminds me of 2020. A lot of things about this election reminded me of 2020. Xanderhall might have the most accurate take in this election cycle. Let's find out. My here are my predictions from the start of the stream, and I X'd off the ones I ended up getting wrong. So the ones that are either like the ones that aren't X'd off are the ones that I have not been proven. Like the only two states I got wrong were well, obviously Kansas could still go to Harris, so it's maybe too early to call that as false. Kansas could still go to Harris. It's possible. And Illinois was wrong. I called Illinois for Trump for some reason, but I was wrong on that. Illinois went blue. Nice. Zan, your chat keeps calling upon John Brown. Maybe it will help win the election. True. Save me, John Brown. Save me. Anyway, thank you for the $5, Red Scare. You know, what a perfect number for the dono goal to be on, by the way. Thank you guys so much. You all have donated a collective 666 to the dono goal tonight. Good lord. I can't believe how red the country is. They literally choose fascism at worst and general bigotry at best. Yeah, this is why I've been so hard on like Hassan's sphere of the left, for example, like the tanky kind of like Revolution Tomorrow type guys, because man, we are not in a country. We're in a country closer to Nazi Germany than we are to a country that is looking towards socialism or massive like progressive reform. Yeah, once we get the mail-in ballots, it's over for the conservatives, hopefully. Yep. We just gotta wait for the mail-in ballots, but it's gonna be a while, guys. And I'm not joking when I say that. It's gonna be an hour or two, maybe more. At least it's almost 9 p.m., which is when things started to begin turning around for Joe. They started to begin turning around 9 p.m., and it's 8:40 now. So, let's see how things go. Let's see if they replicate 2020. Wait, we are doing well? Zan was right? Why are you saying that like it's an exclamation of surprise, dog? Mail-ins this year won't be as heavily favored for the Democrats because in 2020 there was COVID. Nah, incognito. That doesn't necessarily make so much sense. Well, yes, mail-in ballots are probably going to be, in general, you would expect them to be lesser. This election is also having record voter turnout on both sides. So you have to also consider that Harris is going to have higher voter turnout than Biden or Hillary did. And then on top of that, Trump is going to have higher voter turnout than the last two elections, too. So, yeah. Also, I predicted Marjorie Taylor Greene winning her race in a landslide, right? I assume Marjorie Taylor Greene won her race. That was a prediction I made like weeks ago, that Marjorie Taylor Greene wins her race in a landslide again. CNN called North Carolina. Thoughts? Definitely not peak. Definitely not peak CNN, but CNN is not necessarily the most left-leaning outlet these days. I don't know if you're aware, but they have had a change in ownership, and since then their reporting has leaned a little more towards centrist or right-wing. Elliot, thank you for the $2 super chat. Said, I'm back. I want to thank you for giving us hope. I'm the hope spreader, the hope creator. Check Georgia? Let's check on Georgia. Let's see how Georgia's doing. Still looking about the same. Nothing's changed in Georgia. It's still stuck at 91%. They're counting mail-in ballots and absentees right now. You know it. That is what happens when these races start getting stuck in the 90% area. You guys are aware that, like, in 2020, states were already at, like, nearly 100%, and then they somehow managed to pull out enough votes to favor Biden, which sounded crazy, and it was why Trump was so easily able to make his supporters believe there was trickery happening with the election. But it's just that this happened. Like, it looked like Trump had it in the bag, and then he lost it, as everyone predicted. NC got called for Trump? I don't think it's been called for Trump. Is it? Like fully, it can't flip? No, we're only at 89% reporting. And the 100%, as far as the site is concerned, isn't even necessarily 100%. Kamala's at 205. Hey, there it is. New Mexico got called, I'm guessing. When Minnesota gets called, it'll be real nice. Trump will probably get up to 340 to 350, 240 to 250, I'm guessing. That's what I think he's gonna get to. I don't think he'll hold it, necessarily, but I think he'll get to that tonight. Check Michigan. Yep, still a very close race in Michigan with, like, no votes cast and, like, none of the big high-populated Dem areas counted yet. Wisconsin, very close race. Quite a few votes counted, but plenty still left to flip the state, just like last election. Minnesota was a really good example of the red mirage earlier in the stream because it was so hard for Trump. It was so in favor of Trump, and yet it's like the guaranteed Kamala Harris win state. If any other state was to be a guaranteed win, it's Minnesota. Really good showcase of the red mirage. Trump is stagnating at less than 240 for sure. I think he could hit 240, but I don't think he's going to get much past it. Like I said, guys, nothing here is a surprise. This is just exactly how everyone predicted the election was going to go to this point. It could still go either way for Trump or for Hillary. Or Trump or or Kamala, I'm sorry. I just got teleported back into 2016 for about 2 seconds there. It could go for Kamala or Trump still. But, as I said before, it's looking pretty hopeful for Kamala, because this is just exactly how you expect it to go, whether Kamala or Trump wins so far. Early voting gets counted as around the same time as mail-ins, if I recall correctly. I forgot about the early voting, too. Yeah, the early voting also doesn't get counted until later as well. So it's early voting, absentee ballots, mail-in ballots. Yeah, holy shit. Yeah, there's a pretty big wave of blue that's going to be coming in. Whether it'll be enough or not, we'll see. What do you think about that this year's amount of voters in an election the last 70 years? What do you think about that this year's amount of voters is an election the last 70 years? I have no idea what that means, Lancer. Sorry, man. People need to stop dooming like this has been almost a mirror image of 2020 so far. Well, it's been a mirror image including the people doomering, to be fair. So it's like, it's not all that different compared to last time, to the extent that people are even... I'm even having to argue with people for later. Zan, do you play Fortnite? I like Lego Fortnite, but I haven't played it in a long time. How the fuck isn't early voting counted before the election? Weird, stupid bullshit rules. Yeah, this is a big deal because we find out today whether or not America is ready for its first female president. And if the answer is no, that's gotta be like... Man, it's gotta sting for women. If the answer ends up being no. But I don't think it will be. The voter turnout among women is going to be massive. You gotta remember, the amount of women coming out to vote for Harris is gonna be insane. I think, although, I will say, this is a quote from my mom, and I'm gonna repeat a quote that my mom said. I hope the day after Election Day we're not all having women's rallies and wearing pussy hats to, protesting the outcome like we were in 2016 instead of voting. And so, like, that was a good quote from my mom. She cooked there. But yeah, let's hope that tomorrow it's not, like, protests with pussy hats on, protesting for women's rights, and those women are actually getting out there and voting to make their voices heard. Arizona flipped back to blue with at least a 7% lead? No shot. That's insane. What? Nah. Now, Arizona is still pretty neck and neck right now. Arizona's been keeping it, like, within a percentage point tight the entire election so far. That's wild. I don't know why I had that brought up. Actually, let's look at PA really fast. Why not? I'm a social work student and plan to eventually get into politics. The country doesn't need to be run like a business. It needs to be run like a soup kitchen. One day, you'll see me giving speeches, baby. I sure hope so. Maybe I'll get the vote for you one day. Oh. No, Michael Coward, it's looking about the same as it did in 2020. I'm gonna take a bathroom break in a few minutes if you guys don't mind. My bladder's getting pretty full and I've been live for almost 6 hours with only 2 bathroom breaks so far. Harris just jumped again? Oh, did she? 185 to 230. This is what ended up happening. Why are some sources showing different scores? Is it delay? Partially it's delay, partially it's that none of these outlets have the exact number. Because there's a lot of double checks, confirmations, and some places report sooner. There's a lot of randomness, and so it's good. I like flipping between AP and oh, sorry, no. Harris is at 205 to Trump's 230, not 185. Yeah, Harris is doing better than even that. So yeah, this is pretty much exactly how it went last time. We're in a situation where it's just how Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania go that'll decide it at the end of the day. Yeah, Virginia easily flipped to Harris. Like I said, there was a big red mirage in Virginia. Trump was winning for a little while there, but then it ended up getting called presumably for Harris. The red mirage was strong in Virginia. Same goes for Minnesota, dude. The red mirage was so strong in Minnesota. Like, holy shit, dude. Also, a little bit ago, I forgot to call it out. We hit 1,000 viewers. We dropped down to 974, but I just want to say thank you for getting us up to 1,000 concurrents. Holy shit. Thank you guys for the immense support. I mean, you don't need to donate or gift subs or get a sub or anything like that to support the stream. I won't ask you to do that. I do appreciate the people who have, though. But I will ask, if you want to support the stream, you can do so for completely free. And it'll only take half a second if you drop a like. Consider every thumbs up a vote in the YouTube algorithm for my content to succeed. Don't engage in low voter turnout. Zan, Trump's lead in PA is huge. What the fuck? It's not really that huge. 51 to 48. Yeah, no, that's not by that much. Remember, Biden swung Michigan, or not? Yeah, Michigan at like out of nowhere. At nearly every vote counted, presumably. So I'm just not really all that worried until we're later into the night. It's so early still. It's not even 9 p.m. yet. So to break things down for you, in 2020, around 9 p.m. PST, and if you want to see my time, this is what it is now. It's 8:51:22, and so at around 9 p.m. or 9:30 PST, according to my VOD for last election, this is roughly how things were going. Trump was locked in around 230, 240, and it was like so scary how close he was to 270, like genuinely terrifying, just chilling there. And then Biden, went from being like around here or here to just slowly chipping and gaining. This is what Trump argued in court and argued to his supporters was so fishy about the results in 2020, was that he was growing and growing and growing and was on a fast track to take that 270, and then it stopped. And then the support for him just ceased, and suddenly the flood of Biden support started coming in, and Biden overtook him in the polls. So, I think it's I think it's pretty much just going to be another 2020 by the looks of things. Nevada had 14K votes needing to be verified, no signatures, and it's looking like Gen Z is being blamed because of only texting and knowing screens. Interesting. Although I feel like those people more likely than not voted for Trump if they didn't know how to sign their ballot. Let's be real. I can't speak historically, but how come in the past few elections had a Republican lead and the Democrats lead later on? California is obvious, but surely there is more to it than that, right? Oh, thank you for asking. It's all called the Red Mirage. Let me read to you what the Red Mirage is, because I've had to tap this sign multiple times when people ask. Rural red counties get counted first because they have a lower population, and so the vote count takes much less time. Mail-in ballots get delivered and counted through Election Day starting at 7 a.m. in most states and takes well into the night and the following days. Pennsylvania is an example of a state that doesn't even start counting early votes, mail-in votes, absentee ballots, etc., until after the polls close. That's when they start counting in Pennsylvania. Republicans mostly vote on Election Day and at the polling stations, which gets their votes counted sooner. And then on top of that, the Red Mirage is a well-known phenomenon, and Biden was losing until like 1 a.m. PST in 2020. And to be clear, Trump could still win in the end. I'm not saying that, like, Kamala guaranteed victory or anything. I'm not being delusional. But I'm being very clear with you guys that as much as you may want to doom her, I wouldn't necessarily call it for Trump yet, especially considering how last election went, because man, were people in my chat doomering about these very similar results last election. And I just kept to my guns saying, I think the mail-in ballots are going to pull through here. I think they're going to take a while, and we're going to see things start to flip, and then they did. I really hope you're fucking right, Zan. Me too. It ain't over till it's over. Xander Hall, completely anecdotal, but a lot of students, including me in Arizona, voted early. I'm very confident in Arizona. That's the thing. The Arizona ballots for Harris are not getting counted yet. It's such a close election, 0.4%. Literally less than 10K votes. And we're only at 52% reporting. The later into the night we go, the higher the proportion of votes are going to go to Kamala Harris due to the already existing bias for the later counted votes being Dem because of the early votes, mail-in votes, all that stuff. And so, yeah, it's looking very, very possible that we're going to see Arizona flip and get called for Harris. Maybe, like, before midnight would be nice. Let me check my DMs. Here is a very good example of how Trump started reacting when the results began flipping. They are finding Biden votes all over the place in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So bad for our country. Guys, do you want to know why he tweeted this? Because in 2020, he was winning Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And then the mail-in, absentee, and early votes got counted, and he lost the states in the blink of an eye. It was like, gone. ABC is behind. It's 205 to 230. Zarl, you're not wrong. So the reason why I'm using the ABC News poll is because it's more caught up on the state by, like, and it's better infrastructure for, like, showing, like, the, like, state total, who's winning the state in general, without just, like, color coding it. However, yes, this one is more updated with the electoral votes. Kamala has 205, Trump 230. Like I said, the lead from Trump is inevitably going to dry up the later into the night we go. Part of it is that, you know, like Hawaii is going to, like the West Coast states like Hawaii, they're going to go to Harris. The Californias, Oregons, Washingtons go to Harris easy. Alaska will go to Trump, but it's worth like nothing. I think Alaska is this one. Yeah, 3 electoral votes. Not really going to make much of a difference. He'll probably win Alaska. He's definitely winning Alaska. So he'll definitely get to 233. What other states do I think he'll win? He could win Nevada and get an extra 6. Don't think he gets New Hampshire. He probably gets Nebraska and gains an extra 2. He doesn't get Minnesota. He probably doesn't get Michigan. He's not getting Maine. He's not getting Hawaii. He might get Georgia, and that would be the big L, is if he wins Georgia. And he might win Arizona, which would be the big L's if he wins Arizona. These are the 2 races right now. These 3 races, actually, right now, are the ones that are genuinely a toss-up, but could so very much go for Harris. Yeah, like right now, the Red Mirage is strong in Wisconsin and Michigan. I think they both go they go blue again in 2020. I feel like is it common for a state to go blue in one election and to flip red again in a following election? Like in modern politics, not like back in the 60s or 70s. I mean like since the internet age. Has that ever happened? Like since 2000, let's say. Has there been a state that went blue and then went back to red? No? Yeah, guys, I don't know. I don't... 2004? Well, yeah, because it would have had to, right? 2008 to 2012? Like, how... I'm asking which states have done it. I'm curious how common it is. What's the popular vote count? I can't see it. Oh yeah, it's easier to see here. This really goes to show how much Harris is still going to pull ahead, because even if Trump wins this election, he won't win the popular vote. Harris is at 55 million, Trump's at 60 million. Both Dems and Republicans have like record voter turnout this election, and on top of that, Trump and the Republicans never win the popular vote, even when they win the election. So the fact that Harris is underperforming in the popular vote is not scary to me, it's promising. Because I know that's going to shoot up to like 2 or 3 million more votes than Trump has, which requires her to gain like a lot more votes, and it's going to happen. So are those votes going to be the big W's that come from Arizona, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and even perhaps Nevada? New Jersey is still not called? Bush will forever remain the last Republican president to win the popular vote. It's a demographic certainty. Yeah, we'll see if that changes. We'll see if that changes. Guys, I really want to say thank you for getting me to 1,000 viewers. Good lord, y'all are popping off. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know, if you guys want to drop a like on the stream, a thumbs up really means a lot. It's totally free, goes a long way. It's like casting a ballot on YouTube for my channel to succeed. I do appreciate it. All right, let's check in on Pennsylvania. Still the same exact results. They're still counting them mail-ins. Georgia, still locked in the same place, counting mail-in ballots and early votes. New Mexico, Harris is holding her lead. Arizona, keeping it within 0.4%. Ridiculously tight, that's what I like to see. Zan, I have good news. I repeat, I have good news. Let's see it, Slashy. Iowa update, 24% in. Harris at 52%. Trump at 46%. Hui. Oh, I gotta turn on those lights again. Hui. Guys, the red mirage is starting to dissipate. I think it's happening, guys. I think the red mirage is starting to dissipate. Oh yeah, Hawaii closed the polls, so Hawaii got called for Harris. 209. 209 to 230. So we are now experiencing, at least presently, a repeat of 2020, where Trump got stuck at 230 or 240 electoral votes. I think he got stuck at like 240 or 250, if I remember right. Because he had Georgia, he had Michigan, and he had Wisconsin. And so basically the election had been called for him, and then those states flipped. So we'll see how it goes. I think the first big, yo guys, lock in moment of 2020 was Arizona flipping. If I remember right, Arizona went to Biden out of nowhere, and it was like, guys, are we back? What the fuck? Zan, thanks for being the only person on this platform that is still being hopeful. I can't watch the other channels I normally would because they are doomering hard. Well, I really hope that you enjoy the stream. Listen, I'm not just like an optimistic guy, nor am I like being delusional. At least I don't think I am. I mean, I'm completely open to the possibility Trump still pulls the W out here. But like, if he does, then I'm just gonna grind like fucking crazy, dude. Like, if Trump wins, there's obviously going to be the desire to panic right away, but, you know, be motivated, guys. Be motivated to try and fight against what allowed it to happen in the first place. If we ever get to have another election, if Trump wins, then we want to make sure he can't get reelected. Xander, go pee. I do want to go use the restroom. I do. I'll do it in a minute, but man, looking at 1,068 people watching the stream right now, I kind of can't look away. The YouTube dopamine is being dumped very hard on my neurotransmitters. Well, if we ever get to have another election, yeah, if Trump wins, I mean, he said he'll be a dictator on day one. Dictators don't typically get elected or let themselves be unelected. So yeah, if we have another election. Straw Hat Monty, wow, thank you so much for the $5 dues. I really appreciate it. Thank you so, so much. Said, here's 5 for keeping me calm and at ease with my Dragon Ball game and your positive energy. My heart's racing, but I have hope. You know what's crazy, guys? Let me tell you something. The absolute truth. I wish I was wearing a heart rate monitor right now to prove it. My heart rate is so calm right now. You want to know why? Nothing has surprised me yet. If I get surprised by a really bad result, like Pennsylvania getting called hard red for Trump, I'll be like, ah, shit, guys, that's not good. That's some pretty bad news. But I have yet to see enough to decide, oh yeah, it must go to Trump. Because right now, it's just looking the same way that the election that went to Biden did. So why should I assume Trump's going to win? Especially with all the political experts, analysts, and my own experience, and every past election showing us the red mirage is a thing, where the early night shows us a obvious red victory that ends up dissipating. I don't know, it seems pretty straightforward to me. I don't think I'm being illogical. Check Virginia, it's a clear example of red mirage. Virginia earlier was a really good example. Another really good example was Minnesota. Here, while I use the restroom, I've actually got something perfect for while I use the restroom. We've got 1,085 people here. What the fuck, guys? Y'all are awesome. Thank you. Oh my lord, I love you all so much. Y'all are so supportive. Really quickly, I am going to replay this clip for you guys while I step away from the stream for a moment to use the restroom, because it's going to do a great job of explaining to you that this is not like an unprecedented thing, nor is it a thing that just happens last election. So I'm going to use the restroom and let you guys listen to this, and hopefully hearing it come from someone else that is not like a super progressive lefty who's just sort of a, left-leaning but middle-of-the-road guy, that this is not an unusual expectation. This is exactly what everyone expected.
Was tonight. And then, so listen up, this is incredibly important for election night. I may even play this once or several times during our election night live stream, because I want to prepare you. On election night, you're going to see a common trend across swing states. Very likely, Donald Trump will lead early on, and then Kamala Harris will suddenly start to catch up. And this isn't, as MAGA folks will suggest, proof that the Democrats are cheating in the election by dumping fake ballots, but instead it is a well-known phenomenon called the red mirage or blue shift. Now, in some ways, it might be slightly less pronounced this year, especially when you compare it to 2020, but in others, there are new rules in place that could help fuel conspiracies and lead to demands that votes stop being counted. So the question, why exactly does this illusion happen? Well, there are a few factors at play, like that rural areas, which often lean Republican, finish counting faster than urban areas, which are usually Democrat. Also, on top of that, Republicans usually favor in-person voting on the day of the election, while Democrats tend to prefer mail-in or early voting. Although a key thing is there might be a slight shift this year, as it seems that more Republicans have considered using early voting, with many states reporting upwards of 50% of registered voters using that method. So that's eaten away at mail-in voting, although those votes are still very likely to be instrumental in the election. And in both cases, there are often new rules in place that delay when those votes are counted, especially in battleground ones, where they're generally not allowed to be tallied until election day itself. And in the most extreme cases, things like mail-in ballots, they're not even tallied until after the polls close. So there's just piles of ballots sitting with poll workers that aren't allowed to be looked at or counted well until the day starts. Right? So when you hear stories about boxes full of ballots being dropped off, that's usually why. They're just being delivered in chunks to polling places for later count, all of which ends up being used by conspiracy theorists to say that fake ballots are being dropped off. Right? Even Trump said that counting ballots after election day was an issue back in 2020, and many of his supporters have continued to push for all ballots to be counted on election day itself or not count. And this year, I mean, they're going to be in for some disappointment, because pretty much every swing state has already admitted that they likely won't even have unofficial results by the end of the night. Because again, despite states getting these ballots early, workers are often not allowed to count them until election day itself. That's why you have folks like Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, already warning that the ballots there will not be fully counted until after election day. And notably, that is partially because of rules that his fellow Republicans have put in place. Things like that mail-in ballots couldn't be counted until 7 a.m. today, and they have to stop at 8 p.m. tonight. But then by 10 p.m. there needs to be a tally of all the...
That's true. There are states right now that have to stop counting mail-in, early, and absentee ballots that all favor Kamala, by the way, by 8 p.m., which was hours ago, meaning starting at 7 a.m. tomorrow, the counts in some states that are not allowed to count the majority of Kamala votes will resume and we will see more votes flood in. Guys, I'm not pulling this hopium out of my ass. I promise you, I'm not. I'm not pulling it out of my ass. This is what everyone has been expecting, regardless of outcome. Even if Harris ends up winning, this is exactly what everyone expects. No one should be surprised about how the election is going so far. This is exactly how it was planned to go. Yeah, I saw that actually. I need to drop the perma on Badassatron for the Fed posting. That is obviously very against the rules of my channel. You cannot, like, post about wanting to kill people. What the hell? Those rules are in the 7 swing states. Yes, they are, DeLancer. Yes, they are. Chris473, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. So kind of you. You're Omega-based for that. Thank you. Said, hey, Zan, greetings from the UK. Thanks for making me sane again. I am glad that I am able to provide some of you guys with sanity and a bit of hope. I'm actually going to unbutton this thing a little bit because it's been 6 hours and I'm getting hot, guys. Like, warm. I'm hoping the cold from outside starts to overpower it. Kamala's at 210. Oh, yep, there you go. Kamala just jumped up to 210. Why? What state got called for that jumped her to 210? I don't know. We're probably going to see, yeah, probably like New Jersey. I think New Jersey got called for her. So we're going to see another 4 go in from New Hampshire, another 4 come in from Maine. We're going to see another 10 come in from Minnesota. And then it's going to be a really tight race from there. Obviously, Wisconsin will likely flip, or Michigan will likely flip, and that'll be another big W. She's still 209 on Google. Interesting. Was it Nebraska which is split? Yeah, I think she's won an electoral vote in Nebraska, I think, is what did it. She won a delegate, or not a delegate, an elector. One of the 5 electors in Nebraska went to Harris, because I think the way it works is they split. Maine and Nebraska split their electoral votes, so if this elector goes to Trump, Trump will gain an extra one, then 3 will go to Harris, unless this elector, this county, unless this, like, particular one ends up flipping, but yeah, they'll split. Maine and Nebraska give their electoral votes to whichever, like, proportion, which is probably a more fair way to do it, but... It's 210 on Google now? Nice. My Dem dad is kind of doomering right now. Boomer TBA, or BTW. Ask your Democrat dad, hey, do you remember in 2020 how, like, awful the results looked? And then Trump got, like, stuck at 240 or 250 and started complaining that Harris was gaining states and flipping state, or not Harris, Biden was gaining states and flipping states, and started tweeting. I think this was one of them.
They're finding Biden votes all over the place. In Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So bad for our country.
Mary, they found them in a ballot boxes from voters. Pack your shit. Trixie Mattel, who the fuck do you think you're talking to? Patty, don't start. That's a fun interaction. I like that. That's fun. Something that's very important to keep in mind, by the way, is that while Pennsylvania may report like 86%, and Georgia might present 93% of the vote reported so far, you have to remember both of these states are not allowed to count early votes, mail-in votes, absentee ballots, etc., until like 7 a.m. tomorrow. They had to stop counting at 8 p.m. tonight, and they can't resume counting the majority of Harris's Georgia ballots until tomorrow morning. PA has the same rule. It specifically applies to mail-in and absentee ballots. This is very important to remember. Looks like they won the Senate. That doesn't surprise me. The Republicans... I would have predicted the Republicans would get the Senate, and we'd get the House. Pennsylvania is crucial. I hope you're right, Zan. Let's hope. The GOP win the Senate. It's too early to call, to be honest. It's too early to call. Particularly the swing states, where they have those weird-ass rules put in place to slow down counts. And they're put in place to help the Republicans, where they're going to try to stop the counts in Georgia and Pennsylvania. I'm imagining that Trump is probably currently working to try and get the Supreme Court to stop the count in Pennsylvania and Georgia right now, because Trump knows that he can still lose Pennsylvania and Georgia. And so they put those rules in, Republicans in those states put those rules in, so that it would be easier for Trump to challenge the results and try and stop the vote, to pull a 2000 Al Gore, or 2000 Bush, I should say, against Al Gore, where they stopped the vote in Florida in order to win it for Bush. I'm hoping Michigan flips. I'm so scared. It probably will, guys. I'm gonna be real. Michigan flipped real late. It took a long time for Michigan to flip in 2020. It was pretty damn late into the night. Georgia's red. Georgia's pretty red, but like I said, they're not able to count the mail-in, absentee, and early votes until 7 a.m. tomorrow. And they had to stop counting at, I think it was 8 p.m. tonight. Their time, not my time. So that was hours ago. So like the majority of Kamala Harris's votes stopped getting counted at 8 p.m. on the East Coast and in Pennsylvania and Georgia, and will not resume counting until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. on the East Coast. And that's when we're going to see those states flip, just like in 2020 when it was like well early in the morning PST and everything changed. Because they get to resume ballot counting, and more people show up and the count gets faster. The more votes that get counted, the better it is for the Dems. Have you guys forgotten these fundamental facts that we so frequently repeat? Voter turnout is good for Dems. Not a lot of people have voted yet. You can tell from the popular vote numbers right now, because the Republicans don't win the popular vote, especially not Trump. Hassan is already saying it's over. Man, what a great example of why you shouldn't take Hassan seriously. Bro, certified ice cream truck moment. You're just fishing for a ban with that one. You were like, you had premium, like high quality gold standard bait there. Sethy boy, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very base. Said, hey Zan, first time donating and greetings from Australia. Damn. Australia, down under. Thanks for remaining hopeful, unlike the doomerism that is all too common in other lefty spaces. Hell yeah, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you appreciate it. By the way, thank you for 1,100 viewers. Good God. Thank you guys. Y'all are popping off right now. Good Lord. Chris4732, or 473, my bad. Thank you so much for the, tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $10, presumably. Let me know if I got that wrong. Said, have not subbed for a while, so this hasn't been a better... there couldn't be a better time to resub. Hell yeah, Chris473. Welcome back, and thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. Chris473 as well with another $10. God damn... Oh, wait, I read that one before. My bad. I counted that one. Thank you. And then Straw Hat Monty 97 with the... I think I read that one. Did I? Yeah, I read that one. Yeah, this is a new one. Icotine, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Said, thanks so much for the hopium. As a trans person, this is so stressful, and I'm glad I hopped into your stream, heart. Aw, thank you. I appreciate it. Listen, guys, regardless of who ends up being president after tonight, and I do think it'll be Kamala still, mark my words, flip me and ship me. But I will say, regardless of how this goes, I'm not becoming a bitter doomer. We're getting motivated. Fucking motivated if Trump wins. I hope that I have made and fostered an audience of people who are not prone to see a failure in an election as their cue to just dip out of politics and just give up and go full doomer and quit because something didn't go their way one time, you know? I still think it's going for Kamala, but come on, guys. Even if it goes for Trump, that should be a wake-up call, not considered like the loss of everything. Are you worried about getting the knock if Trump wins? Nah. No, not particularly. I don't think I'm all that worried, like, about myself. But hey, I mean, if, like, Trump sends the fucking National Guard to come kill me for not voting for him or something, then, I ain't going down without a fight. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm a two-way lover. Our Erez Queen, thank you for the 25 Ron. Holy shit, that's some special-ass money. That is Romanian money, I think. Thank you so much. Says, hey, Zan, greetings from Romania. Really hope Kamala will win, because what happens in America affects the rest of the world. It does indeed, our Erez Queen. Thank you for the dono. I really appreciate it, and you are completely right. Ninja Robin, thank you for the 2 Canadian dollars. I really appreciate it. Says, do you think the Republicans might steal the election? I mean, the only time they'll try to steal it is, like, the way they try to steal the election in 2016 was by working with Russia and, in some cases, not even working with them, but having Russia back them as a foreign interest. And then in terms of, like, oh my god, I completely brain melted there. I'm sorry, it's a little late. It's a little past my normal bedtime, so my brain's a little melted. Is Arizona one of the ones that's already stopped counting for the night? It might be. I don't know if Arizona stops counting their early and mail-in ballots at 8, but they might be. They might. I don't know. Based on how close the race is, I don't think they are. I think Arizona is probably still counting mail-in and absentee ballots. Although, maybe they did put that in place. If you notice Arizona, if Trump starts rocketing ahead in Arizona, considering an hour ago was 8 p.m. In Arizona, if I'm not mistaken, that would mean that, yeah, they did do that. If Trump starts to pull ahead, that would mean we won't see more Harris votes coming in to potentially flip it until morning. All right, let's see. Harris at 210, Trump at 230. It's close. Harris only 20 electoral votes behind Trump. But she's actually expected to catch up a bit when she wins Michigan. But Trump is currently projected at this rate to win Arizona and Georgia. But like I said, the Red Mirage is strong. You saw it in Minnesota tonight. Holy shit. That Red Mirage, when ballots started getting counted in Minnesota and all the urban, or not urban areas, the rural areas, not the urban areas, started getting counted first and finalizing their counts, everyone was like, oh my god, Minnesota's red! I was like, wait, no, Minnesota's not going to go to Trump. It can't go to Trump. And so, yeah, it's back to blue. But, man, it was 55% favoring Trump, and then it flipped entirely. But that's the Red Mirage. It's not weird. No, Professional Autist, it is not weird. It is not weird, Professional Autist. There's not a single weird thing about it. It is exactly what we expect. It is exactly what I've been telling you guys this whole stream to expect. Zan, can I sleep? Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, watching the results is not going to make them any better. I'm so nervous about this election. I'm here for the hopium. Hell yeah, Carlos Quiroz. The fact Trump has gotten this far is just disappointing. Oh, don't get me wrong. He can still lose states. You know Ohio? Let's look at Ohio really fast. You know how Ohio is like hard red and looks like it's completely for Trump? So is Michigan at this time last year. So Trump's pretty ahead in Ohio. I don't know. I think Trump probably holds Ohio. But like, obviously Trump's going to keep Ohio. It's a pretty red state. But like, to give you an idea, Trump was ahead by about this much in Minnesota and still pulled it around. Or Michigan, sorry, and pulled it around in 2020. And ended up losing in 2020. Trump was ahead. So let's see. Things are looking basically identical to how they looked this time last election. That's the crazy thing. This time last election, things looked basically the same as they do now. Arizona will not continue counting votes until tomorrow morning. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we won't know where Arizona goes until tomorrow, most likely. I think I'm willing to bet Arizona overnight goes to Harris. It's really an indictment on the U.S. education system that it's this close. Well, I think it's important to remember Donald Trump has promised if he wins that all public schools federally, nationally, all public schools lose their funding if they mandate vaccines for students. You know that thing that schools do, like public schools, they mandate that like the kids get vaccines so they don't end up getting all the other kids sick and starting diseases. Schools that mandate vaccines will get fully federally defunded by Trump if he wins. There's going to be some massive changes coming to this country if we see a Trump win. At the very least, you got to admit, it'll be interesting to watch the fall of America, right? Like, watching the most being able to live to watch the most powerful country ever fall would be pretty fucking crazy to be able to witness and get to live to see. Out of all the chances, whatever the chances were of getting to witness it, it'd be like being able to live to witness the fall of Rome. Do I think it's going to happen? Probably not. I think Harris is going to catch the win. We'll see. Let's switch back to the one that shows the accurate electoral votes. Yeah, if you live, obviously. If you live. Yeah. Anyway. Slashy, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. You are so based. Said, if what you are saying is true, the map could look wildly different tomorrow. That is what I keep saying. Guys, do I have to replay the Philip DeFranco bit where he explains, by the way, in the most fundamental swing states of the election, like Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, they have to stop counting early mail-in and absentee ballots at 8 p.m. and can't resume till 7 a.m.? That is literally real and is absolutely fundamental to understanding how these results are going. But people obviously want to, like, regardless of how the results go, even if Harris wins, people want to take the time where things look scary to panic. Because then they just get to go, all right, everything's fine now if Harris ends up winning, right? And so some people just want to panic because regardless of how it goes, now is the time where they seem justified to panic, and it's kind of fun to panic to an extent. Zan, what, that rule is also in Michigan and North Carolina. Ah, Delancer, really? Michigan and North Carolina both are not counting the majority of Harris, or a lot of the Harris votes, until tomorrow at 7 a.m. Ooh. What rule? Oh, DJ Reaper's Skier, you weren't around for it? So, here, I'll bring up an article about it and we'll read about it. Let me see if I can find a good article that breaks it down. Here we go. When and how the swing states will report votes tonight. Georgia expects to report most of the vote on election night. Pennsylvania officials are preaching patience. So Georgia might be lost. Pennsylvania, very much not so. The officials in Pennsylvania have been saying, guys, it's going to take a bit for us to know who won. In the United States, the absence of a federal election commission means that reporting of vote results is handled at the state level. The 7 states seen as most crucial to deciding the presidential contest between Republican Donald Trump and Democrat Kamala Harris each have their own laws about how to count votes. In 2020, Trump declared victory before many states were decided, seizing upon early Republican leads in the vote counting. Some states took several hours or even days to count mail-in ballots. The Harris campaign has stated it is prepared to counter misinformation about so-called mirages, where one party appears to have a significant early advantage that may diminish as more votes are counted. For example, like, the blue mirage is real in some states. Like, there was Texas. Texas had a blue mirage where out of nowhere, for no reason, we just saw Harris ahead, and it was like, what the fuck? For like 20 minutes, Harris was just ahead in Texas for a while, and then Trump took the lead. That was an example of a mirage. Not even just the red mirage, but a case of the blue mirage. Not very common, the blue mirage, because typically the amount of votes counted benefits the Dems more than it benefits the Republicans, like always. But it still happens. The Republicans have a vested interest in stopping the count as soon as possible because the more votes that get counted, the more likely a Harris win is. And that's why I keep telling you, stop saying it's over. It's been hours. It's been hours. In 2016, the Associated Press was able to call the presidential election at just after 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time, just over 90 minutes after the last poll in the U.S. closed. In Alaska, In 2020, with a record number of votes received by mail and overall, the presidency was called by the AP on Saturday, about 3.5 days after the polls closed. That's right, guys. While it won't be that extreme, we could see a day or more before we really know who won. States could legit flip tomorrow. I'm not even joking. How CBC News declares a U.S. election winner. Chief correspondent Adrienne Arsenfeld asks senior producer Meg Banks. Wait, this isn't getting into... Yeah, here it is. 7 p.m. Eastern Time, Georgia. Polls close in Georgia, which holds 16 electoral college votes in the presidential race. State law there allows county election officials to begin tabulating mail-in ballots at 7 a.m. on Election Day. As a result, the first votes reported on election night will include much of the mail-in ballot haul, as well as early in-person votes. Okay, so Georgia could be lost, guys. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger said Monday that 4 million people had already voted in the state and that he expected about 70% of the total vote, including people who voted early in person or by mail, to be reported about an hour after the polls close. Okay, so Georgia is probably lost. It could still flip. Like, Georgia was pretty much called for Trump last year, or last election, and it flipped. 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time in North Carolina is when the polls will close there. North Carolina has a track record of counting votes relatively quickly, leaving only about a 1% of the vote uncounted after election night. This year, the count could be slowed in some areas due to the effects of Hurricane Helene. Oh my god, dude. Georgia. Oh, shit, guys. Helene. Georgia and all up to North Carolina and shit got hit hard by Helene. The ballots are going to take forever to count in those states. North Carolina could very well go blue still. Okay. Pennsylvania and Michigan. Polls close in Pennsylvania, a crucial state with 19 electoral college votes. Election officials by law must wait until 7 a.m. Eastern Time on Election Day before they can even begin to process ballots cast by mail. A total estimated by the Secretary of State at 2 million votes. Determining the presidential winner could take days because of the overall volume of mail-in ballots. In the 2022 midterms, they represented a quarter of the total vote, and the varying amounts of time it takes the state's 67 counties to tally votes. Yeah, guys. Listen, no one should be surprised by the results so far, guys. No one should be surprised. Everyone has been saying, yeah, this is exactly how it's going to go on election night. Unless Kamala is going to win in an unprecedented landslide, this is how it's going to go. Wait, so are you saying that some voting centers closed because of the damage? Yeah, like, it has been talked about for months and months and months now that, like, the Hurricane Helene hitting the East Coast in the South is going to slow down ballot reporting and counting significantly. You guys realize that, like, North Carolina got, like, reshaped by Helene, right? Like, that's not even a joke. Like, North Carolina has, like, there are roads in North Carolina that have been collapsed into the river, all right? Do some of y'all have Xander on mute? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. They don't listen to anything I say, at least based on reading my comments. Yeah. Slashy, thank you for the $5, as I said before. Unpaid intern, holy crap, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Hot damn, that is extraordinarily generous of you. I really appreciate it. I hope, Darkor, Ashroom, Majestical Discomfort, and Dynamis all appreciate the free tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you so much. The $25 means a lot to me. Have you ever heard of Vintage Story? If so, what's your thoughts on it? It's on my taskbar, unpaid intern. So yes, I've heard of it. And my opinion of it, my thought on it is it's good. It's very, very good, and I like it a lot. Zan, there's another hurricane off the coast of Florida brewing right now, and it'll affect vote counting when it hits. Ooh. That could actually be a big problem. Let's hope it's not, though. Let's hope we get a nice, smooth count up until tomorrow morning. We're not going to have a realistic idea of who won till tomorrow morning, whether it's Trump or Kamala. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the 5... Or, sorry, I meant to finish up. Yeah, thank you very much, unpaid intern. And then Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Said, I'm going to post my links again because you graciously let me shill. Also here, have a quick meme. I do appreciate the meme, but we gotta lock in on this, Pepper T21. I do appreciate the meme and the donation, but like I said, I gotta focus on these results and keeping people from doomer posting, because if I, like, don't talk about why the results look like this for even a second, people start, like, freaking out. Zan, how late are you planning on streaming? I don't even know, man. Pretty late. Probably for a while longer. Yeah, if you're anxious, take a warm shower. It might soothe your nerves, as Bart Simpson in YouTube chat recommends. Blue counties and absentee ballots are still being counted. In some places they are, in some places they won't be resuming the count until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. their time. There are multiple swing states that have to stop the count of electoral ballot of certain ballots, the ones that favor Kamala, at 8 p.m. tonight, and can't resume till 7 a.m. tomorrow their time. Of course, the Felines Den. I hope you wake up to good news tomorrow. As of right now, the Democrats have lost 2 seats in the Senate. That is unfortunate. Definitely unfortunate. Arizona update expected 2 weeks till we know the president. 1.2 million votes expected. 70 to 75% is early voting. Full results between 10 to 13 days. That can't be real. Robert Price. People. Wow, I just heard a shootout. Yeah, damn. That's what you get for living in Seattle. That was a full auto gun. Holy fuck. Someone was blasting a MAC-10 or something. Holy shit, bro. No, it was a long way away. Those guns are loud, dude. The fact I could hear it at all, but it was that quiet, goes to show how far away it was. Dude, someone did like a drive-by shooting. What the fuck, bro? No, guys, like, I just heard several, like, bursts of rapid gunfire very far away, and it was moving away. It got quieter as, like, because it was like, brr, 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 and then it like, slowly, it was nothing else that would make sense. Like, it's the middle of the night right now, it's 9:35 p.m., it's Seattle, that was a gunfight that I just heard. I just heard a fucking drive-by shooting. And someone had like a MAC-10 or something. MAGA nuts are shooting fireworks in Alabama. You know, it could have been like firecrackers, I guess. Like a bunch of firecrackers going off in succession, like brr, 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 brr. But they were different. Yeah, I don't know. It sounded like gunshots to me. I know what full auto gunshots bursting sounds like, and it sounded like that. Wow, Seattle sounds like it sucks. Nah, it's just any big city that you live in has a really high concentration of people. And when you have a high concentration of people, that's where the crime tends to happen. Like, when you've got, like, 100 people spread out over 100 miles somewhere rural, there's not a lot of crime going on, you know? There's just not enough people close together for crime to happen. When you live in a city, crime happens because there is so many people. Are you sure it wasn't a backfire on a tricked-out car? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You heard me listening to it, right? Like, I was like... Like, that was me listening to the sound of it, dude. All right. If the Republicans win the House in Senate, what can Kamala do at that point if she wins? It would be a relatively dead-on-arrival presidency, but I doubt that. Yeah, Dave Moonman, there is a pretty high crime rate in Washington, apparently. Dude, Zan is a gun guy. He would know what it sounds like. Yeah, guys, I'm not mistaking not a gunshot for something else. That especially not full auto gunfire for something else. That was like, frankly, someone who has a gun, I'm jealous that they have. It's definitely an illegal gun to own, and they don't own it legally, even if it was a legal one to own. But damn, I'm jealous they have it, not me. I want a gun that goes brrr like that. And if I had it, it wouldn't be being used to commit crime like I just heard. Unpaid intern, holy crap, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $25 dues. Gifted to MobHunter445, Some Guy, Overthinker144, Butch Magnum, and Violet _. Thank you so much for the $25 dues. Hot damn. I hope they all appreciate their free blue name. Says, I'm still befuddled that people are voting for a guy that has openly stated he'll be a dictator on day one. That is true. It's a very scary thing if this is what America...
You are promising America...
At least a lot of America wants. Not the majority, but a decent amount. The guy my mom is seeing has a P90 and an Uzi. Yeah, it could have been... It was something full auto and small. Because I could hear that it wasn't a high caliber. It was like 9mm or something. You can kind of tell by the sound, by how much it booms. The bigger the velocity, the more boomy the gunshot tends to be. Anyway, yeah, here's Trump promising to be a dictator on day one if he wins.
Tonight, you would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
for?
He's going crazy. Except for day one.
Meaning?
I want to close the border and I want to drill.
That's
drill,
not. That's
drill.
That's not.
No, no.
That's not retribution.
I'm gonna be. You know, he keeps. We love this guy. He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, "No, no, no. Other than day one, we're closing the border and we're drilling, drilling, drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator."
He was literally joking. Look, he's going crazy. What? All right. Okay, then. All right, back to it. Oh, let me resume the Amaranth memes. So, ABC is reporting Georgia for Trump. Now, here's the thing. Georgia was also for Trump before it flipped in 2020. We'll see. We don't need to win Georgia to win the election, but it would definitely be nice to see Blorgia a second time. It would not be a bad thing to see. Let's see how it goes. You know, it would be interesting to see if Trump does win the election and he does try to be a dictator on day one, how long would he last? Would they actually be able to, what is Nevada doing? They're charging their JO crystals right now. Don't bother them. Don't worry about them. They're charging their JOs. About 70 to 80% of Georgia is called in. Yeah, it's not necessarily, like, gone yet, but I will say the first possible state that can still flip that I'll say is probably gone is Georgia. I would probably err on the side that we don't win Georgia. I won't exit off on my prediction chart yet, but we'll see. How can PA fumble this badly after such a promising start? Because in PA they stopped counting early mail-in and absentee ballots at 8 p.m. EST, and they aren't allowed to resume counting until tomorrow at 7 a.m. PST. So did Georgia get called for Trump or not? Presumably, but like, Georgia could still flip. We'll see. Georgia was called for Trump when it flipped to Harris. Georgia is a deep southern state, so that doesn't really surprise me. It won't surprise me if it goes to Trump, but it did go to Biden last time. So we'll see. So we'll likely not have guaranteed answers until at least noon EST tomorrow, maybe. But we could also know by midnight tonight PST, which is in a few hours. We could have a pretty good idea of who wins. AP hasn't called Georgia yet. Yeah, Georgia is probably too soon to call, but it might go Trump. It could still flip. I'm erring more that it probably goes Trump now, but I also still have a twinge of like, it could still flip to Kamala. I had written off Georgia as a Trump loss in 2020 for like hours before it flipped blue. Trump still hasn't gotten higher than 230, like I said. If you count Georgia, he's at 246. He stopped at about 250 in 2020 and couldn't continue gaining votes, and it started to make him freak out, especially when Georgia flipped and went blue. And he started losing like states that he already had, like Michigan and Georgia. He started to lose his mind and claim fraud. Sovi, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. So kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Says, I remember when when quail goal was $700. The fake news liberal media is moving the goalpost. They're lying to us. Well, a quail goal is more so like a quail fund. It's so I can afford to do quail stuff. Takes a while to save up for that kind of thing, because, God, what if my quails hatch, and, like, a couple of them have serious medical conditions that require me to take them to a vet? It's gonna be like, fuck! I didn't account for that! I have to be able to account for that. Anyway, thank you for the $5, Sovi. I appreciate it. End up with some splayed leg ass quail. Anyway, Stephen J. Neptune Man, thank you for the $5 as well. I really appreciate it. Said, how much of this do you think comes down to sexism versus people simply wanting to own the libs? I don't think it's either of those things. I mean, sexism, to an extent, could win Trump the election. Possibly. But I think what would win Trump the election would be his popular opinion on immigration and the belief that he is better for the economy. Xander, can Kamala still win? Yes. The election results still look the same as they did in 2020 so far. $400K votes left in North Carolina. That's an estimation, by the way. There is no set, like, oh, we know how many votes there are left to be counted, because they haven't counted them. Zan, how many people in chat voted? I would hope everybody. Ugh. Zan, are you gonna do YouTube Shorts in the future? Yeah. I actually, I intended to do YouTube Shorts in the last few days, when on my days that I don't stream, but me and Ethan weren't able to get around to figuring out the format for the YouTube Shorts and like making the first one together in time, and they were all about Trump and the election, and so they're kind of like out of date now, you know what I mean? So we're waiting for another 10, we're waiting for another 17 votes guaranteed, Electoral College votes guaranteed to come into Harris. And that's going to put her at 227 and Trump at 230. If Trump wins Georgia, he'll be at 246, I believe. But Georgia could still go either way. It's hard to say. I think well into tomorrow morning is when we're going to get like the actual result for Georgia, and it's going to really be locked in, guaranteed. And Minnesota is, or Wisconsin and Michigan especially, is likely to flip for Trump. AP still hasn't called Georgia because they know it's likely to shift, yeah. Yeah, if AP calls Georgia, then I'll say, alright. If AP calls Georgia for Trump, I'll say, aight. Trump wins Georgia. But so far, they haven't called it, nor has ABC, I don't think. Or ABC is like low-key calling it for Georgia, but AP isn't, because they're not quite confident it's going to go to Trump. Zan, thank you for being the only lefty streamer providing actual nuance these days. I'm certainly not the only lefty streamer doing it, but I'm glad you think I'm one of the good content creators out there that you like to watch. That's nice. From what I can tell, Nevada still has voters in line at their polls, which is crazy. That's what's going on in Nevada? Yeah, that's pretty wild. Zan, thank you for keeping me informed. Of course, my lovely chatterinos. Hey, if you're enjoying the stream and want to support it, for completely free, mind you, consider dropping a like. Every single thumbs up is like casting a blue ballot to make YouTube push my content out to more people in the algorithm, which I massively support. Can Kamala still win? Yep. This is about the same as the results we're looking on election night at this time in 2020. Snowset, thank you for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate it. Says, Zan, you have helped to reinvigorate me, and instead of dooming, I am deciding to choose hope. Donated $47 for the 47th just this morning. Let's win this shit. Let's hope. Let's hope. Thank you for the $10. Let's hope that Harris is the 47th president of the United States, guys. Let's fucking hope. I think Harris is going to walk away with 275 electoral votes. That would be a pretty thin margin, but yeah, this is a close fucking race, guys. I guess I was wrong about Harris winning by a lot. Do you think Biden would be doing better or worse? I'm inclined to say worse. Because Biden's approval rating dropped a lot, so it probably was the best choice. I'll eat crow on this. It probably was the best choice to replace Biden. Some people think Biden would do better. Maybe. I mean, Biden did get blue Georgia in 2020, but I also feel like Harris has everything that should get Biden a win, you know? Or Harris has everything that got Biden the win, you know? I guess she's a woman, but I don't know. We'll see. You think you should have just gone to bed, Scapegoat? Yeah, being able to sleep through the long stint is nice. She's unlikable. I will say, isn't it interesting how every female Democrat gets, like, the unlikable idea thrown on them? I will admit, there is one thing really harming Harris in this election. Harris is a woman, and a lot of guys are still not willing to support the idea of a woman running the country, and they've fallen for like weird misogynistic talking points. So Harris being a woman and the idea of like sexism, I don't know, but like the most sexist people were always going to vote Republican, so it's kind of hard to say. Like Hillary won the popular vote in 2016 as well. Also, I think it's worth pointing out the electoral or the total popular vote is starting to catch up a little bit, but it's still about 5 million behind, meaning not Hillary. God, I keep calling her Hillary. Oh, maybe she'll lose. Maybe that's the omen right there. Kamala Harris is obviously going to win the popular vote even if she loses the election. And so the fact that she still needs to gain millions more votes and will gain millions more votes, like guaranteed, tells me that there's a very high likelihood that Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, these states, and Nevada even, have a lot of Harris votes still coming. Like, a lot of Harris votes. Millions still need to show up. We might still have millions of Trump votes to get counted. These ads are annoying, but make your buck. Oh, you should get an ad blocker, Scumpled Milkskin. You should get an ad blocker. They're not that hard to get. They're pretty effective these days, too. Kamala had to stay neutral on Gaza. She could lose liberals. I don't know. I think if Kamala Harris was less neutral on Gaza, maybe it would be like she'd have more votes right now. Hard to say. Trump's already claiming the election is stolen. Yeah, because he knows that if they don't stop the count immediately, he can't win. Or he probably won't win. He can win, but he probably won't. Even he knows that he's probably not going to win this election if he can't stop the count in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona before the absentees and mail-ins get counted. Did Joe Rogan help Trump get votes? Oh, for sure, yeah. Joe Rogan technically broke FCC guidelines, but because he's a podcast, they don't apply. Trump tried to pursue SNL because they brought Harris on, and networks are supposed to give, or try to give, equal airtime to presidential candidates, or it's illegal to like show favoritism if like you're regulated by the FCC like show on a channel or something. And so SNL almost got in trouble because they supposedly had not reached out to Trump, but they did, and Trump did not accept, so they're not going to get in trouble. But Rogan did break that rule, but he's not, reliant on it. He's not beholden to it because he's a podcaster on the internet, not like an FCC like regulated like broadcast on TV or the radio or something. And so basically he brought on Vance and Trump and like really blew them up. Obviously, most of those people were probably already going to vote for Trump or Vance, but yeah, that could have a big effect. It is the world's biggest podcast, the Joe Rogan Experience. What if the mail-in ballots aren't blue? They will be. There's a Fed poster in chat. Yeah, I get that you're. Yeah, I'm gonna give you the perma, Eric Hitu, because you are Fed posting. We have ban appeal applications, so you'll probably want to go through that if you want to get brought back in. Ivory Valentine, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. It says, all my non-parasocial friends have gone to bed. Please tell all us East Coast friends it'll feel better if we get some sleep. You're the best, Zan. Get some sleep. You will feel better in the morning. I'll probably wrap up my stream in an hour or so, since we'll probably not see a lot more updates. I don't know. Maybe I'll go till midnight. Yeah, I'll probably go till midnight. I'll probably go for another 2 hours. I'm going to take a restroom break in like 7 minutes or so on the hour because my bladder is a bit full, and then I'm gonna grab another water because I'm out of water right now, and then we're going to go for probably another 2 hours till midnight. That'll be 3 a.m. on the East Coast, and that's a pretty good point for us to probably call it for the night. But I'll be live tomorrow probably, regardless of how the results are going. What is Fed posting? It's when you call for violence in someone else's community where they could be held responsible for you, like, making calls to violence. Xander Hall, the last vote call is 3 a.m. for Alaska and Guam. Ah, I see. Would you be able to get into Dylan's stream? I might, but I might not. I'm probably not gonna be able to do that tonight. I did not expect, guys, I'm gonna be real. We got 1,056 people watching the stream right now, and I've just been so caught up, like, watching the election results and talking to chat because there's so many of you. I expected like 200 or 300 max people here tonight, particularly because of the amount of competition there is. But man, I guess my non-doomery mindset and my hey, if we lose this, let's start immediately planning what we do next mindset has pleased people, because there is a ridiculous amount of people here, way more than I would have bet. Like yesterday, people asked me, Zan, how many people do you think will be at your election stream? And I said like 250 max. Like, I would want to say a lot, but, like, man, there's going to be so much, there's going to be so much competition. I don't know. Nevada is finally getting votes counted, but they are leaning Trump right now. They probably don't have much of the votes counted so far. Yeah, barely any, based on ABC's reporting. But yeah, apparently so far Nevada is leaning red. The Doom talk gets exhausting, for sure. I can see that. Listen, guys, even if Trump wins this election, we're not doomering and crying about it. We're going to talk about how we fight against the misinfo and rhetoric that let Trump win the election if he does. Do I think he'll win? Still no. If he does, though, we're not laying down. I'm going live tomorrow, and we're talking about Trump's policies and why they win people over. Dropping in North Carolina's Democratic runner for governor won. Pro-choice wins. Hell yeah, Maddie. Mind you, it's worth noting, in North Carolina, this state could still swing for Harris. The mail-in and absentee ballots stopped getting counted in many fundamental states like Pennsylvania at 8 p.m. Tonight, their times, or they already stopped counting the mail-in and whatnot, and don't start resuming it until 7 a.m. their time. So at 7 a.m. your time, Maddie, you will start to see more Harris ballots coming in and getting counted. Hey, Xanderhall, see AP's live update for Georgia on their page. They still see a narrow chance for Kamala. Do they have like a... 15 seconds ago. Harris campaign co-chair addresses demoralized election night party. We still have votes to count. Harris's campaign co-chair, Cedric Richmond, told the audience gathered at what was planned to be the Democratic nominee's election night party at Howard University that the vice president would not speak tonight, but the campaign was not giving up the fight against Trump. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice is spoken. This is basically the same thing Biden's campaign had said on election night 2020. Something that COVID has probably changed elections in America forever is the amount of time it's going to take to get results. the fact that the fact that so high of a percentage of the ballots are mail-in and early votes, particularly from the Democrats this election and in 2020, means that we're always going to be seeing these like massively slow counts where there's a lot of flip-flops and it just takes forever and we're just biting our nails for hours on end. This is the new normal because of mail-in voting being like the norm due to COVID. Oh shit, did I walk into the final days of Amarat? Well, what better fitting music, because it could be the final days. What better background music? Alejandro Barrera, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. You're so based in Pog for that. It means so much. Said, thanks for being non-doomer because I hopped into Vosh's chat and my god, it's so cringe with doomers and he's slowly giving in to the doomers. Yeah. Andrew Zagola, thank you for the $5 donation as well. I really appreciate it. You didn't say anything, but it really means a lot. Thank you. This whole nightmare will end, thank God for Elon Musk. That's not by AP, the small raptor. I assume not by... Oh yeah, AP has called it for Trump. It looks like Georgia has been called for Trump. It could still swing blue, because votes are going to continue being counted until, like, days from now. But it does look like it's probably going to be a red Georgia. So that's Trump at 246, which ABC News also called. So this leaves it all down to Nevada, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maine, and New Hampshire. Maine and New Hampshire and New Jersey are going to Harris, easy. But Pennsylvania, this is the one that's a really close race. This one looks like Trump is winning, but like I said, we don't get to see a lot of the Harris votes coming in until tomorrow morning. And Harris is behind by about 200K votes. We're talking 75 million or so. What was it? Like, yeah, I think 75 million mail-in ballots expected this election. 59 million have been counted for Harris. Obviously, some are going to be for Trump, but damn, that's not a lot of the amount expected for Harris to have been counted already. And Harris still is going to pull ahead of Trump in the popular vote, even if Trump ends up winning. Hey, Xanderhall, the rules for counting for mail-in votes, who they are counted, was changed in the Trump presidency years? Yeah. It's almost as bad as J.D. Vance putting his cast iron skillet in the dishwasher. Yeah, that is pretty fucking stupid. Vape rips? Hell yeah. Aren't most most of the ballots left to count in all these states are mostly Kamala Harris ballots. That's the thing you gotta remember. But people don't want to accept it. People want to panic. People just want to panic. And if you are panicking, since we just crest over to the next hour and I want to use the restroom really fast, I'm going to once again play this clip for you guys so y'all know why I am not freaking out right now. Obviously, because this election looks so much like 2020, which went fine in the end, but also because nothing here is a surprise. I'm going to play this clip again for you guys while I use the restroom. I will be right back. And yeah, don't go anywhere. You know, I love you all. Leave a like if you're enjoying the stream, by the way. I'll be right back from using the restroom. Hopefully you don't mind. Hopefully you don't get bored. This should explain it better than I
tonight. And then, so listen up, this is incredibly important for election night. I may even play this once or several times during our election night live stream, because I want to prepare you. On election night, you're going to see a common trend across swing states. Very likely, Donald Trump will lead early on, and then Kamala Harris will suddenly start to catch up. And this isn't, as MAGA folks will suggest, proof that the Democrats are cheating in the election by dumping fake ballots, but instead it is a well-known phenomenon called the red mirage or blue shift. Now, in some ways, it might be slightly less pronounced this year, especially when you compare it to 2020, but in others, there are new rules in place that could help fuel conspiracies and lead to demands that votes stop being counted. So the question, why exactly does this illusion happen? Well, there are a few factors at play, like that rural areas, which often lean Republican, finish counting faster than urban areas, which are usually Democrat. Also, on top of that, Republicans usually favor in-person voting on the day of the election, while Democrats tend to prefer mail-in or early voting. Although a key thing is there might be a slight shift this year, as it seems that more Republicans have considered using early voting, with many states reporting upwards of 50% of registered voters using that method. So that's eaten away at mail-in voting, although those votes are still still very likely to be instrumental in the election. And in both cases, there are often new rules in place that delay when those votes are counted, especially in battleground ones, where they're generally not allowed to be tallied until election day itself. And in the most extreme cases, things like mail-in ballots, they're not even tallied until after the polls close. So there's just piles of ballots sitting with poll workers that aren't allowed to be looked at or counted well until the day starts. Right? So when you hear stories about boxes full of ballots being dropped off, that's usually why. They're just being delivered in chunks to polling places for later count, all of which ends up being used by conspiracy theorists to say that fake ballots are being dropped off. Right? Even Trump said that counting ballots after election day was an issue back in 2020, and many of his supporters have continued to push for all ballots to be counted on election day itself or not count. And this year, I mean, they're going to be in for some disappointment because pretty much every swing state has already admitted that they likely won't even have unofficial results by the end of the night. Because again, despite states getting these ballots early, workers are often not allowed to count them until election day itself. That's why you have folks like Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, already warning that the ballots there will not be fully counted until after election day. And notably, that is partially because of rules that his fellow Republicans have put in place. Things like that mail-in ballots couldn't be counted until 7 a.m. today, and they have to stop at 8 p.m. tonight. But then, by 10 p.m., there needs to be a tally of all the uncounted ballots so far, presumably
That's right,
to
guys.
stop.
That's right. They have to stop by, I think it was 10 p.m. tonight, I think he said, on the East Coast. So yeah, that was a little while ago. This is why so many of the Harris votes stopped coming in, and the ballot in Pennsylvania and North Carolina and Georgia has frozen, despite there not being full reporting, because they have stopped counting the votes, primarily the ones that are massively going to favor Harris. So like I said, I get why you doomer, but you probably shouldn't. Like, realistically, it's not really early enough, or it's too early to call. Let's see how it goes. Trump seems to have a lead in Nevada. How's it looking on this map? Oh, but barely, though. Okay. Lincoln County, White Pine County, Elko County, Humboldt County. There's 2 Humboldt counties right next to each other. One in... Okay, cool. Pershing County. Lander County has not reported jack shit. And I think Nye County is where both the majority of the population and Vegas is. Vegas will likely go blue. I feel like the city of Sin is likely to go pretty blue. Most big cities do. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see if... Honestly, wait, Southern... Who was it that said Southern Nevada was likely to go... Maybe it was Southern Arizona. Maybe I'm mixing up Arizona and Nevada. Someone had said, like, it was either Arizona or Nevada. The southern part was looking really red, but it's looking blue now. Because they lived there, and they thought it was going to go really red. We can still win without Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Alaska. I think we have good chances still. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we don't really need a lot of those big ones even to win this, but still. I would like to see a stronger win. Like, I'd like to see a strong win, not just a, like, by the skin of our teeth win, you know? No one lives in Nye County? Yeah, they'll probably go red then, if it's so low pop and so rural. Probably going to end up going red. Let me resume this. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, there we go. All right, let's hope New Hampshire, Minnesota, and Maine get called for Harris soon so it stops looking so grim and people stop complaining about the numbers on screen. Bango the Buck, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. You're so based in Pog for it. Thank you. It means a lot. Said, hey, I noticed that we lost the Senate and those things aren't looking good in general right now. I just need some encouragement. I'm scared AF. I don't know if the Senate has been fully called yet, considering, like, the votes are still being counted. So, I like, it's literally, guys, 2020 and 2024 are not elections that you can call in the first 4 hours. I have been, like, playing back-to-back unanimous, like, warnings from state officials saying you cannot call several of these swing states until a day or two after election day. Senate is a 51 majority for Republicans, I think. Ooh, that's not great. But it could still change. Yeah, it was officially called by the AP. Damn. Well, according to chat and AP, the Republicans have won the Senate. We'll see. We'll see how this goes, guys. Maybe we need to buckle up and get ready for another 4 years of fascism. But I don't think so. I still think we're going to see some pretty positive changes throughout the night. I'm pretty sure we're going to see some pretty positive changes throughout the night. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think so, though. My muscles are sore, but it's a good sore. They're still sore, though. Well, TSW Shadow Wolf, it's a workout sore like Dom's. That shit is pretty nice feeling, in my opinion. 4 years, it's being optimistic. You're not wrong. That is being very optimistic. Why did the music stop? Oh, cool. It just decided to no longer play the music, I guess. Cool. I set it to loop, and it just stopped playing it in a loop. That's awesome. That's what we needed. All right. Hey, Zan, I was gone for a while. Do you still plan on going on Dylan Burns' stream? As I said before, I did not predict for so many people to be here, and I've been so, like, overwhelmed with chat. I want to make sure I'm paying attention to you guys. I feel bad if I don't end up going on Dylan Burns' stream, but, I mean, I can still go on his stream, like, in the future, you know? It's just so... I did not expect the stream to blow up this much. It's doing way better than I expected, guys. I'm so excited. I'm so happy about it. Xander Hall, Vosh, Allen, Leichman both saying that the vote margin in PA is just not enough for Harris to win to be reasonable. Do you agree or disagree? I'd say it's impossible to call because these vote margins, we don't know exactly how many votes total are in every state, right? It may say 93% expected vote reporting, but that's expected vote reporting. Turnout for this election, particularly when it comes to mail-in ballots, is very high this election, like record-breakingly high. Listen, you don't have to believe me. We just have to watch the results. Maybe I end up getting proven wrong. Time will tell. Since we're getting into the night hours and updates are slowing, we could turn on the Tempest version of Amarot's theme. Yeah, we should, maybe. That would probably be more chill. Hold on. FF14, Tempest, Amarot, OST. Since things are a little more chill right now. I've got another song planned for if Harris starts just pull the W out of nowhere. I can't believe Ted Cruz won Texas. I can. Texas is a reprobate den. It really is. Trump just won Alaska? Well, yeah, that's like a hard red state worth 3 electoral votes. No one was talking about Alaska, man. Is it official that Trump won, or is there still more votes that need to be counted? A lot more votes that still need to be counted, Willpower. Marsha Blackburn won in Tennessee again? She's awful, right? Can Kamala get 66% left of PA? Yeah, she absolutely can. Nah, Alaska will pull through for real. Nah, I think Alaska is definitely long lost to the Republicans. Several elections ago, in fact. If we lose, will Trump pardon himself? He's already pardoned. He's got full criminal immunity for any crimes he commits while in office. Thanks, Xander. That gives me comfort. I can sleep a little better tonight. Well, sleep well, because in the morning you'll finally have answers. Speaking of answers, I should play it. She started supporting the conspiracy like Planned Parenthood was selling fetus parts or some shit like that, Zan? Oh yeah, pretty insane. We shouldn't count on mail-in votes because it isn't a pandemic. Small Slab, it is still a pandemic, but I get what you mean. A lot of people don't consider it one. Dem voters do, though. Dem voters are the ones that still consider it a pandemic and would take it, like, play it safe and vote by mail, still overwhelmingly. Not to mention, there is going to be, like, all of the reports from state officials, especially in swing states, have said they've gotten an enormous amount of early and mail-in ballots and absentee ballots. It's going to take a long time to count those massively Harris proportionate ballots. Everyone, if we lose this election, this means we have to fight harder. If there's anything us Americans are, it's stubborn, and I'm too stubborn to roll over to fascism without a fight. Let's go, boys. Yeah, this is the fight of our lifetime, guys. We're all here. Oh, hard to hear over the music? I didn't know. My bad. Yeah, tell me sooner. As I was saying, yeah, you gotta be motivated. If Trump ends up winning here, this is not a lay down and die type situation. You just gotta push. Do we really have a chance if those mail-in ballots haven't been counted yet? Yes. Yes, that is exactly how we have a chance. This just means we'll have to make America more left-wing when we win next. Yeah. One thing I've noticed is there is a pattern in elections where we'll have, like, a Democrat win and then a Republican swing back. Like, a Republican will win in, like, a future election. But then the Dems will win even harder than they did in their last win, right? So if Trump wins this, if we have another election, I think that we end up getting an even stronger Dem win next time. That's my prediction. If Trump wins, next election, if we have one, ends up being a very strong Dem win. Those fraudulent mail-in votes will never be counted, so cope harder. Well, Exile Studios, I hope I don't see you on the street screaming outside of a polling station to stop the count. He said, if we get another election, my guy, how are you this calm? Because me freaking out and panicking doesn't change anything about the situation. A very basic and fundamental understanding. Why is the music sad? Maddie suggested I play the Amarat mythical, like, Tempest theme, since the results are much slower coming in until, like, probably tomorrow morning. Most of the states have stopped their counts until the morning, and that's when we'll start to see a lot of mail-ins, absentees, early votes getting counted. A lot of people voted early this time, too. It's my fave version. Yeah, this is, like, it is somewhat sad, actually. When you play the game and you hear the song and in the context and you understand where you are and, like, its story, it's sad. Zan, favorite FFX back? Dude, it's hard. It's hard to not say Endwalker, man. Dude, Endwalker went crazy. Can confirm I voted early? Yeah. We won't go quietly. Do these vote totals not include the early vote? Nope. They take way longer to count those. My vote technically didn't count for much since I voted for Kamala in Utah. I know Utah's not flipping, but I hope in the morning the Utah vote is more blue than it initially appeared tonight. Well, I mean, your vote in a red state as a blue vote is more valuable than your blue vote in a hard blue state. So, like, yeah. Zan, I'm counting on you to back me for this. Vana was hotter as Vana as opposed to her primal form. Do you agree? Let's have a quick palate cleanser from election stuff to ponder this question. FF14 spoilers, I guess? Is this FF14? No, this is too spoilery to show, I feel. There's too many people. There's like 1,000 people watching. Too many people might be like early in FF14. I can't show them Vana. That would be a massive spoiler. One sec. Boo, 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 boo. Mead to Mix, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. So kind of you. Said Zan, I know you got rid of the furry chat in the Discord. Well, I'm getting rid of it. But I'm sending a safe for work furry Kamala. Well, thank you for that, I guess. Alright. Oh yeah, TSW Shadow Wolf. You'll like FF14. You'll like it a lot. Bango the Buck, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very based. Thank you, thank you. Said, Hey, I noticed that we lost the Senate and things aren't looking good in general right now. I just need some encouragement. I'm scared AF. Oh wait, did I read that, Dono? I think I did. Yeah, I think I responded to that. Yeah. Well, I've given you the encouragement. The votes have not all been counted yet and are far from it. All right, let's get back to it. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. joins Trump watch party. AP race call. Kamala Harris wins New Hampshire, obviously. Why the AP called Georgia? At the time the race was called, Trump was leading by 125,000 votes. Almost all advance votes in Georgia had been reported. His lead was larger than what Harris could be expected to make up from the remaining votes in Democratic strongholds. Trump was slightly ahead of his 2020 performance in enough counties to erase the deficit of less than 12,000 votes by which he lost Georgia 4 years ago. So yeah, Trump has won Georgia, it seems. So the AP has called Georgia for Trump. He pulled out just enough to win Georgia. Just barely pulled enough to win Georgia. So Trump has gained strength. His attempt to destroy our democracy has made him stronger. Americans saw that and were like, fuck, this guy goes hard. Damn, dude, we've got a lot of work to do regardless of how this election goes. That's it, I'm getting me Xander Hall live login. I want to be on the screen. Hell yeah, Maddie. Based. You should have a website account. It goes hard. Would you agree with Vosh that, who said it might have something to do with sexism? Yeah, I will say it was a fairly dangerous move to run a woman after what happened in 2016. Because 2016 left a lot of Americans, at least me, with the general idea that America wasn't ready for its first female president, and they wouldn't let it happen. If Kamala Harris wins, enough votes were lost from Kamala Harris because she's a woman, guaranteed, that made the difference. Like, if she loses, it'll have been by a slim enough margin, I feel, that if she was a man, she would have won. Yeah. The watch parties will definitely be more full now, because Xander Hall is sure to have more subscribers. Well, be careful about that, because if Harris ends up pulling out the W, it won't be good for my channel, but I'll still be happy about it. But yeah, it's sort of like, I guess at the same time, if Trump does win, my channel does better, probably, but at the end of the day, what's that worth if Trump destroys the country I live in, right? Your Discord's doomering? That is true. They probably are doomering like crazy. I kind of expect a chat that I cannot monitor or look over while I'm live to be doomering. Did Republicans get the House? They got the Senate. We'll have to see. If they win the House and Senate, man, either a lot of... If they win the House, Senate, and popular vote, that would be insane. Because if they locked it in right now, that's what would happen. But that's extremely unlikely. Like, very unlikely. Like, to the extent that I expect Harris to pull ahead by, like, 7 or 8 million more votes. Mostly in states like Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Good news on the Senate. They lost the 2 seats they gained. The Republicans did... Guys, this is why I keep telling you to stop calling races! Stop it! It's been, like, what? 4, 5... Sorry, I guess it's been 4... Probably 5 hours now since the polls closed. Every single... Or the House, not Senate. Okay. But every single state that's important to this election has come out and said, yeah, it's going to take days for the results to come out. You cannot call the results 3 or 4 or 5 hours after it's done. There is a good chance that there is a possibility for flip. Your chat is insisting this is nothing like 2020. It's a lot like 2020. It's actually identical to 2020, almost. Eve Poole, thank you for the $2 donation. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very based. It means a lot. Said, anyone else smoking copious amounts of cannabis? I wish, dog. I fucking wish. Kamala Harris is running on weed legalization federally, so if she loses, we lose out on at least another 4 years of federal legal weed. Because he's definitely not doing that. Theorycraft, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, can you make a Smash Bros roster vote tier list for who they would vote for? I think it would be something fun to do while we wait for updates. Nah, I have never played Smash Bros It's not my cup. I guess I played it once, like, but it was so brief and I was so young, I barely remember it. Andrew Zagola, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. It says, Sam kept Frodo positive for the most part as they were walking into literal hell. You're kind of doing the I can't carry it for you quote right now. Yeah, guys, listen. Listen, the victory will be so much sweeter if it looks like we're losing super hard. So that's what I'm hoping for. The most sweet victory possible. A victory grabbed from the jaws of defeat. Let's update the results. How are they looking? 246. 247. Yeah, nothing's changed so far. I don't expect much to be updating outside of the West Coast for a while. Oh, they finally called New Hampshire for Harris, so she's at 214 now. I really wish the Dems didn't run such a dog shit campaign. Do you guys think it was like a massive fumble to switch candidates like 4 months before the election? Because if she loses, do you think Biden would have done better when you consider that, like, Harris only became the candidate 4 months ago? Or do you think it really would have had no effect? Or, like, God, no, Biden couldn't have done this? The switch was way too late. I think Kamala ran a good campaign compared to Biden, but yes, it was a fumble to wait until July to switch. It was so late, man. So late. I still think Harris can pull through, but if she loses, there's a lot of factors that will be very easy to point to as what will hopefully be warnings for the Dems in the future to not repeat those mistakes. I think the issue with Biden is that people would have disliked him as well. Yeah. We're going to find out tonight if just low inflation rates decide presidencies, because it might very well may be that. And if that's the case, then unless we're coming out of a Republican presidency that was disastrous for the country like Trump's, it might be hard to win people over to vote Democrat these days when it's so easy to point to those inflation rates that have nothing to do with a Republican being good at economics. If we lose, democracy is likely over. That is true. We'll see. Red Mirage, right? Well, hey, Lincero, let's hope I don't see you outside of a polling station screaming stop the count later. PA called Trump at 267. If he wins Alaska, he wins the election. Is that true? Let's find out. If AP hasn't called it, it's definitely not. Yeah, no, AP has not called that. Yeah, PA won't be called till tomorrow anyway. The switch was too early. The Trumpites had too much time to smear her. Republicans rely on quantity of words over quality of words. We gave them too much time to yap about her. No, the switch was not too early. It was flawed for Harris not to confront Trump on economic issues. Yeah, that probably should have been the #1 thing focused on. I blame Hassan, by the way, for believe me that Democrats are as bad as Republicans. I wouldn't blame Hassan, nah. Came from Vosh, he has insightful thoughts, but it became too pessimistic. I get that, I understand. You guys forget that Republicans are doing early voting this year in a rate they have not done. That is true, but the early votes still heavily favor the Dems. Particularly Arizona officials have come out and said that the early votes heavily favor the Dems. Couldn't Harris have used harsher rhetoric on immigration so Trump didn't have as much ammo on that? That probably would have lost her Dem voters. That's the problem. Trump crashed the economy last time? No. Trump crashed it, but it didn't. But Trump was crashing the economy, and then it hit the ground when Biden was president. So Biden takes all the credit for the damage. As a Republican that voted Dem down ballot, early Republican voting does not mean Trump votes. Fair. Dude, it's like 1 a.m. for me on a school night. I can't go, I can't do this. You need to go to bed, I need a new name. Watching the stream and watching the results changes nothing. Harris should have hammered on Trump's relationship with Epstein. Oh, for sure. We never got that October surprise that was talked about. Wes Knowles, thank you for the 5 Canadian dollars. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's very kind, very based of you. Means a lot. Oh, I got some, like, tiredness crust in my eye. What the hell? Damn, 1,100 viewers. What the hell? God dang, welcome everybody. I hope you're enjoying your stay so far. Welcome to the stream, new people. If you're enjoying the stream so far, by the way, guys, consider hitting the like button. Every single thumbs up you leave on the stream forces YouTube to push my content out to new people in the algorithm and old viewers alike. So it just generally helps my channel do well in every metric of success. So I really appreciate it. Zan, stay winning? If you want me to stay winning, hit that like button. It's like casting a blue ballot for YouTube to force my content in the algorithm. Oh yeah, Maddie, are you going to make a website account? Avoiding doomerism is easier when you remember that mail-in votes won't continue to be counted until morning, like 7 a.m. each time zone. 7 a.m. specifically for PA and North Carolina, and I think Georgia too. The thing that is getting me is Kamala's campaign pretty much seems to think it's over. We'll have to monitor that as well. Nevada polls closed nearly 3 hours later today. Interesting. AP race call, Kamala Harris wins New Hampshire. Yeah, no, we're not really getting any... Like, it's just too early to call. How are you so chill all about this? Because this is still looking the same as it did in 2020. And the election is famously too early to call, as all the swing state officials have been saying. We won't know, like, official counts until a day or two after the election. Okay, can I ask where you get this info of mail-ins and absentees not continuing to be counted until 7 a.m.? Alright, let me tap the sign. Philip DeFranco cites all of his sources very well, like on screen, so I like to play this clip. Enjoy.
Tonight. And then, so listen up, this is incredibly important for election night. I may even play this once or several times during our election night live stream, because I want to prepare you. On election night, you're gonna see a common trend across swing states. Very likely, Donald Trump will lead early on, and then Kamala Harris will suddenly start to catch up. And this isn't, as MAGA folks will suggest, proof that the Democrats are cheating in the election by dumping fake ballots, but instead it is a well-known phenomenon called the red mirage or blue shift. Now, in some ways, it might be slightly less pronounced this year, especially when you compare it to 2020, but in others, there are new rules in place that could help fuel conspiracies and lead to demands that votes stop being counted. So the question, why exactly does this illusion happen? Well, there are a few factors at play, like that rural areas, which often lean Republican, finish counting faster than urban areas, which are usually Democrat. Also, on top of that, Republicans usually favor in-person voting on the day of the election, while Democrats tend to prefer mail-in or early voting. Although a key thing is there might be a slight shift this year, as it seems that more Republicans have considered using early voting, with many states reporting upwards of 50% of registered voters using that method. So that's eaten away at mail-in voting, although those votes are still very likely to be instrumental in the election. And in both cases, there are often new rules in place that delay when those votes are counted, especially in battleground ones, where they're generally not allowed to be tallied until election day itself. And in the most extreme cases, things like mail-in ballots, they're not even tallied until after the polls close. So there's just piles of ballots sitting with poll workers that aren't allowed to be looked at or counted well until the day starts. Right? So when you hear stories about boxes full of ballots being dropped off, that's usually why. They're just being delivered in chunks to polling places for later count, all of which ends up being used by conspiracy theorists to say that fake ballots are being dropped off. Right? Even Trump said that counting ballots after Election Day was an issue back in 2020, and many of his supporters have continued to push for all ballots to be counted on Election Day itself or not count. And this year, I mean, they're going to be in for some disappointment because pretty much every swing state has already admitted that they likely won't even have unofficial results by the end of the night. Because again, despite states getting these ballots early, workers are often not allowed to count them until Election Day itself. So I have folks like Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, already warning that the ballots there will not be fully counted until after Election Day. And notably, that is partially because of rules that his fellow Republicans have put in place. Things like that mail-in ballots couldn't be counted until 7 a.m. today, and they have to stop at 8 p.m. tonight. But then...
They have to stop at 8 p.m. tonight. There you go. So, for those of you guys that are all whiny and calling me coping and shit, you can say that, but I am just following the exact thing that I have said since, like, weeks ago, and going back to last election, telling people not to doomer this early on, it's too early to call. Even if Harris was winning right now and y'all were like, Harris is winning! Harris is winning! She's at 247 electoral votes. I'd be like, guys, I don't want to be a doomer here, but calm down. It could still swing in favor of Trump. We don't know what could happen. However, with the way that the popular vote is looking, a swing in favor of Trump is very unlikely. Guys, who here, even any doomers here, genuinely think Trump is going to win not just the Electoral College, but the popular vote? That the majority of Americans will cast their ballot for Republicans? You've seen the breakdown of population by voter registration, right? Like, you've seen the maps. You understand how much of the country is blue. Here, population, America, map, blue to red. So, when I talk about this here, this is the image that gets it across really well. The size of the bubbles are how many people are in that area or region, okay? I think this is broken down by county, okay? Are you seeing it, guys? The majority of the votes that have been counted are in this hard red area. Everywhere that you see a big blue dot is a city, where the majority of the population is. This does not equal out to roughly 50-50 even. The population in the cities massively mogs all these red dots. And this is by voter breakdown. The big dots are where the highest population centers in the country are. So when you look at this and you see, and obviously this is based off the 2020 results, but this is for popular vote, like totaling the popular vote of the population. This never changes. This general like breakdown of like where all the blue is never changes. Like the biggest blue dots. So the majority of the country populationally supports the Dems. They vote Dem. And so as you'll have noticed, even the election that Trump won in 2016, he lost the popular vote to Hillary Clinton by like, what was it, 3 or 4 million votes? It was a pretty like staggering amount of votes to lose the popular vote by and still get the presidency. It was like genuinely insane. Right now, Harris is, the vote count isn't changing because they're not counting votes right now, but Harris is behind by about 5 million votes in the popular vote. That does not mean that Harris is going to lose and then end up having 5 million less popular votes than Trump. Trump can still win and Harris can still lose, but she'll still get at least like 1 million or so more votes than him, popular vote-wise. This is recorded? Sure, clip it and ship it, bro. This is... I don't think we're not going to see some pretty big flips, considering Harris is very much due to pull ahead of Trump significantly in popular vote count. Sorry, Zan, this is pretty hard cope. Really, ergo sum. You actually think that 5 hours after polling closed on the East Coast that the election is called and it's over? Jesus Christ. Y'all really want a doomer, don't ya? Now's probably the portion in the stream where people get mad at me if I don't doomer. Super chats don't work on your channel, Zan? They don't? What do you mean? I'm pretty sure they still work. Bro, there's still the rest of the country? Again, popular vote doesn't matter? Small Slav. Did you interpret what I feel like I should ban that level of, like, retardation. Okay. Harris is going to pull ahead of Trump in the popular vote. That's 5 million or so votes, okay? Let's just say it's 5 million or so votes. Where are they going to come from? Do you think the majority of those votes are going to come from these already called states? Or do you think they're going to come from the states that are still milkily highlighted as not called yet? Harris is only down 180k in PA now. Wasn't she down 220k before? Yes, because they managed, like, as the night went on, the last batch of votes to get counted would be more in favor of Kamala, so she did catch a lead of like 100K. Like, she caught up to Trump like 100K real fast. Kalish Spooner, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate it. Says, CA and HI votes aren't counted. Pop vote will flip. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe California ends up being, like, what ends up contributing a massive amount to Harris's popular vote win. It could happen. You can doom her if Trump wins, though I'm not going to let you doom her for long. But you cannot doom her unless the election is actually over. And it's not over till it's over. Hylian Dragon Zero, find somewhere else to cry. Xanderhall, lol, people are going to freak, but I still have good vibes for this. It is a fun stream, regardless. It has been a greatly fun stream. Polymarket reporting in 99% Trump wins. Okay. Polymarket? Me and my BF are staying hopeful for Harris. We believe we can happen and she will win. Apparently I'm not live, according to @beingBlack. So true. This is pre-recorded. Hey Zan, the Discord server I'm in that's keeping up with the election is dooming hard. How can we stop that? I can't. I don't have any power over that. What do you mean? Zan, provided that PA wins, which other states do we need for a win? We don't need PA to win. That's the thing. We don't need it. AZ is still a very close race and could very well go to Harris, and that's a massive amount of electoral votes. Minnesota's going to go to Harris, and that's 10 more electoral votes. Wisconsin and Michigan are very likely to flip. Like, very, very likely to flip. Oh, we have a Trump supporter in chat saying the F-slur. Wait, how do we not need PA? Oh, sorry, we don't need Georgia, but yeah, we do need to pull the W on PA. Bro, only 10% of votes left in Wisconsin. It's not going to flip. Which counties in Wisconsin? Let's look close. Let's find out. It's at 90% reporting. And I don't know, yeah. Wisconsin might be Trump's. We'll see, guys. We might have a lot of work to do, guys. We'll see. It's still up in the air, but it is definitely leaning pretty hard on a Trump favorability. Trump very well may be president again. Is there any hope of a Kamala win? Yes. Anyone who tells you that there is no hope of a Kamala win is lying. What I'm trying to tell you right now is that there is still hope. But everyone's like, no! No! I'm so tired of hearing Trump's voice. Well, you're going to have to hear it a lot regardless of how this outcome goes. He's going to challenge the results if Kamala wins. Can y'all believe that Latinos voted this much against themselves, lol? Yes. Absolutely I can believe Latinos voted this hard against themselves. Especially the Cubans in Florida. They are like the biggest, the biggest Trump diehards. Holy shit. Was that a kazoo I just heard in this song in the background? I fucking love the kazoo. Maybe. Perhaps. Latinos are mostly diverse. Cubans vote for Trump, while Puerto Ricans vote Dem. Argentinians vote for Republicans too. Yep. Very diverse group, and on top of that, depending on the state, there's a lot of, like, yeah, like, Floridian Cubans, super Republican. Some of my Puerto Rican family still voted Trump despite what he said. Big sad. That is true. It still happens. Zan, is my super chat still available to read? I hope so. Did I miss one? God damn, the chat's moving so fast. Yes, it is! Gikula, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. It says, what actually would be the step-by-step that would happen if we lose? How bad? How quick? Well, Trump said he'll be a dictator on day one. We don't know exactly what that entails, but he said it'll mean shutting down the border and drill. So climate change will Man, climate change. Ooh. Fuck, man. We'll see, man. Those mail-in ballots are going to help Kamala, I believe. Me too. They're not being counted, particularly after 7 p.m. in a lot of these, or no, it was 8 p.m. In a lot of these swing states, they stopped counting the ballots. It's crazy, Zan, because Miami-Dade County has always been Dem since the 90s, even when Trump won. Miami-Dade has a lot of Cubans, but still blue. However, this is the first time since 80s Dade has turned red. Yeah. Wait, did you give me a free $5, Ian Norman? Trump cooking y'all, lil bro. Hashtag MAGA 2024. Well, guys, if Trump wins, know that the only way to own the Republicans is to support your favorite lefty figures, I guess, because, damn, their first places to go to are to dunk on lefty figures. The second they think they're winning. Though, to be fair, I'll be doing the same thing if the vote flips. If states start flipping blue, I'll be doing the same thing and being like, hey, what's going on? Trump already won, though? Alexander Lowell, you understand that several of the biggest swing states in this election have said they won't have official results until, like, tomorrow or later. God, you guys are killing me, making me repeat the same shit over and over again. Good lord. I guess it means that a lot of new people are entering stream. That's a good thing. Well, to be fair, Doc Devil, he'll probably charge back the donation, but that'll just make it so he can't donate on YouTube anymore. It'll never cease to amaze me just how wholeheartedly fascism is embraced because things got more expensive. That's right, Brandon Byers. You have to remember, the working class is far closer in America to fascism than socialism. It's why the socialist stuff is just not really an effective path with America. Yeah, to be fair, there are probably a lot of kids here seeing their first election. That's where a lot of the doomering is coming from. Yeah. Was it this bad last election night? There you go. There's a good example. Yes, it was. Yeah. It was about 5 or 6 straight hours of me playing WoW and convincing my fans to stop doomering. Harris is at 214. Yeah, this number is not accurate. This is the accurate number. Trump just has to win a few more states to win the election, but states that are already called can flip. Once again, you guys do know that Georgia was already called red when it flipped, right? No, Trump genuinely just won, though. But no, the states haven't been called yet. What are you talking about? Was it seriously this bad last time? It was a little less bad, but it was still roughly, yeah, it wasn't until like, I think it was around 4 p.m. the next day when we knew that Biden had won. If PA isn't counting anymore, why does the percent counting keep going up? They're not counting mail-in and absentee and early votes. Yeah, I'm not buying the calls. Xander Hall, check the reporting. Let's see. Trump wins Georgia, moving closer to reclaiming the White House. Hugs, calls, and celebration at Trump watch party. A decision desk update on Nevada. Nevada's first votes have been reported about 3 hours after polls closed. Trump led by about 3 points in the initial returns. Much of the vote remains to be tallied, and a full count can take days to complete. In 2020, votes reported after Election Day narrowly favored Biden, adding 1.8 percentage points to his margin of victory. This is what people forgot, is that like for 24 hours after Election Day, there were still states flipping in favor of Biden. And there was a point where we were like, is it going to flip for Biden for like hours and hours and hours? And then it did. Ugh. That was such a good feeling. Anyway, Hana Mizuno, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. It really does mean a lot. Thank you, thank you. You are so based and so pogged for that. Ugh, thank you. You didn't say anything. But I imagine you wanted to say something nice and kind and epic. Xander just keeps snorting hopium. We're fucked and he refuses to see it. Hey man, why don't you just like give up then on like everything? Why are you even talking in chat right now? Why haven't you just given up? Alt F4, game ended. Why are you in chat complaining and talking as if you've got a life to live tomorrow? If Trump's gonna win and democracy's gone and your rights are gone forever and it's all over and we're fucked, why are you in my chat complaining about it? You fucking quitter. You must be fun at parties or sporting events. God, imagine having the people complaining about the results so far in the chat as teammates on a sports team. Have any of you ever done sports before? Like any of you? Whatsoever? Like if you're on a sports team, can you fucking imagine, if you've ever been on a sports team, can you imagine if all your teammates were like this doomer the second they started to like lose points in an event? Like, sorry guys, we're behind 5 points, we're behind 10 points, no way to recover. Might as well just throw in the towel now. The fuck, bro? Dems are going up in the House. That's good to see. That means more Dem votes are coming in. My GF voted for Trump. I think breaking up will happen now. I want to cry now and curl up into a cat ball. Man, your girlfriend voted for Trump? That's surprising considering the amount of women voting for Trump. PA is called. It's over. No, it's not the real Rai. The election officials in PA have said the state won't be callable until either tomorrow or the day after. Nice try. AP race call. Kamala Harris wins New Hampshire. Okay, yeah, this is stuff I think we've already read. Nope, neither of them have hit 270 votes yet in the Electoral College. The election has not been called. Xanderhall, as a Dolphins fan, I am used to my favorite team losing, but when they win, it's almost always a comeback victory. They start losing, and then Tua or Tyreek do something awesome. Yeah, maybe it'll be something like that. Maybe Kamala loses, and then we have like a massive comeback in 4 years, if we have another election. Although if Trump tries to destroy our democracy, I feel like we're going to see... I don't know. We'll see how much the Supreme Court can defend him if he tries to do that kind of thing, if he gets elected. Man. Star Wars Hour, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Says, it feels so hard not to feel hopeless, but I'm holding on. Well, like I said, you can't really call the race until tomorrow. Or the day after. Depends. Which states get called, like, by the officials. Mr. Jersey, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says your Discord members are doomering? Yeah, I've heard about that. People have been telling me my Discord members are doomering. That's no surprise. The Red Mirage is scary, but the Blue Wave could still hit tomorrow or even the next day after. Probably not the next day after. If by tomorrow we're not seeing a W, I will call it for Trump if things don't change by like, I'll probably go live around noon to 2 p.m. tomorrow. And if things haven't changed by then, like if there hasn't been massive flips and stuff, then I'll definitely be calling it as a Trump victory for sure. I'm hopeful, but my God, I might have to IDK move to Germany eventually. I don't know. I'm staying in America as long as I can. They actually called Georgia for Trump in 2020, in the same way that it's called for him now. Yeah. You see how Georgia is like red with the lines through it? If we click on it, you can see Trump is ahead by 3 points or 4 points in Georgia. Or is it 5? No. Yeah, no, it's just 3 points. Yeah, he's actually, this is the same situation as 2020. In Georgia, in 2020, it was already about this red, if I remember right. And then it flipped early on Wednesday morning. And then what also flipped from 3%, because Biden was down 3% there, was Michigan. Michigan is another case where Biden went up 3% out of nowhere. Trump is ahead a lot more in Michigan, though. I don't know if Harris can pull through on Michigan, guys. It doesn't look likely. Oh, no, that's very low vote tallying. Never mind. It's only 71%. Nope, no doomer. She can still win. My bad. I didn't notice how low the numbers were on vote tallying. Star Wars Hour, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Says, what about a possible tie? TLF, this gets near a tie, it will go to the House or Supreme Court. Yeah, if it ends up being a tie, then Trump wins, because the, well, I mean, the House would probably, I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't think it'll tie. That's extremely unlikely. Decision Desk, HQ shows Trump at 270 already. No, none of the states required for that have been called yet. Larry Banks 78, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Says, while waiting for more of the vote to come in, I think that if Dems can win the House and get a bunch of seats in a majority Republican Senate, then they should curtail the worst of Project 2025. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a presidency focused on the good guys in the House if Trump wins, because the Senate has already gone to the Republicans, it would seem. Though to be fair, the votes are still coming in, so. I love how there are people who are in YouTube chat right now for no other reason than to scream at people that aren't doomering. Fucking crazy. Nah, we lost the House? So have we lost the House and Senate? Okay. If the current vote shows that we've lost the House, Senate, popular vote, and electoral vote, then there is very clearly a lot of ballots to be checked. I'm sorry, but that is not evidence of a, like, overwhelming Trump victory, but it means there's a lot more ballots to be checked. Call me coping if you want. I mean, I'll ban you, but you can call me coping if you want. House is still up for grabs? Dude, if the House is still up for grabs, there's not a lot of votes counted yet. We're nowhere near a Republican House? Yeah. No, I don't think voter fraud is going on. I mean, outside of, like, that one MAGA dude who, like, bombed and blew up some blue ballot boxes in blue cities. Kuro88, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that through Super Chat. Very much appreciated. Said, what was the Pennsylvania percent counted at this point in 2020? I don't remember, but it was pretty high. All of these states, like, at this point, had been locked in at around 95 to, like, 99% of the counted vote. House isn't called yet at all, leaning red, but definitely not anywhere close to a lost cause. Yeah, man, I'm thinking there's a lot of ballots left to be counted. I'm excited for tomorrow morning's stream, man. I really hope things just fucking flip overnight, and I open up stream, I'm like, hey guys, are any of the Doomers here today? Let's hope. Trump has not won yet. He still may not. We haven't lost unless tomorrow PA is red. If PA is red tomorrow, then we've lost. That is the actual standard. People want to just throw in the towel immediately because they want it to all be like, oh, it's election day, it's done and done. But you're talking like a Trump supporter in 2020 right now saying, stop the count, it's over. It's not. Mr. Jersey, thank you for the $10 super chat. How kind of you. You're so pog and base for that one. Thank you. It means so much and helps the channel a lot. Said, born too late to explore the seas, born too early to experience extensive space exploration, born just in time to witness America's potential fall to fascism, Lamau. Hey, at least if Trump does win, we can watch the fall of America, which would be very interesting. Xander Hall, we can win without PA, bro? Oh yeah, that is that true? Can we win without PA? Hold on. Yeah, Trump's at 248 because he got the one electoral vote from Maine, because not Nebraska, Kansas, or which is it, Nebraska? Yeah, Nebraska and Maine split their votes, so Harris got a vote from Nebraska, and Trump got a vote from Maine. They traded. They traded DPS there. Pardon my stupidity, what's PA? Pennsylvania. If the Doomring makes you sad and you're upset, this guy is full of hope. Couldn't be me personally. Real. Thank God for Zan calming my anxiety no matter what happens. True. Do we know what states are done counting? Literally none of them. You know that, right? Like, literally not a single state has finished counting all of the votes. Like, both Trump and Harris are going to gain total votes for a while to go. So much so to the point where, like, Harris is guaranteed going to pull ahead of Trump in the popular vote, and that's going to be big. You know what? No. I'm betting right now. I'm betting right now. Tomorrow by noon, everyone on the internet is freaking out about the overwhelming flip in results as they start counting ballots again at 7 a.m. Man, you don't know how much you're helping my anxiety. Not as positive as you, but it's rubbing off a little. Well, hey, I'm not even like... Listen, guys, I'm not being positive. I'm going to play the clip again in a minute because I have to take a bathroom break in a few minutes because, you know, it's been it's been 8 hours now, and in 3 minutes it'll be even more than that, and I've only had a few bathroom breaks, so I'll need to take one real fast. We are almost at 1,200 viewers, by the way. Good lord. Thank you all for coming out and showing support today. 21,500 people apparently have come in and watched the stream today. Insane. What ridiculous support from you guys that you're showing today. I really do appreciate it. Consider dropping a like if you want to support the stream. It really helps the channel a ton. Consider every thumbs up like a blue cast ballot for YouTube to push my content in the algorithm. Hot damn, thank you guys. Nice cope. Sure, man. I'm not happy about having 1,200 viewers right now at all. I'm coping. Good morning, y'all, from across the pond. I'm genuinely worried about what's going on there. Oh boy, me too. But hey, I don't think that Harris is gonna lose the election or lose the popular vote, even if she loses the election. So it's very clear that there is a large margin of votes to be counted, and that the majority of votes that have been counted probably happen to lean more on Trump's side. Zan, are mail-in ballots included in the vote tallied percent? Yes, but in some states, particularly the swing state of Pennsylvania, they stopped counting at 8 p.m. Did you call him Drumpf? Don't call Trump Drumpf. That's very 2016. Star Wars Hour, thank you for the $2 donation. I really appreciate it. It says Serenity Now, Angry Kramer. Hell yeah. So NBC News says that ND is 99% votes counted, so I think the news is being dishonest at the moment. Let's see. Which state is ND? Ugh. North Dakota. 99%, yeah, I mean, this looks pretty correct. Although I don't think that North Dakota has counted 99% of their ballots yet. They probably have, like, another 100K more, probably for Trump. I'm not just being like super, what's the word for it? Like copium here? Like, let's look at a few states here, like Texas. Texas right now is 90% of the vote counted, and that's 6.1 million for Trump to 4.5 million for Harris. Trump's probably going to gain another like 500K, 300K, maybe more from the state, like in total population of votes from Texas, because there's so many Trump voters there and so few, like still so many of the votes are left to be counted. Harris isn't going to pull a W there, but it goes to show that like there's still a lot of ballots to be cast, ones that are going to benefit Trump and Kamala. So even if Trump does win this, or you do want to throw it in for Trump, we don't know how much Trump has won by yet. So much so to the point that if you want to be doomer and say Trump has won, you don't know if Virginia flips Trump tomorrow. Virginia could flip Trump tomorrow. If you guys think I'm being delusional, I'll tell you, Virginia could, it's close enough, it could flip Trump tomorrow. I don't know, New Mexico is close enough, it could flip for Trump. So, like, to be very clear, I believe there is enough of the ballot being counted here that states could flip to give Trump an even stronger win than he has a potential to get, or to lose really hard. It seems like Kamala voters are leaving the HQ. That's probably smart, considering we're not going to find out the results till tomorrow. I've seriously misread the mood of demographics in this country. Are you talking about, like, women and people of color and stuff? The map is looking slightly better right now. That's what's going to continue to happen, is every time you check it, especially as we get later on, like, especially post-midnight, Trump's gonna stagnate while Harris starts to grow. And people are gonna be like, word? I've seriously misread the intelligence of voters in this country. Soap and Clay, I've been telling you guys in every single one of my videos for weeks now that you should not overestimate the intelligence of the American people. It seems like a lot of people on Twitter right now are already trying to claim that Trump won despite the Mirage not being over yet. Yeah, the Mirage will be over at like 6 a.m. PST tomorrow. If things are like hard red tomorrow at like 6 to 10 a.m. PST, then Trump's won easily. Yeah. What point for PA for Harris to win for tomorrow? Well, Harris doesn't have to win PA to win the election, but she can absolutely still win PA. PV will have ideas, Xander Hall will have ideas. Go to your protests, make your voice heard. Absolutely. I don't want to lose my bodily autonomy. If you have, if Trump wins this, and you've got friends that are women that didn't vote this election, shame the fuck out of them. That's how you get them to vote next time. Nico16 Graham, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, congrats on 1.2k viewers. This is actually the first stream I've gotten to catch. If I wasn't watching you right now, I'd probably be doomering with my buds. Well, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the stream so far. Mr. Jersey, thank you for the $20 super chat. Said, just some extra cash. Thanks for making a positive space for us during these stressful times, man. Aw, thank you. I appreciate it. Andrew Zagola, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, a Roman poet during the Punic War said, while Rome was terribly losing, by the way, said, the victor isn't victorious if the vanquished doesn't consider themselves so. Rome ended up winning, by the way. Yep. Zan, apparently Vosh was crying. This ain't looking good morale-wise. Dude, why would he be crying? This is gonna be huge for his channel. What the fuck? Bro needs this. Bro needs a Trump victory. Nah, I'm just joking. I can understand why that would be very upsetting. Star Wars Hour, thank you for the $2 as well. I did not, I probably didn't thank you before. Maybe I forgot. Gable Fan Productions, thank you so much for the $2 donation. Says, why is Brian Taylor Cohen showing Trump at 270? Probably because of attention. You guys realize that all of these sites that we're watching the results on they're running ads, right? Like they're getting like boosted in like Google's algorithm and making money off of the amount of attention they get. There is a little bit of you know, a little bit to gain from keeping the race looking close. That's all I'm saying. Making it look like, oh my god, Trump has won. Fox News gives Trump 270. What the fuck? Yes, Fox News, of course, calls the race for Trump as soon as they possibly can. What do you mean? PA has a big gap? No, they don't. It's the same gap that Biden overtook Trump with in Michigan in the early morning of Wednesday, last election. The day after the election, you know, when Biden flipped the state that he was behind 4%, almost 4% in. And then won by a slim margin. But still, won. Yeah, the actual results currently are these AP results, 214 to 248. Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, PA, and Minnesota can't even be presumptively called yet. But even the calls that we're looking at are presumptive calls. You guys realize that, right? Like, Georgia was presumptively called. And then Michigan was presumptively called, both red for Trump in 2020. And then Michigan flipped that, like, late in the night, if I remember right. But Georgia flipped... No, I think Georgia flipped first, then Michigan. And we were all like, whoa, what the fuck? Because Georgia flipped from, like, deep red, and Michigan flipped from about where it is now. Sweaty Spaghetti, thank you for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate it. It says, I'm trans and all my trans friends are doomering hard. It's insufferable. I tried to tell them to shut the fuck up and get mad instead of all depressed and wanting to lay down and just give up. We can't give in. Well, that's the thing. The voter turnout goes down because people are like, we lost. I guess we can never win again. My vote doesn't matter. Zeku, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I was in tears earlier today, but your anti-doomer attitude has cheered me up. Thank you. Let's win this. Let's hope so. Even if we don't win it, there's a lot of work to do. Gwendolyn Walkabout, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, thanks for this stream. Still really anxious, but this helps a lot. Just hoping Kamala wins so I can keep my HRT. I hope so too. Make sure you stay in a blue state. Even if, even if like Kamala wins, you probably want to make sure you're in a blue state, because if you're in a red state, then the federal government can't protect you that much in a lot of ways. Star Wars Hour, thank you for the $5. Do you not like Hassan or Vosh? Jen question, never watched them and can't keep up. So, Hassan called Dylan Burns, a guy who is risking his life by doing on-the-ground journalism in Ukraine documenting Russia's war crimes, a war tourist pervert because he got a panel together of Ukrainians to call out the pro-Russia propaganda that he had spread. He had made claims about, like, there's something about, like, the something sector snipers. He had pushed, like, a really brazen RT conspiracy about, it was like, it's a Ukrainian language something sector snipers. That was a big one. Basically just attacking Dylan for platforming Ukrainians, calling out his takes, defending the invasion of their country. And then for Vosh, we were friends for a while, but we kind of fell apart just due to like random like stupid drama stuff. But what really kind of hammered the nail in the coffin was when he leaked the porn folder with the lolly and the horse AI porn in it. That was... Man, I was disappointed. Like, I woke up that morning, and my friend Ethan was like, dude, Vosh leaked his porn folder on stream, and it's full of lolly and bestiality. And I was like, oh, no. Like, we and him weren't super close at the time, but I was just like, no. Oh god, some of you guys have some stuff to Google, if you didn't know. Anyway, thank you guys so much for the over 1,300 viewers. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Right now, MSNBC has Harris at 199 and Trump at 266. So the reason why there is so much variance across all these different platforms, you've got Fox News calling it for Trump, ABC saying that it's like still way behind and not calling several states, AP not calling several states, it's because they've been warned for a while that, it's just, yeah. They've been warned for a while now that, like, the results are going to take a while to come in. Nice try, Grey Lad. Westside Tyler made a joke about it recently, saying once upon a time there was... I'm not reading the rest of that. I'm not reading the rest of that. We should show Trump the Vosh... Alright, you guys are getting drama starved, so I'm gonna let you guys cool off a little bit. Really fast. While I use the restroom, because unfortunately I am a human being with mortal limits, I want to play this clip at least one more time for you guys. Maybe for a second to last time. Hey, everybody, good to see you're still here. Maybe for a second to last time, so that you guys know what... So we all knew Trump was going to call it early? Yeah, exactly. We all knew Trump was going to call it early. Anyway, I recommend you guys rewatch this if you've already seen it. I'm sorry, but like if you haven't seen it already, you should see this. Philip DeFranco is not even a super lefty guy. He's not like out there like coping for a Kamala win, right? But he does cite his sources, and he reported on this. Like, I mean, he's been reporting on these facts for days now. This has all been expected. So I'm gonna go ahead and play the clip. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I won't be gone long.
Tonight. And then, so listen up, this is incredibly important for election night. I may even play this once or several times during our election night live stream, because I want to prepare you. On election night, you're going to see a common trend across swing states. Very likely, Donald Trump will lead early on, and then Kamala Harris will suddenly start to catch up. And this isn't, as MAGA folks will suggest, proof that the Democrats are cheating in the election by dumping fake ballots, but instead it is a well-known phenomenon called the red mirage or blue shift. Now, in some ways, it might be slightly less pronounced this year, especially when you compare it to 2020, but in others, there are new rules in place that could help fuel conspiracies and lead to demands that votes stop being counted. So the question, why exactly does this illusion happen? Well, there are a few factors at play, like that rural areas, which often lean Republican, finish counting faster than urban areas, which are usually Democrat. Also, on top of that, Republicans usually favor in-person voting on the day of the election, while Democrats tend to prefer mail-in or early voting. Although a key thing is there might be a slight shift this year, as it seems that more Republicans have considered using early voting, with many states reporting upwards of 50% of registered voters using that method. Whereas that's eaten away at mail-in voting, although those votes are still very likely to be instrumental in the election. And in both cases, there are often new rules in place that delay when those votes are counted, especially in battleground ones, where they're generally not allowed to be tallied until election day itself. And in the most extreme cases, things like mail-in ballots, they're not even tallied until after the polls close. So there's just piles of ballots sitting with poll workers that aren't allowed to be looked at or counted well until the day starts. Right? So when you hear stories about boxes full of ballots being dropped off, that's usually why. They're just being delivered in chunks to polling places for later count, all of which ends up being used by conspiracy theorists to say that fake ballots are being being dropped off. Right? Even Trump said that counting ballots after Election Day was an issue back in 2020. And many of his supporters have continued to push for all ballots to be counted on Election Day itself or not count. And this year, I mean, they're going to be in for some disappointment because pretty much every swing state has already admitted that they likely won't even have unofficial results by the end of the night. Because again, despite states getting these ballots early, workers are often not allowed to count them until Election Day itself. That's why you have folks like Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, already warning that the ballots there will not be fully counted until after Election Day. And notably, that is partially because of rules that his fellow Republicans have put in place. Things like that mail-in ballots couldn't be counted until 7 a.m. today, and they have to stop at 8 p.m. tonight. But then by 10
That is one of the most core things I want you guys to keep in mind. That Republicans in the red states have been working since 2020 to make it so the election looks like this on election night. When 2020 happened, Trump was looking like he was winning all the way up until like 3 or 4 a.m., somewhere around then. That's when he stagnated and Biden started just like pull ahead. And by 4 p.m. the next day, basically everyone called it for Biden, but there was still some outlets that held out, and it wasn't necessarily, the count wasn't finalized until even like, I think it was a week later. That is when we knew like what the total was. We already knew that Biden had won a day or two like before, but it took a while for us to know the final total. And so what I think is important to remember is that in these red states in particular, the states where Republicans have any power, and it is a swing state, they have fought to make it so that on election night, it looks as in favor of Trump as possible. So tomorrow morning, when the ballots start getting counted and they swing in favor of Kamala, if it ends up winning for Kamala, they have some grounds to challenge, or at least they think they'll have grounds to challenge it. This is exactly the argument they made when they challenged the results of, say, Georgia, because Georgia was so hard. You guys remember that was like one of their biggest battles they fought, was trying to overturn the results of Georgia. You know why they did that? Because Georgia, just like Pennsylvania seems to be right now by ABC, was called for Trump. Georgia and Pennsylvania, I believe at the time, were both called for Trump. And then states started flipping as the sun rose. And Trump was like,
What? What happened overnight? What happened overnight? Stop the count. Stop the count.
Notice how like all the videos of people chanting stop the count are during the day? Sadly, AP is pretty reliable. No, ABC is this one. Oh shit, this is showing Trump at 266. Well, that's if you assume he won PA, yeah. So he would have to win Alaska, but he has not won PA. This is just ABC calling it for Trump, although soft calling it, because it could still flip. Do you have any more exact info on how far behind Biden looked at this time in 2020? It's hard to say because a lot of my election stream last time, honestly, was shittier than this one. My election stream last time was so much worse than this one. I have improved a lot here. We're just covering the results, constantly updating them and talking about what's going on. In that stream, I spent a lot of the time playing WoW, and so I wasn't necessarily locked in on the updates until chat reported like, oh, a state just did a thing. But yeah, you can look at my old election stream and skip around and see. I don't know if you can see my my time, though. That would be the best thing, to be able to see what time it is on my computer and compare that time to the results. I don't even know what to say at this point. Well, Akira 009, this is generally what's expected. Zan, do you think they're gonna have to recount? Probably not. It depends how close it is. If it's a strong win for Trump or a strong win for Kamala, a recount's unlikely. Man, I'm gonna have a whole lot of work cut out for me if Trump wins. I definitely got that American spirit, stubborn as a donkey. It's gonna be an interesting 4 years if he does, that's for sure. I'm not moving to Canada. Dog, I love America. I love guns and burgers and memeing and creaming, dog. I love that shit. Let's hope. Let's freaking hope. I am deeply cynical about allowing the average person to vote now. Zan, you just broke 1,300 viewers. We did that before Ride the Rails. Thank you for pointing it out, though. I do want to say thank you all so goddamn much for the support tonight. Oh my lord, I was not expecting such an outpouring of generosity from you guys, from donos to likes to comments to just the activity in chat and the concurrent viewership. My lord, y'all have been amazing tonight. I was not, like, I would never have bet. I would have never have bet. You in a good mood, Zan? I mean, I'm in a good mood for two reasons. A, there's a lot of you here and I'm having fun talking to you guys. And B, I genuinely think Harris has a good chance of pulling through. So I'm not really feeling that down. I'd say I feel like 25% worse. Like, if I started the election stream at, like, 100% confidence, I'd say it dropped to, like, 20%, or I'd say 15% when people started doomering in chat about the results. Because that's mostly what I expected, but it wasn't great to see, because I was hoping for Trump to be weaker than in 2020, right? But then, there's the general, God, I'm brain farting right now. God, I can't even think. I'm sorry. It's so goddamn late. I'm pushing myself hard right now. It's 11:18 for me. Usually I'd be in bed by like 10 or 9. Listen, especially those of you who are trans or femme need to get over the apoplexy and start learning how to shoot. Learn about armor and all the attendant skills. You have no choice. You should probably get into guns if you're a lefty, just because guns are cool and fun. But yeah, I generally feel pretty confident. You gotta remember that even states that have been presumptively called for Trump so far are presumptively called for Trump. They can still flip. I will actually be shocked if Trump won the popular vote. If Trump wins the popular vote, man, that would be astonishing if Trump can win the popular vote. That would be astonishing. Can you explain the expected votes? It's that a Republican has not won the popular vote in a long time, particularly not Trump. And so the idea that Trump would win the popular vote over Kamala, as hard as he is so far, suggests that there are a lot of votes that have yet to be counted yet. And that right now the ballots are favoring Trump, but a lot of votes may be counted, at least for the popular vote, that will bring Kamala Harris ahead. Doesn't matter for the total amount, but like, Kamala Harris isn't... I don't think Kamala Harris loses the popular and electoral vote. Or I should say the electoral and popular vote. Yeah, if Trump wins the popular vote, the left seriously has to rethink its rhetorical strategy.
I am so giving up. I just recently came out as trans. I'm giving up, guys. I'm giving up, guys. That's why I'm in a streamer's chat announcing to everybody that I'm giving up.
Come on. Come on. I get that you're upset, but don't be like that. Even if Trump wins, you need to be more motivated than ever. Have you no survival instincts? Verta Focus says, my GF and I are trans. I'm trying my hardest to calm her. You helped a lot on calming me. Thank you, Zan. Remember, we've survived 4 years of Trump before. If he gets reelected, I think we'll survive another.
You're a prick.
Well, you're banned, buddy.
And a fucking lib.
Bro called me a lib. Yeah, that's definitely not someone we want around. That's a pretty good red flag. We gotta get aggressive as trans people in our fight, not sad and self-defeating. Exactly. So what's the general consensus? The general consensus is that a lot of votes have not been counted yet, like possibly 10 million or more votes, which could very much swing several states, even ones that are already called. If someone calls Zan a lib, it's a red flag. It is indeed. If Kamala loses vice president as well as popular vote as well as electoral vote, then at best that means a heavy autopsy of DNC or a complete annihilation of the DNC in its current makeup. Yeah. I think if Trump wins this election, it's the sign that the left needs to get rid of respectability politics through and through and needs to start playing ridiculously dirty. like making insults, like insulting audiences, shaming voters for voting for, like, not in like, you're a basket of deplorables, saying like, they're losers, they're chumps. Like, you gotta, like, be a complete asshole if Trump wins. Like, it will be a really good litmus test for, like, what the American people want. Yeah. To be fair, Trump being around, if he gets elected, will probably mobilize a lot more progressives, just as it did in 2016 to 2020. PA had approximately 900,000 mail-in ballot registrations, if I'm remembering correctly. What's your take on Project 2025? Scurry. Very scurry. Oongaboonga 9615, thank you for the 5 yen. I really can't. I'm sorry. Fuck, man. I think it's $5 almost in USD. I think that's Japan's money, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. The Y with the 2 lines through it, is that Japan's money? If so, that's like $5. Yeah, it's yen. Okay, yeah, it's like $5. Thank you, Oonga Boonga, for the 500 yen. Said, do you think a blue shift can happen if more Republicans vote mail-in than expected? Do I think a blue shift can happen if more Republicans vote mail-in than expected? No. I mean, well, it depends how much more than expected. Like, if it's 1.1% more, then probably still yes. But if it's a lot more, then probably not. The mail-in ballots are what are going to save Kamala, if anything does at all. For those saying the map hasn't moved in a while, it's because counting has stopped in many places. It will resume in the morning. Yep, 7 a.m. is when mail-ins, early votes, and provisional... is it provisional ballots, I think? No, not provisional. Absentee. This is how tired I am right now. I mix up provisional and absentee. And absentee ballots start getting counted. Republicans passed legislation that said they had to stop counting at 7 or 8 p.m. and start counting at 7 a.m. And they could only start counting today at 7 a.m. on election day. And they had to stop at 8 p.m. The gap is too big. You keep saying this, Anime Ninja, and I should ban you for repeating the same thing over and over again. No, it's not. Zan, it's been great. I love this stream, but I have class tomorrow. Good night. Have a good night, Ride the Rails. Remember, your doomering in chat is just dragging other people down. Who's my preferred? I'd say AP right now. I really like AP's reporting. I think AP is probably the most honest with the presentation of the state of the race. We're probably going to see none of this change, except for like, yeah, Nevada's leaning Trump, AZ's leaning Trump, right now Wisconsin's leaning Trump. These will probably change tonight. Just like Michigan or Minnesota did earlier, because Minnesota red waved like crazy. But yeah, I think when Wisconsin and Minnesota very well could change. How much of the vote in Wisconsin is counted? 93%? Yeah, it can still flip. It can still flip easily. Especially with the last of the votes that get counted favoring Kamala so much. AP just called Penn? No, Penn has not been called electorally. You've been a great inspiration in moving me out of the right. Thank you. I appreciate it. No problem. Can Pennsylvania turn blue given it's at 95%? Yes. Because that percentage is only an estimation. PA can flip easily. Philly is only 80% or so counted. Nevada is going to flip blue. They still haven't even counted my ballot yet. Yeah, so your county hasn't even gotten to yet, Perry Icefire. Xander Hall, Kamala still got a chance to win. It is extremely slim or unrealistic. Very slim, but definitely has a chance to win. Yeah. Remember, Georgia and Pennsylvania, while they show as for Trump right now, they did that also during 2020, and they can flip. Let's see if y'all are still arguing that on January 6th, Matthew. Zan, can you link that YouTube video in chat? I want to send it to a friend. It's the newest Philip DeFranco news video. NBC and CNN called it at 11:25 in 2020. Well, they called, like, their states, but shit flipped. Also, what time zone? Incognito. Zan, can I use the F slur if I'm bisexual? Yeah, I guess, if you want. I don't know. I'm straight. I can't give you that pass. PA is over. Trump won, dude. I ain't trying to be a doomer, but we are fucked. Well, the fact that you just said we are fucked... What do you mean by we are fucked, someone? What do you mean by that? If Trump wins, what do you mean by we are fucked? Yeah, we've already seen... Yeah, we already saw that. Xenothene 77. Everyone's saying Trump has won PA. Yeah, right now Trump has 51 to 48. Actually, Harris took a little bit more of the lead, so she's got less than 3% that she has to overtake Trump on in morning ballot counting. You guys realize that more ballots are getting counted in the morning, right? Hey, don't believe me if you don't want to. Well, we'll see what happens in the morning. Maybe I end up being wrong. I'll eat crow if I do.
Yep, he won PA. Because the news websites decide who wins. That's how it works.
God, guys, I get that some of you guys are kids and it's your first election, but come on. Come on. Yeah, but will it be enough to flip all of the swing states? It doesn't need to flip all of the swing states. What do you mean? It just needs to flip the ones that she needs to win. And yeah, I think it could. 2020 wasn't called until 4 days after the election. I'm very aware of that, Azula Leveland. That's why I've been arguing against the people posting misinfo in chat to excuse their doomer behavior. Yeah, we still had changing results, and, like, Biden could have lost. Like, up until, like, 3 days after the election, Biden could have been overtaken by Trump in the polling results, but as predicted, the mail-in early votes that kept on getting counted for days after the fact kept growing Biden's lead, and he didn't, like, Trump wasn't gaining anything, because Trump stagnates once you get deep into the vote counting. NBC says approximately 353,000 votes still remaining in PA, more than enough to win for Kamala, I think. Hey Zan, I'm trans. Should I look into leaving the USA? If that's what makes you feel safer, perhaps. But I wouldn't necessarily call it just yet. Wait until tomorrow. Hey Leakai, how you doing? I think you DM'd me, but I've had about 500 DMs backed up in my Discord for a few months now because, let's just hope after this election I'm far less busy and shit is just vibing, you know, chill. Hey, Moment of Sanity, how you doing? Jesus, you're still alive? Hell yeah. Look how many people are here. Can I just say, thank you, oh my lord, for the 1,412 people watching the stream right now. Oh my lord, you guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you for showing up and turning out and hanging out with me and just vibing. And I really do hope that my stream is, improving your mood and your mental health, even if Trump wins. I hope that I am here as your springboard to take on the next 4 or more years with confidence and know that you're not alone. Sick Shark Onesie, very Nova. I hope you're referencing Uber Hacks or Nova. My first ever YouTuber that I watched. Technically not, but like the first gaming YouTuber I watched. Zan, do you think we're likely to lose social media sites with a win from Trump? Sorry for the negativity, I'm just curious. Yeah, possibly. I do. There's going to be a lot of consequences if Trump wins, and I want to get into all of that later on. Uber Haxanova, I love him. Yeah, the creatures were my, like, shit when I was growing up, dude. Every night, I have, like, I'm not even joking. You ever, like, have those dreams where you, like, have a, like, nostalgic remembrance in your dream of, like, old stuff you liked growing up? I have that of the creatures, like, almost every night. Literally formative shit for me. A lot of my humor was probably, like, if you go back and you watch the creatures, you could probably find a lot of places where it's clear my humor was taken from them. Because I watched them from, like, God, 11 or 10 years old till, I mean, I still go back and watch their stuff now. So you could probably see like how it like formed me as a person. Serious questions. Even, I know it sounds silly, I've heard claims Trump will send the military after the left. Is this true at all? Yeah. Trump has at least promised to send the National Guard, maybe the US military, after what he calls the enemy within, which he named people who don't vote for him. Maybe the threat worked. Who knows? I don't want to be a doomer, but for knowing sake, what do you think is the worst possible change that isn't a straight-up fascist state? If Trump succeeds in defunding all public schools that require vaccinations, it's going to lead to a lot of dead children. There's going to be a lot of dead kids, guys. We'll see if he can succeed at that. Trump also clarified he meant that in an interview too. Yeah, okay, yeah. So Trump means it when he says he'll turn the military on Dem voters. You said for us to go out and make our voices heard. What happens when Trump sends the police after us for trying? Well, would you like to die in a concentration camp or would you like to die defending yourself? That's, I guess, the fundamental question. Would you like to starve to death an emaciated skeleton in a concentration camp or would you like to go down like in one of those fucking TikToks about how men want to die? Like her.
I want to die surrounded by family and peacefully.
And then it goes men, and it's like just a scene from a battle. Some Warhammer shit. Which do you prefer, chat? Ziku, thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it. Says, you think he'll try to Jan 6 2 Electric Boogaloo? If he loses, yes. Yeah. I don't know how to shoot a gun. Would fighting for my life with a knife be a good idea? If no, you'd be shot down. Has the AP ever called a state only to have it flip? Yes. It happened with Georgia. It happened with Pennsylvania in 2020. The election wasn't called for Biden, and states were still flipping about 24 hours after the polls closed. The polls closed about 6 hours ago, so we're about a quarter of the way to where we got to the point where it was like, oh shit, tides are turning. Because tomorrow at 7 a.m., the particularly polling stations in PA get to resume counting ballots, and those are going to be a lot for Harris. Harris is not at 270, neither is Trump, Jamword. Georgia is about to flip, no shot. Not this soon, it wouldn't happen until tomorrow morning. I mean, it could. Like Georgia could flip 3%, just like Michigan did. Because Georgia is actually, like, it might not, but it is actually completely set up to repeat what Michigan did in 2020. So it's not over yet? No, it's not, Pika251. Counter to what you might believe, news agencies do not decide who wins each individual state. There are thousands of people counting hundreds of thousands of ballots, particularly in swing states still. I believe right now there's nearly 400,000 uncounted ballots in PA, and people are saying, it's all to Trump. Mind you, Kamala Harris is behind less than 200K, I believe, in Pennsylvania. So it's like, guys, it's not over. It's not over till it's over. Do you at least want to see like 300K of those 400K remaining ballots in Pennsylvania counted before you start screaming? I'd like to see that before I say it's over. It isn't over yet. Trump can easily lose some of the college seats that have been called for him, lol. Basically, this is just what we have so far. There's still votes to count. Because he's a salesman, charismatic enough to appeal to scared people who aren't educated enough to critically think. That is a decent amount of why he appeals to a lot of people. You're not wrong there. It is now time for a sad beer number 2. Even if it's so close they will call foul and try to steal it. Well, that was always going to happen. But yeah, this does give them all the grounds they need to try and call foul, yes. Because if Kamala Harris pulls out a W now, they're going to say, well, look at all these Kamala Harris votes came out of nowhere at 7 a.m. in Pennsylvania, out of nowhere at 7 a.m. in North Carolina and Georgia. That is what will happen if Trump ends up losing, and he still could.
They were discovering votes for Kamala Harris in Wisconsin and in Michigan. On Wednesday, it is illegal to count votes after Election Day.
Hey, why do you think the Republicans and Trump insist so hard that it needs to be or already is illegal to count votes after Election Day? It's so sad how everyone is pretending like every single vote has been counted. It's not even like, oh, guys, there are some non-consequential votes left to be counted. It's like, guys, there's like 400K votes left to be counted in Pennsylvania. Like, it can still very much swing. Honestly, man, you're just huffing copium at this point. You've never talked a single time in the chat other than to say that. You know that, right, Tonic Fish? I love how they didn't even count Washington and just called us we're so blue. Yeah, that is an easy call. That is an easy call. Going to bed soon and hoping it turns around when I wake up. That's a smart idea. I'll probably be wrapping up stream in about 22 minutes at about midnight my time. Why would I care, TSW Shadow Wolf? Are we cooked? I mean, even if Trump wins, we're not cooked. We're just dealing with another 4 years of fascism. Like we dealt with under the original 4 years of Trump, only he's going to be even stronger. It'll be worse, but I don't realistically think America's gonna fall apart. But hey, who knows? If it does, we're gonna go down fighting at least, trying to make sure America exists. Even if we have to make package deliveries across a country infested with ghosts to different people living in bunkers that are isolated from each other and giving them internet to connect them and rebuild America one connected shelter at a time. Even if we have to do that, we'll do it. The Striking Ace, thank you for the 7 Canadian dollars. I appreciate it. For all people concerned of Trump already winning, the media has multiple incentives to preemptively claim he won. It's not necessarily like they're lying and saying he won. It's more that they're like, well, if you stopped the count now, he won. But then just like in 2020, it could flip, and everyone's going to forget that all these outlets reported that, say, Georgia went to Trump and called Georgia for Trump in 2020 because everyone remembers it went blue and that Trump challenged the result. But no one remembers that for like 16 hours after polls closed, Trump controlled Georgia hard. Got it on Amazon, Duke Togo 13. Props in the title, Xander Hall. Wish I could stay longer, but you gave me a lull. Oh yeah. How do you guys like the title of this stream? America gets its biopsy test results, or its biopsy results. We're gonna find out tomorrow if America has cancer and if it's terminal. I hope Delancer appreciated that one. Delancer's a confirmed doctor in my chat. I thought it was perfect. Horrifying. Better than the Cavernacles title saying Trump won. Oh man, Hassan and all of the like the tanky sphere of the left are gonna be like, see, Kamala Harris lost because of Gaza. It's like, well, no, Kamala Harris should be way more pro-Gaza. I don't disagree there, but if she loses this election, it'll be because she's not anti-immigration enough and because the inflation rate was so high during Biden's presidency. Zan, thanks for everything, man. I'm gonna try to get some sleep, hopefully. Not sure how, though. I'm hoping for you. I need a new name. You've been in chat for a while, and you said you were tired before, so I hope you sleep well. I just got here early into stream, long-time watcher on the channel, first time tuning in, but thanks for the blue name and genuinely being a calming presence. Aw, thank you, Silver Totodile. You've been putting my mind at ease, Zan. Thank you. I haven't been watching you as much lately, but this has been a nice return to your content in a time like this. Well, I hope you make a long-term return. I hope you appreciate the stream. I mean, God, so many people here. I really just love seeing you guys. Thank you for coming. Listen, even if Trump wins, you gotta know that members of persecuted communities are going to be massively whipped into shape. Like, let's go the bloomer route if Trump wins here. If Trump wins, man, POC in this country, women in this country, like, it'll be because of low voter turnout. And just people thinking, Harris has it in the bag if Trump wins this, especially if he wins with the popular vote, which is highly unlikely. That would suggest, like, surprisingly low turnout from Dems. I don't know, I'd be curious to see. Thank you, La Plata. To everyone, we're going to be alright. We focus on the OG objective this world has to offer. Survive, get by, get more comfortable for yourself and stable, and do your best to enjoy life. Exactly. You don't need to obsess over who is president constantly. Move to a blue state, particularly if you're scared. That is the most protection you can have. Move to California, Washington, Colorado, and live, like, in the suburbs, not too in the city so things are expensive, you know? I appreciate this coverage over the constant we're all going to die type shit. Thank you, Zan. Of course. Nothing ever happens, chat. You gotta remember. Trump won. The media called it. That is how it works, guys. The media decides who won the election. They certify the votes on January 6th. It's actually January 6th right now. The media just certified that Trump won. Jesus Christ. Come on, guys. I literally covered the last election, man. You're not gonna fool me. The officials in these swing states have come out and said official counts won't be finalized until days after the election. Zan, please explain why you don't think it's over. I won't actually explain it. I'm gonna leave it for our man, Philly D, to explain in a moment before I wrap things up, because it is getting late. And with so many people here, I would love to stream longer, but man, I am fucking tired. I just want to sleep and see the results in the morning. Find out if Trump wins or if Kamala Harris ends up pulling through when ballots start getting counted again in the morning. Blue states won't save you. Nice threat, the TLT. Never trust the media. They glaze Trump and the right. They do a fair amount of that. Streaming tomorrow? Yeah, of course, yeah. I'm streaming about, like, 12 to 2 p.m., probably around then, to cover whatever the results look like, because that's when it'll be far, far safer to call the results. Oh my god! Good god, you guys are pouring in the support. I really appreciate it. Oh my lord. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 dues. You are insane. Thank you. Said hard for me to keep hope. I'm already basically rot maxing and nowhere near transitioning. Like, I don't take care of myself as is. If my identity is made federally illegal, I'm not sure what I'll do. Well, you should move to a blue state. That's for sure. You should definitely move to a blue state. If you feel that things are going to fall apart. But I'd still wait until tomorrow. Trump is already declaring victory? Man, I could never have predicted that. Stephen J. Neptune Man, thank you for the $5 reduce. His best case scenario is literally a repeat of 2017 to 2021. Trump finds numerous ways to irritate us while appealing to his friends, culminating in him screwing up a national emergency. That'll probably be how it goes if he wins, yeah. And he'll probably lose even harder in 2024 if he ends up, well, he'll probably abolish term limits or something if he wins. Who knows? That's probably pretty high on his list. Ozan, PA is flipping? I doubt that. They're not. Are they counting ballots right now? It's pretty late. I doubt that. I can check it, but I wouldn't expect any new ballots to be coming in at all. No, yeah, no new ballots are coming in. Still the same numbers. If Trump wins, is Zelensky cooked? That is a big thing. Well, no, probably not. Realistically, probably not. Trump will try to pull support from Ukraine, but we're locked into some things that require... Like, we're going to just end up giving more money to Ukraine if Trump tries to pull us out of giving stuff to Ukraine. It's actually really funny. We'll just end up having to give them more money. Marin, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. It says, thank you so much for cheering me up. I am trans and currently live in... oh my god, MD. Currently, I'll be safe here, right? Anyways, thanks for all of the help. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. My throat is like... I haven't had water in a hot minute. Good lord. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Marin. Yeah, and I'm glad I've been able to help you. Ackwell, thank you for the €5. I really appreciate it. Says, here you go, man. Most of your colleagues already called it and are very negative as a result. Well, they did that the previous election too, to be fair. And it ended up flipping, so... We'll see. Best U.S. alternatives, and Canada, Australia, or New Zealand. Wherever the rent is cheaper. Zan should get some throat drops or Ricolo throat bomb. Shit goes hard. I don't need that. I just need to drink some water after stream. I haven't had a sip of water in like 2 hours, dog. Temtem, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Said, hey, Zan. Thank you for keeping my hope on life support. As a trans immigrant from Russia, I hope America survives this mess. Flexing emoji. Hell yeah. Based. Zan for president? Hit that like button if you want to cast that vote, I suppose. Thank you, I appreciate it. Antifa Private, thank you for the $5 dues. You are insanely generous and kind. Thank you so, so much. Says, I know we must stay strong. I know that even in the darkest of times, there is still hope. I'm scared, though. I'm scared for my life, my future, and my loved ones. Together we can stand strong, though. I am hoping for the best for you, Antifa Private. I certainly am. KCK3206, thank you for the $80 dues. My god, you are insanely generous. That is unbelievable. Thank you. Wow. Says, well, time for another breadtuber renaissance. That may happen under a Trump presidency if he wins. But don't get your hopes up for a breadtube renaissance, because Trump can still lose. Aliakai, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. You are so based in Pog. It helps so much. Says, can't spare as much as I usually do. If Trump wins, it'll be even more important to actually read Project 2025 in the whole to find ways to mass organize, educate, and fight it. You can still fight. Yeah, I'm interested to see when the final results come out, if Trump wins especially, what the turnout was for Dems. If it was like unbelievable turnout from Republicans, and just low or medium turnout from Dems. I'm curious to see I'm really curious to see if Trump wins, how he won, you know? He already won? No, the media does not call who won the election. Pepper T21, like I said, thank you so much for the $5 e-dues. Oh, did I read that one? Appreciate everything you do. It's really helping in New Jersey. I'm in New Jersey, so maybe I'll be fine. We're solidly blue. So blue that the Republican senator running in my district claims to be gay and gay and pro-choice. That's really funny. Well, hey, I really appreciate it. Thank you, Pepper T21 and Aliakai. I really appreciate it. This is truly pathetic from Americans. Well, hold back your criticism. You don't know how the results are going to look tomorrow. Although I will say, the amount of Trump support is definitely a problem regardless, you know? This America is no longer name of America called Murica. Wonder how YouTube chat is doing? Oh, you don't even want to look at them. That's where most of the cringe has been. Here, let's look at the AP polling. Or the AP, like, reports. AP race call. Kamala Harris wins Minnesota. No shot. Really? Trump speaks at election party, flanked by family, friends, and top political leaders. A decision desk update on Wisconsin and Michigan. Trump has 267 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. Trump is leading in Michigan and Wisconsin, where his two clearest paths to victory rely on Harris not winning enough of the outstanding votes in Wayne and Milwaukee counties. The AP is waiting on the next update from both locations to determine whether Harris has any path to overtake Trump in either state. Remember, guys, it's still up there. It's not looking good for Harris, that's for sure. I'm not telling you it's like, guys, this looks great, but it's not like totally lost. No, PA can't be called until tomorrow due to the vote counting resuming. There's still 400k votes in PA left to be counted. DJ, there's still 400k votes left in PA to be counted. Kamala's only 200 behind. 200k behind, or less than 200k behind. Kamala gained 10 votes before Trump gained 3. That is going to be the ratio we're going to start seeing as the votes get counted tomorrow morning. Will it be enough to save Harris's campaign? Who knows? Maybe it will. We'll have to see. I'm hoping it will be. Brendan McDonough, thank you for the $5 reduce. I really appreciate it. Says, how can you be so hopeful? Almost everyone has called it for Trump. I'm having a crisis right now. We'll see. We'll see. How many votes are left to be counted in total? A lot. Nah, AnB312. Media outlets are calling it for Trump, but it's basically, once again, a 2020. "75% of the remaining PA votes need to be blue. That's statistically painful." It's painful, but possible. Biden did it. Let's hope Kamala Harris can do it too. Panicking does nothing, act with purpose. People like to have tantrums in front of an audience. It makes them feel better. That's what those that are complaining and doomering in chat are doing. And I know exactly what they're doing, and I'm calling them out for it, and it makes them angry. How confident are you that we can still win? I'd say there's like a 20% chance Kamala Harris can still win, which isn't great, but it's still pretty solid. It's not completely fucked. I've won better odds than that. Or worse odds than that, I should say. Xander Hall, at least it looks like all the BS initiatives by the CA billionaire died in Washington. Let's go. Hell yeah. That's what I like to hear. Alright, I think here is where I am going to play the mythical Philip DeFranco clip that explains why we're realistically not going to know the outcome of this election until tomorrow. I'm going to use the restroom really fast and grab a water while I go ahead and play this for you guys, because take a shot because I played the video, because a lot of new people are here and a lot of people are doomering, and if you're wondering like what basis do I have to believe that Philip DeFranco, or not Philip DeFranco, that the election can swing in the morning, well, go ahead and watch this, because these are the reports and the official quotes from the electoral officials in these states leading up to the election, telling us what to expect. And it is exactly this, and that Kamala Harris will still be able to win, even if it looks like he's got it, or Trump's got it on election night. So let's go ahead and watch well, I'll let you guys watch the clip. I am going to go grab myself a water and use the restroom. And I'm going to come back. I'm going to talk about what if Kamala Harris wins, what if Trump wins, and I'm going to wrap up the stream. And I hope you guys are down to watch tomorrow, because that'll be when we really know who won, and we have to prepare for the next 4 years, whether it be under Kamala or Trump. All right. Anyway, guys, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm just using the restroom. Thank you guys so much for watching so far, by the way, though. If you end up dipping out while I'm gone, just want to let you know. Thank you for stopping by. Let's
tonight. And then, so listen up, this is incredibly important for election night. I may even play this once or several times during our election night live stream, because I want to prepare you. On election night, you're going to see a common trend across swing states. Very likely, Donald Trump will lead early on, and then Kamala Harris will suddenly start to catch up. And this isn't, as MAGA folks will suggest, proof that the Democrats are cheating in the election by dumping fake ballots, but instead it is a well-known phenomenon called the red mirage or blue shift. Now, in some ways, it might be slightly less pronounced this year, especially when you compare it to 2020, but in others, there are new rules in place that could help fuel conspiracies and lead to demands that votes stop being counted. So the question, why exactly does this illusion happen? Well, there are a few factors at play, like that rural areas, which often lean Republican, finish counting faster than urban areas, which are usually Democrat. Also, on top of that, Republicans usually favor in-person voting on the day of the election, while Democrats tend to prefer mail-in or early voting. Although a key thing is there might be a slight shift this year, as it seems that more Republicans have considered using early voting, with many states reporting upwards of 50% of registered voters using that method. So that's eaten away at mail-in voting, although those votes are still very likely to be instrumental in the election. And in both cases, there are often new rules in place that delay when those votes are counted, especially in battleground ones, where they're generally not allowed to be tallied until election day itself. And in the most extreme cases, things like mail-in ballots, they're not even tallied until after the polls close. So there's just piles of ballots sitting with poll workers that aren't allowed to be looked at or counted well until the day starts. Right? So when you hear stories about boxes full of ballots being dropped off, that's usually why. They're just being delivered in chunks to polling places for later count, all of which ends up being used by conspiracy theorists to say that fake ballots are being dropped off. Right? Even Trump said that counting ballots after election day was an issue back in 2020, and many of his supporters have continued to push for all ballots to be counted on election day itself or not count. And this year, I mean, they're gonna be in for some disappointment because pretty much every swing state has already admitted that they likely won't even have unofficial results by the end of the night. Because again, despite states getting these ballots early, workers are often not allowed to count them until election day itself. That's why you have folks like Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, already warning that the ballots there will not be fully counted until after election day. And notably, that is partially because of rules that his fellow Republicans have put in place. Things like that mail-in ballots couldn't be counted until 7 a.m. today, and they have to stop at 8 p.m. tonight. But then, by 10 p.m., there needs to be a
What did he just say? The Republican official in one of the swing states said they had to stop counting the ballots at 8 p.m. The mail-in ballots, the ones that massively favor Harris. We'll see how it goes. Listen, I'm still optimistic. I'd like to see Kamala Harris pull a Biden overnight, just like Biden did, because that's what Biden did. Like overnight, he flipped the election. So let's find out. Let's see if he can. But here is where I'm going to wrap up for the night, because realistically, we're not getting any more ballots counted. PA and Georgia lean heavy for Trump, but could still flip with the amount of votes left. PA still has plenty of votes. As long as Kamala Harris gets 65 to like 75% of the remaining ballots in Pennsylvania, and they are mail-in ballots, so we'll see. She can win Pennsylvania, especially because they resume the ballot count for mail-ins at 7 a.m. tomorrow. They had to stop at 8 p.m. tonight. In Georgia, same situation. North Carolina, even though it's been hard called for Trump, I don't think it'll flip, but I think it could get a little purpler, if that makes sense. And I think Wisconsin and Michigan will probably end up flipping. They're like right now leaning very lightly for Trump, but it's still plenty enough and with low enough reporting that they can absolutely flip it. Arizona will probably end up going to Harris. It's very neck and neck. Let's check in on it, actually. See how Arizona's looking. Yeah, 1% difference right now. 54% reporting, yeah. Could go either way in Arizona. I think it'll probably go to Harris. I think the longer time goes by and the more ballots that get counted, the more they're going to favor Harris. Particularly because it takes longer to count the ballots that are mail-ins, the early votes, the absentee votes. These are all not absentee as much, but generally going to favor Kamala Harris. So we'll see. Kamala Harris's biggest boon, her saving grace, could be tomorrow. But what if Trump wins? It's very possible that tomorrow we're going to wake up to a full, basically guaranteed confirmation that Trump has won. It could happen. It's more likely than not. So, what do we do? Well, let's talk about Trump's most popular policies, okay? The two most popular policies that Trump has aren't really policies. They're his rhetoric, his aura about certain issues, notably immigration and economics, okay? Donald Trump is far more trusted on the economy than Biden and probably Kamala Harris are, particularly because if you look at like the average inflation rates during their presidencies, I believe Trump oversaw an inflation rate of about 2.1%, 2.2%, which is roughly what the Fed aims for, is a 2% inflation rate. That's pretty healthy. So very good inflation rate. When Biden got into office, we were entering a recession due to COVID, you know, Trump's handling of COVID, mind you. And on top of that, we had just we had just gotten involved in a war helping Ukraine fight against Russia, and Russia invading Ukraine massively affected the world trade, which massively affected the economy. It wasn't just America, the entire world's economy, including in the UK especially, I saw a lot of people were talking about it, got hit during Biden's presidency. It was very much a convenient W for Trump that the average inflation rate during Biden's presidency was a 12.5% average inflation rate, and Trump's was like 2.1%. Zan, he lost one. Zan, Minnesota went for Harris. Well, yeah, that's obviously a given. Like, that was always going to go to Harris. We're looking at, like, Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan. Our mains 3 are going to Harris already. That's just not counted for some reason there. Anyway. Zan, Alaska isn't the kill shot anymore. He lost 1 vote. Alaska never was the kill shot. You guys realize that, right? Like, even if Trump won Alaska and all the polls showed him as, like, let's say 272 electoral votes or something like that, if Pennsylvania or Georgia flipped, he'd lose the lead. And if one of them flips, then more than one of them will be likely to flip, like in 2020. Where that just like, we're like, really? Georgia flip? Really, man? Really? More states are flip? Arizona? It was wild, dude. We'll see. We'll see in the morning. Republicans are doing everything they can to make it look like Trump won on election night. We literally just saw the Republican official from Pennsylvania admit that they did that. So we'll see. It's not voter suppression. It's more so like voter timeout. We'll see if it flips. If it doesn't, then that'll mean that Trump not only won the presidency, but the popular vote, which would be... Man, we've got a lot of work to do if that ends up being the case. Here's how Bernie can still win. True. True. Thanks for telling us how it actually works. I just recently got into politics, and how the media showed things made me extremely scared. I mean, Trump could still win, but you gotta look at the amount of expected votes in the state. And how many are left that need to be won for one candidate to get up in front of the other. And you have to remember that these last 2 elections have been very unique situations where mail-in and early votes, which are counted later, are massively favoring Dems. And they're massively instrumental to the election results. Like, they make up a big proportion of the total votes. So yeah. Biden won Georgia by 11,000 votes, but it slowly grew. But for a while, it was so slim that for days, Biden could have still lost Georgia because they were still counting ballots. Just keep that in mind. We'll see what happens. No, it is not a Azilbling production. It'll be pretty safe to call at around like morning tomorrow. However, it could still change even then, but I'll call it at morning tomorrow. If Trump still looks like he's winning at morning tomorrow, then I'll call it for Trump. But as long as there is still a margin by which Harris can win, like right now, and yeah, it's over, they're all calling it. Yes, because that gets ratings, Ingy Bingy 2000. There's no crime that involves saying, oh yeah, Trump won, and then it turns out, oh wait, more ballots got counted in the morning, he didn't. That would just be massively, that's great ratings. What do you mean? Like I said, the media does not decide who won the election. Them calling a state does not mean that all the votes have been counted and it's over. The AP has just projected Trump's win. Yeah, it's a pretty safe bet to say Trump will win, but it's still possible for Harris to win. That's why I'm telling people not to doom her. Could be a repeat of 2020. It's happened before. It literally happened last election. Wait till the end of next week, then it is over? No, I'd say it's pretty safe to call around noon tomorrow. Things can change, but realistically, it's safe to call, like, in the morning tomorrow. Calling Florida wrong in 2000 did give Bush the election. Sadly, I don't see Harris winning. I'm upset, but I'm more concerned about my LGBTQ friends staying safe right now than I am about Trump. Fair. That is understandable. Well, hey, guys. Trump, if he wins this election, it is because of the economy and immigration. You'll have to recognize that the American people are not big on immigration. The astroturfing about the crime and the job stealing has worked. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, wait, no, that's normal. Has worked. And there's a lot that we have to do to de-brainwash people, whether there's another election or not. How do you fight a lie? With literally all of your energy, because you can never put enough into fighting lies. Lies are a lot easier to spread than truths. That typically is the case. Though typically when someone says something like that, it's really LARPy and a red flag that you shouldn't listen to them, but it is true. It is true. But usually when you hear a YouTuber say something like that, you should just red flag that. Like, that's... But yeah, it is generally easier to just, like, spitter out lies everywhere than to debunk them. Because you have to research, you have to fact check, you have to convince someone to change their mind off of something they already believed. It's a lot of work. Russian here, what makes Russians and Americans the dumbest races on the planet? Well, I don't know. Probably Hitler particles. I think it's probably the Hitler particles. Anyway, Grazitriton, thank you so much for the 2 tier 1 gifted subs to Hyvedra and Embrick Claraker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh my lord, you're awesome for that. Thank you, thank you. It says, let's at least hit that 900. Hell yeah, thank you. And then Antifa Private 161, thank you for the $5 redo, says, if I was a religious man, I'd be praying right now. Thank you, Zan, for staying with us and providing hope, even when all seems lost. Thank you so much for the $5 redos. I really appreciate it. Oh yeah, I'm staying hopeful, and even if Trump wins, I'm staying hopeful that it's not the end of America. Yeah, best case scenario is America is like 49% cancer, and that's a problem. That's too much cancer, guys. That's way too much cancer in our country. Alright, everybody. Here is where I am going to wrap things up for tonight. I'm sorry that I must leave you alone. I'm sorry. But there's really no point in looking over the results until tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. EST. Set your alarm clocks for 7 a.m. EST. That's what I want you to do if you're willing to do that. I want you to see what happens. Maybe I end up getting proven wrong. Maybe you end up saying, oh my god, Zan was right, oh my god. And if I do end up being right, you motherfuckers better remember that I was. Let's find out. Let's see how it goes. Alright, everyone. I'll talk to all of you next time. Have a good one. I love you all very much. Stay safe, and good luck out there. Doo-doo fart. Hope to see you at tomorrow morning's stream, by the way.